Is 5:30 p.m. on Tuesday, January 21st, and I'll call to order the study session, which is an update on our citywide cellular communication study. I know I see some interested people in the audience. Just for everyone's information, in case you've never participated in a study session before, this is not like a formal council meeting. There is more dialogue, but the dialogue is between the council and the presenters. It is not like a town hall style meeting. So just to make sure that we're all on the same page with what to expect. With that said, I will turn it over to Director Goldie.
Next slide. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. In tonight's study session, we'll be presenting the cellular communication study that was completed by H.R. Green for the city. Before H.R. Green goes into that, you have the entire study in your packets. Tonight's overview will be just that, an overview. So if there are specific questions you have, either myself or H.R. Green or Andrew Pigney with NTC, who is Nygren's Telecommunications. They were sub-consultant that did all of the HR data, the IR data, and all of the technical data for the background. We also have online tonight Jim Lockwood and Scott Windland with Arrow Wireless Communication Group. That is the group that the city engaged for the pre-construction and investigation of the recommendation that was in the report. And they were engaged for that pre-construction as well as to engage the providers to see if they would participate if the towers were to be built. So before we go over that, I'm going to provide a brief outline of the entire process to date and how we got to where we are today. So during the public process for the 2022 master plan update, one of the overarching themes that the city often heard was improving telecommunications. This has also been a complaint that we have heard both to staff and city council for years. So to understand the issue more thoroughly, city council directed staff to hire a consultant to complete a study that looked at the current infrastructure and recommend solutions that would help improve cellular coverage for the entire village. The RFP was published in November of 2022 as the master plan was being finalized. The subcommittee that included former council member Dan Sheldon unanimously chose and recommended to City Council H.R. Green based on their experience and knowledge. The city held a community open house on August 23rd, 2023 as the first step to gather more information and input and answer questions from the public. City Council held study sessions on cell coverage on September 5th, 2023 and February 20th, 2024 and discussed the issue at the council retreat on March 5th of 2024. The study first looked at the existing cellular conditions with state-of-the-art RF design tools, and they were used to create a robust model of current cellular coverage in the community. These models included an assessment of signal strength and capacity based on terrain, tree cover, as well as an evaluation of the current use of the 5G low, mid, and high band spectrum within the community. Part of the study was a citizen cellular survey, which was done online. This was used to better understand cellular coverage issues throughout the city. 2 vision and goal setting workshops were held to inform City Council regarding the potential future cellular development throughout the city. Preliminary designs based upon the outcomes and recommendations from the vision sessions with City Council and the technical data were performed. The next step in the study was to complete an evaluation of the optional cellular solutions and technologies to determine the best solution for the city. These options are outlined in the study, and we will go over those more in depth with our consultants on the phone. From the data that was collected, it was determined that 3 100-foot towers was the best solution to improve cellular coverage for the entire village, and that cellular providers would be willing to participate in to make it successful. A white paper was then authorized by former interim manager Thorson through NTC to more further explain all of the options that were looked at and why they aren't the best options compared to the 300-foot towers. The final portion of the study was to engage a potential partner or partners that could possibly build and own the infrastructure and lease the infrastructure to the cell providers. In October of 2023, a request for expressions of interest, RFEI, was published by the city seeking private sector partners to improve cellular service throughout the entire city. Arrow Wireless Group was selected and contracted to perform a limited scope of work, including pre-construction investigation and engaging the 4 major carriers to gauge their level of interest. Arrow completed an independent review of the 3 proposed tower locations and refined more specific tower locations, and including photo simulations to engage the carriers and seek letters of interest. The goal was to have more specific site locations to put the issue on the November 2024 ballot, because per the homeroom charter, in order to allow any tower lease within a city park open space property for more than 5 years, the matter must be approved by voters. Although City Council has the ability to raise the tower height, this question was also going to be posed to the voters. Arrow was able to secure letters of interest from AT&T, Verizon, and Dish Network. They'll have an update also. They have continued to talk to all the providers, including T-Mobile, since this process was put on pause. At the same time Arrow was hired, the city engaged a public relations firm, Blakely and Company, to conduct a citizen engagement and focus groups related to the possible ballot measures for the November 2024 ballot. Blakely and Company conducted stakeholder interviews and focus group meetings. The meetings focused on getting feedback from residents on the potential solution recommended in the cellular communication study utilizing the 300-foot towers. This engagement led to hearing from residents at a number of city council meetings about concerns with the proposed solution in June and July of 2024. At the July 19th, 2024 meeting, council heard from residents and directed staff to not pursue a November 2024 ballot measure and to cancel the 2 planned town halls. All further work on the project was halted and no question was placed on the November ballot. So this is a condensed version of everything that the city has done to date. I will now turn it over to Ken Demelo with HR Green to go over the study itself. Ken, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
When you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready and I'm ready to go. So
Okay.
So first off, I want to thank you all for doing this project and for the opportunity to work with you on this important project, and for the invitation to talk more about it this afternoon. As mentioned, I'm Ken Demelo. I'm a senior project manager and group leader for HR Green. And I do have with me, as mentioned, Andrew and Jim, and we'll talk with them more as we proceed here. So just a couple introductory comments talking about the goals today. At HR Green, we start each project with trying to have a clear picture of what problem we're helping our clients solve. And Cherry Hills Village identified a real and specific problem. Cellular coverage is not as good as it could be or should be across the city. And, through surveys, through town hall, that was a clear picture and also on an important topic. And as you well know, this is an issue, and it is something that needs to be addressed. And many of the things we do day to day, cellular has an impact on, and even our safety can depend on good cellular coverage, as you well know. Solutions to this issue also have specific parameters, and we'll we'll talk about how, all of the parameters. But I wanted to just highlight two that had particular impact on the potential solutions that we would work on recommending. One is coverage for the entire city. That is one parameter that carries with it several implications, good implications, but implications. And the second is private cellular service providers would need to be part of the solution, as you heard just a little bit ago. So any plan that we put together needed to have that component be workable also. Those two parameters impacted a lot of what we did and a lot of the work leading to our recommendations. And before we walk through our findings, I just want to quickly highlight two more just brief things. One is just to make sure everybody kind of is on the same page and kind of understands like where we were coming from and working on this. We're an engineering firm. Us and our partner, Andrew and his firm, we're consultants, and we're not here to sell anything. We're here to work to come up with the best solution based on the key parameters. And so our knowledge is, and our expertise is what you're paying for, not for us to make money off of the solutions that were put in place. So other than giving you our recommendations of what we feel are the best for solving this important problem. And other than wanting to find the best solution to solve the problem that meets your criteria and those key parameters, we don't have a financial stake in the solution that we have found and are recommending. The second thing I just want to briefly mention is your city staff have done a really great job. They kept the key issues in focus, they helped maintain the timeline, and they did a really good job of sorting through and understanding the technical information that we brought to them. They kept an excellent focus on what's best for Cherry Hills Village, and we appreciate their input in working with them. To talk over just a quick summary of our findings, and again, this wraps into our goals here. Uneven and underperforming cellular service in Cherry Hills Village is very much a technical problem. And there are several, sometimes competing factors to balance and solve for. So, a lot of people have ideas, have opinions that can take into account partial issues, that can speak to partial issues or partial solutions. And we appreciate those inputs, and we've listened to those, to take those into account with other information that people have offered. And we did include them along the way in our research. So we tried to take every opinion and suggestion into account in our development of solution options. And as much as it would be nice to have a simple solution or one that meets what everybody wants, the reason why cellular coverage has problems right now is because there isn't a simple solution that meets all the needs and fits into all of the parameters that are required. So what we recommend provides, so our recommendation provides really like the only viable option, and there are several possibilities, but it's really the only viable option that balances the critical factors to provide a solution that meets your primary goal. Again, there are other possibilities, and we'll point those out, and Andrew will speak to some of what can be, but they contain challenges that, based on your concerns, are less acceptable. Again, we're not trying to sell you anything. We're trying to solve the problem you have within the parameters that you have given us of what can be done.
Ken, if I could just interrupt you for just a second, that we had a question about whether we're going to take questions now. Because we only have an hour for the study session, and scheduling the consultants was a challenge, I'd love for them to get through their presentation, but if you'd like to make a note of any questions you have, hopefully we'll have time to come back to that. Thank you.
Just raise it so they can address it, Mayor, if that's okay? Because I think it really is, one of the seminal issues here is what criteria was set out at the beginning. And you said that if we're going to meet the criteria we're set, but what if there were different criteria? And that's not all four carriers have to be.
Well, I don't think their presentation is going to cover the what-ifs that weren't necessarily considered. I think they're going to focus on what was considered and how the conclusion was reached. And then I think those kinds of discussions are for the council to have.
Okay, fair enough.
So, okay, please continue.
Yeah, very good, thank you. So just in going through the slides, again, the goal is I mean, you can read on the screen what we're thinking through and want to talk through. And we'll go through and just kind of give you highlights of what have led us to the recommendations that we have come to. So next slide, please. So we did set up a vision statement and working early on in the project, as was mentioned before. And, in looking at doing technical mapping, and then also the inputs from council and then inputs from the survey and from the open house, those led to the vision statement. And, again, I won't read all this one's on here, but this was the vision that led us to what problem were we trying to solve. So if you would, next slide, please. And, in looking at the goals, this is where we start to get the parameters that would guide. The vision is kind of what we're trying to solve, and then the goals start to kind of set the parameters. And a couple just key things to point out here was a reliable citywide cell coverage. That's one parameter that requires that if we're going to meet that, if we're going to achieve that, that's going to require certain things in our solutions that we came to. And then, locating where the towers would be, that's a parameter that was important. Where they would go, that was, again, parameters that we needed to follow in the goals. And then the height of them, either we were within city code or provide the necessary language to modify the code. So again, that was a parameter that we were working in. And then the potential partners, and that's kind of those last two goals. The potential partner, if this is going to be done by the private sector, then whatever solutions we came up with have to be something that we can get people to work, the private sector to work within to be able to accomplish the goals. So this really starts to set the parameters and of what would, as we researched, what we would need to make sure we were able to do in our recommendations. So next slide, please. So as we did the research, we started with what all options would be possible, and what we would need to do. And Andrew, do you want to step in here and talk about the work that you did to come up with what we could do to meet those parameters?
Absolutely, yes. This particular RF plot shows the three candidates, which are all located on city land, which is one of the parameters we needed to work with. And it also shows all the existing coverage around the perimeter of the city. And as you can see up in the north, the wireless carriers have put their radios on churches, on buildings just outside the city limits, and they've provided kind of outside-in coverage. The big problem is because of the heavy tree canopy and clutter that blocks RF readily, even the lower bands. There were open holes in the areas where the current candidates are. So those are the areas of extreme difficult cellular service, and when you go inside the buildings, there's almost no service. So these were the three that came out on top. I actually originally started out trying to do a small cell design, but there's a small cell system already in the city, and they're all about 30 feet, and it does almost nothing. Nothing in the community to provide any kind of signal relief or strength. So when I started looking at the number of small cells that would be required, it would fill your entire city with it. It would be cost prohibitive. Lots of fiber would have to be deployed for it, and it wouldn't be something I could even get the wireless carriers to be interested in because of the high cost. Because they do have a significant amount of sites around the city. So these three sites were definitely ones that if the carrier were to do it on their own, they would all choose these locations because it perfectly fills in the areas between their existing sites that are on there now and the targeted coverage areas they need to get to. The reason why we tried various different heights, there's an existing site, if you look in the lower left there, that's a 45-foot existing stealth flagpole at 45 feet. And you can see it doesn't go very far. It goes a reasonable amount to cover that area. And that's one that's at the school, and that's staying in place. These three complement it in the fact that they get over the tree line, the canopy line, and they get over it enough so that you can mount each of the different carriers at 10-foot intervals at the top. So each of them will clear the trees and provide that RF reach out to the edges of the city limits. And when you go, if you went less, say we looked at 70 feet as well. In the 70-foot, it put two of the carriers below the tree line.
Laura, you want to go to the next slide?
Footprint.
There we go.
They significantly reduced their RF footprint and left in the blue areas. You could see coverage holes which wouldn't allow for good signal service, especially at the higher bands where that's where all the capacity and high speed is. So it would be a system that was only fair to provide your community with good signal and good service. So that's where we determined the three 100-footers would give you everything you need across the bands and provide those fill sites in order to tie everything together at the edges of your city and the existing ones you have in your city.
And Andrew, just also, if the lower you go, either because the tree line or because just capacity in the tower, the less room there is for the providers, which then can mean that you have to have two towers right beside each other to be able to actually get to actually have the carriers that are needed.
Yeah, that's it's indicated with 6 70-foot monopoles. There'll be two beside each other at each of the three, and that would two of the carriers at 70 and 60, and then the other two at 70 and 60. So that would alleviate some of the tree line problems if you went any lower than that to 50 and 40 feet, which would put it under the tree line and not really make the site do anything at all.
So we did include this because it is an option. It's the second of the options. It does, again, just as we talked about, it does carry some issues with it, which is why it's not our top recommendation. Because if we want to get to where there's complete coverage, and if we want to get to where it's financially viable so that we do have private sector partners, and if we want them to be able to locate on just these towers, that's why we're getting to the sizes. And again, this was basically a process of what do we need to do that meet the criteria that will also that we can get the providers to work within. And again, that's how we sorted through all the issues. And again, there's a lot of input, and we appreciate that. But that's how we sorted through and did the research on the different options and different suggestions to get to. There are really only a certain number of things if you really want coverage across the entire city. Next slide, please. So, again, with those, there was a brief discussion, and your report has a lot more detail in it. But with that brief discussion of how we sorted through the different factors to reach the goal, the top recommendation was then, the 300-foot towers. That would require a modification of the city code to go to that height. Another issue that is something that just has to be addressed is, again, these are competing factors, but if the optimal locations for towers are on, public property, then there's also needs to be working in the lease agreements that go beyond the 5-year lease commitment, which is the typical in the code, I think. They go to longer because just in the industry, for someone to put in the equipment, for someone to put in all the expense, a 5-year agreement is hard to make work. So again, those are competing factors that we have to take into consideration. So that was another recommendation is to to work with the providers to have lease agreements that can fit the financial obligations that they would have to make. And then with the partnership agreements and the lease agreements, Jim, do you want to go ahead and speak to what you found in the discussions with partners, and if there's been anything since we wrote the report? Because there alluded to there could be. So you want to speak to those things? And I think you're on mute, Jim.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'd be happy to. Scott's on as well. We'll probably may want to weigh in. First of all, the carriers are very interested in Cherry Hills Village. Very quickly, Dish Networks as well as AT&T signed a contingent letter of intent, and that was really based on if the poles are built, basically they want to come in. Verizon, just to kind of correct the records, Verizon also tremendously interested, but we're not prepared to sign a contingent letter of intent just based on their kind of corporate policy, but did voice their interest. And the indication was they would be there whenever this was available. But that's, again, that wasn't final with Verizon as much as we went back and forth. T-Mobile, on the other hand, very much excited about Cherry Hills Village. But when it came down to putting together that letter of intent, they said, we're all in, but we'd have to wait until that we cannot submit until actually there's a date and a time frame to make sure that that schedule fits in with our budget, fits in with our priorities. As far as the Cherry Hills Village location, though, T-Mobile is and remain very interested in that. But so we don't have a letter on the file for that reason with T-Mobile or Verizon, but we have a very strong verbal, and the timing is going to be important for them. Dish is probably contacting us, I would say, every 3 or 4 weeks now. Very interested in moving forward as soon as that might occur. I don't know, Scott, if you wanted to add anything about the siting. He was very involved in kind of looking at the siting along with Andrew and team. And I'm not sure if he's still on at the moment because he's on a project in North Carolina, and we're putting up a tower there. Okay.
Apologize, I'm not where I can speak.
Okay. Yeah. So, what else can I answer, Ken, that you'd like to hear about?
Yeah. So, Jim, just so the 300-foot towers and working at extending lease agreements, those were also components of things that they were interested in.
Yeah, definitely. The 300-foot towers were basically where the whole focus from them was placed. The idea of getting lower and sharing space alone is already a concern with the carriers, but with the 100-foot towers, they had the 10-foot space between the rad centers, and it really satisfied everybody's concerns.
Yeah. So appreciate that update and the update on others that are interested. Still fitting within the context of what we found, but appreciate the update on others that are interested. Also, we did in the potential recommendations. We also you notice by 5, 6, 7, and 8 there is an asterisk, and that was if the city decided to own the towers, then there would need to be again going through the lease agreement, securing funding, finalizing design, constructing the network, and then also just making sure that maintenance is taken into account. So that's an option that we did list here, and again the asterisk kind of shows what things that needed to be considered. Next slide. And, I'm not sure if the best to talk with these is there are other possibilities, but again, these aren't in our top recommendations. There are different things that could be done. Andrew, do you want to speak to any of those, or just, or you know, the way that I was intending, and we put this together, is just acknowledging that there are some things to consider that could be considered, but not build towards our top recommendations. But Andrew, anything else you would want to speak to on these?
Absolutely. This actually gives you a nice bullet point of the things we did look at. And of course, number one, the macro radios, which the definition of macro radios are the radios that the wireless carriers use. They use licensed spectrum, which is specifically owned by the carriers. So there's a lot of bandwidth in them to provide with that, the high speed as well as the high capacity on the sites. And they're good on towers and buildings, but in the areas we looked at in order to fill in the gaps, you know, there were no buildings even tall enough to consider. And the carriers actually took up all the buildings around the edge of the entire village in order to just provide enough to shoot into the village, and just can't reach all areas in the internal part. So the macro radios on towers are the most practical solution. Small cells are not a viable solution only because they're too small. They can't get above the tree line. There's too many of them needed, and the fiber optic plant and all the other elements that go into it make them, you know, a cost prohibitive solution in which the carriers wouldn't be interested in doing. Distributed antenna system, that's what exists there now. There's a Crown Castle system that's all been abandoned, that all the carriers are on, and it provides very, very little relief along a few roads. And there's 15 of them in there now, so it would require at least 100 to 150 in order to cover the whole village with that type of system. And again, with the fiber optics and the just having those sites all over the city in front of your houses and things, it didn't seem like a good idea at all. So that was shot down. Internet mesh radios on poles or buildings, I mean, that's a nice solution, but mesh radios are not licensed. They're typically unlicensed, so there's a lot of interference, a lot of difficulty, so it's hard to provide, you know, that level of service, that carrier grade service, and especially public safety. You know, AT&T would come, they're going to come in, they're bringing FirstNet public safety into this, so they'll have all the latest state-of-the-art 5G FirstNet radios on them, and just a mesh radio just can't handle that, you know, especially for public safety reasons. And then direct-to-device satellites. And satellites will be able to reach the city, and there's probably people in the city that have a SpaceX satellite dish on their roof and things. And while it's good for stable fixed service on a rooftop, for mobility and direct-to-device, very, very low bandwidth. And when you put a lot of people on it, it just overwhelms the network. So the satellites were really designed for a mountaintop in Yosemite or or just something in very, very remote areas. So that's not really a viable solution for the kind of dense population that's in Cherry Hills. So we come back to number one. Macro radios turned out to be the most viable, but the most effective solution for this.
And I appreciate the way you said that, because this does show, we did look at all of the options, and again had a lot of suggestions and that sort of thing, and looked through all those things, researched them, and again, we're not trying to sell anything. We just tried to do the research for what best fit Cherry Hills Village, and it came back to number one. So next slide, please. So we worked to put this into a more of a chart that kind of showed the different things that we thought through and worked through and the research that we did. Andrew, do you want to walk through this also? Do you mind?
Sure, not at all. So in this, this kind of lays out in a chart, the different poles things that were considered. Even up to and including even a single 200-foot pole, which could get the job done, but it's a 200-foot pole, so there's a trade-off. You want this big pole sticking out in the middle of your town. One of the interesting things too is when we went to the 100-foot poles, because of the way the tree canopy and the tree cover is so close to a lot of the homes, there's very few vantage points. I tried through a number of different ways to look at in the sky, and you can't see them because they're only 100 feet tall, unless you're right up next to them. But for any of the homes, especially if your home's surrounded by trees, you're just not going to see them. They become something that's in the background. But another reason why the 100-foot poles were kind of a good balance between that. But you can see the single 200-foot pole would work fine in all cases too. But it's the trade-off of having such a tall pole that you literally can see everywhere. But as we move down the line here, we looked at 240 footers with 570 footers. We looked at a DAS system, a distributed system that just didn't work on any level. Small cells, we looked at those, and again, they just don't provide the coverage beyond the local canopy, local trees. Poles on the perimeter of the city, that's already being done. The carriers have exhausted all the buildings and things they can attach to shoot in towards the village. Increase the heights of existing poles, which, they're 45 footers. They could be increased, but they're not in really the right optimum place to make the overall system work with the existing coverage. But put poles on top of buildings outside the city, well, that's a whole other difficult thing to do, to get jurisdictions to approve an additional pole above a building. But or on top of buildings, again, that's a very difficult thing to do. Satellite, it has its limitations because of its capacity and it's a line, and it oftentimes needs line of sight with the device. So if a tree gets in the way, you're not going to get the satellite. And then the Wi-Fi mesh, 1,000 nodes it would take, and it still wouldn't have. You'd be subject to interference. You have no say over the frequency because it's unlicensed, and there's no central control over the capacity or the technology, which is what 5G brings you. But the Wi-Fi mesh would just give you basic outdoor Wi-Fi. So of all these things, as we evaluated them, it really came up to the top first two choices, and then the lesser of the two choices, the 300-foot poles, not only is best for the line of sight so you don't see them, but also that they distribute the capacity among those three, which gives everybody good quality of service and good quality high speed.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Andrew. And I want to thank Andrew. I want to thank Jim. And just as a closing comment, that's actually our last slide. Again, your report has a whole lot more, detail, but that's our last slide. I do just again want to just reiterate, we're not trying to talk you into anything. We're not trying to sell you anything. We just, if there were 4 equal options, we would have presented 4 equal options. But as we work through this, and particularly as that last slide showed, there, from a technical standpoint and from a meeting the criteria standpoint, there really was one that was the most that made the most sense. So again, with that, I just thank you for the opportunity to work with you on this, and we certainly can take any questions. And Andrew and Jim, a lot of those might come to you, but again, thank you for working with us on this project.
Katie, I've got some questions too.
Yeah, thank you. Director Goldie, was there anything that you wanted to add before we move on to questions?
Not at this time.
Okay.
So if there's any, I can answer any questions also.
Okay. So we have about a little over 20 minutes for questions. Councilor Robinson.
Sure. So first of all, I appreciate the effort and the care of the council and Jay, especially you and HD Green and all. My questions have to do more with is it appropriate for our village to consider the solution that is come up with? So I have a few questions. So first, why 4 carriers? Where did that come from?
So I think what we need to focus our questions with the consultants on the technical questions that they can answer. The council provided direction to the consultants, and we have a new council now, and if, through further discussions, the council wants to revise or change that, that's appropriate. But the consultants didn't say 4 carriers, the council did.
Yeah.
And so that's a conversation we can have amongst ourselves. If people have, I think what would be particularly appropriate and helpful is questions that the consultants can answer, specific questions about the technology, specific questions about the reach, those types of questions while we have them on the phone.
Sure.
And-
Katie,
But
what
one
is
thing, one thing that I
appropriate
want to
time?
add, though,
Yeah.
is that, because I don't remember council ever saying, we got to have all four carriers. What I remember us saying is, the carriers have to participate. Give us the solutions and tell us which ones the carriers will participate in. I quite frankly remember being surprised that all four of them would participate in those tower solutions. But I don't remember ever council saying specifically, all four carriers have to participate or we're out.
No, actually, we didn't. What we did say was that we had to have at least two of the three major carriers, or we didn't think that was what we said. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't think there is a four.
Yeah.
I think
Mayor,
that's
can I
true.
try it this way? Because I think it does get to the technical question, but, and I do want to thank staff and council. I participated in the process, both the focus groups, and wrote a letter, and I think it was an excellent process. But my question is, and I'll try to phrase it, get the right Jeopardy format here, so that it's a technical question for the consultants. If the parameters were changed, and there could be several of them, if money were taken off the table for a moment, number of carriers, what service level are we looking for? I don't know what poor and what's the other, bad and poor mean. Is the standard, if the standard were that you could make a basic phone call and a 911 call everywhere, but not have high speed and data. So the question is, if we change parameters, could it change this chart so that more options would be more viable? Is that a fair way to?
Yeah, I think so. Let me narrow in on a couple things, and we'll just break it down into pieces. I think one question that I know has come up before is, this proposed solution ultimately did not require an investment from the city, which was seen as a positive by the council at the time. If that were not a factor, if money were no issue from the city's perspective, does that open up any of these other options? So that is one question. I don't know if anyone's prepared to answer that.
So Andrew, in looking at these solutions with the and because of the participation of the carriers, there wouldn't have to be any investment from the city. But when we talk about the coverage and being above the tree line and those sorts of things, does that, if the city was willing, and I'm not, this isn't to put words in your mouth or to rephrase that, but if the city was willing to pay for putting these up and putting them together, does that change the recommendation necessarily?
No, not really. The one of the things mentioned was just having phone call and text. Well, when a carrier puts a radio set up onto a tower, they don't just throw one band of radio just to cover one piece of technology. It all ties together with all their other networks. So when they put it up there, they're putting multiple bands of radio. So they're putting 700 megahertz, they're putting 1900 megahertz, they're putting 3.5 gigahertz, they're putting 2.5 gigahertz. So each of these things forms a part of what's called a layer cake of coverage. So you have the wide area coverage, which covers the air, blankets the air with a low frequency band, and then each successive one, which has more spectrum in it, can handle higher speed data, things like that. But carriers don't just deploy partial sites. I mean, they either do a site or they don't do a site. So it'd be very difficult to say, well, we only need this, so just put this up there. A carrier wouldn't even entertain that idea. So that's one of the reasons why we had designed it for not only to provide all the users of the village with anything they choose, not just the voice, but also that the carrier meets their technology requirements for providing that coverage. I can give you an example. AT&T couldn't put just calls and texting because they have to support FirstNet. So FirstNet has very strict public safety rules that they have to be able to do certain things with certain frequencies. So, FirstNet would be the first one to object to that. And it's something that the whole industry is bound by these things, because as they move to each technology stack, they're trying to improve it for anybody and everybody. so that, if a guy over here, just wants to make phone calls, fine. But if somebody over here wants to, watch a video or do things like that, they're free to do that. So it's very difficult to start separating the technology stack, when it comes to something like this, especially because it involves the public.
And let me just, thank you for that, and just a quick follow-up. I know as being part of this discussion, we originally did talk about the city building out a fiber network to support the small cells, and the council at the time felt that the cost of that fiber network build-out was prohibitive to the city. Let's imagine for a second that that's not the case. Is that the only obstacle to the small cell network? Is it only the cost of the fiber, or is it, it says, are there other concerns?
The lowest, low height of those sites that require so many of them. And, but there's also, the locating those small sites becomes more difficult because, you have to be a certain distance from the households, it has to be within the right of way of the street. There are a lot of other elements that come into that can be difficult to do, in an area like that, especially with owned property versus public property. Very difficult to find that in the city area. There are a number of things, and I've designed and built dozens of, and so has Jim, dozens of small cell type networks. And it is just very difficult to operate it, mainly because the trees really limit that small cell, so that you can't get that optimum coverage you need.
Thank you, okay.
Just on the street and construction.
Thank you. One of the downsides of being a Tree City USA, I guess.
Can I just ask a follow-up
Yeah.
to that? So what I didn't see in here was any analysis, and this would have been very helpful for me, of what other cities have done around us. And I know Greenwood Village in the past few years addressed this issue. I think they did a mesh system.
No,
And,
Greenwood Village has not addressed this issue. They have the same challenges that we do.
Right.
And I've been in contact with their mayor, and I think there's a lot of misinformation around what Greenwood Village is and is not doing. They are doing a fiber build-out. They have streetlights, but they're mainly focused on internet service and not necessarily cell phone coverage. And they have very similar cell phone problems that we have. And in fact, I know there were some conversations around a 70-foot tower on University at the fire station, and there was some rumor that they're talking about taking that down. That's not true. And in fact, they're talking about making it 100 feet.
Mayor, one follow-up question, too. I wasn't suggesting that the technology stack change. What I was asking is what standard of coverage is acceptable to citizens, whether you're walking the trail or in your home or the like. And again, there are undefined terms, at least as far as I could see, like poor or bad, and just what does that mean? So that was my point. I just wanted to clarify it.
Right. Yeah, so
Targets for voice is negative 85 dBm, which is a signal level. That probably, I don't know if it means anything to you, but that's what's called the cell edge. So the cells that are facing into the city now from the rooftops and other ends of the carriers have already put in, their cell edge ends before it gets even to the center of the village. So what these do is allow that cell edge to meet that negative 85, so that way there's no holes or gaps, where somebody could be standing all of a sudden and have no signal coverage. So there's a defined standard on it of what acceptable voice is, what acceptable, and texting goes along with voice, but then what's acceptable for basic internet usage and then high-speed internet usage. So this design was to address each of those because each one has its challenges, and that's why the combination of the location and the height is the best position and height to meet that requirement with the existing cells that surround the village. So then that's the accepted minimum standard for service.
all right, thank you. Other question?
Yeah, I have a question.
Councilor Holland.
And again, this is a question to get information, not to say this is a direction I want to go in or anything along those lines. But we did operate from the standpoint of universal cell phone coverage. And it does beg that question of going, well, okay, don't let the good be the enemy of the great, or vice versa, whatever the hell it is.
We know what you mean.
Yeah, whatever it is. But the question there is if we just put in one 100-foot tower, let's say here at the city center, that obviously would improve coverage. It wouldn't improve coverage for the entire village. My question is, if we did just that, would the carriers participate?
I was,
You know,
go ahead.
well, I don't know if Andrew or Jim, I don't know if you have any real information on that, because, you know, I think an important, and I hear you, because you're thinking through the criteria. I think from the beginning, we were operating under that we needed to make sure there was coverage across the entire city. And so, Andrew, Jim, because the question there is if we didn't have that parameter, first, I guess mainly, would that still be interesting to the carriers or not? Jim, I know we didn't specifically look at that, so do you have any feel for that or not really? Because it wasn't one of our criteria.
Yeah, I think Andrew could probably answer that better than I could, but I know that, there's a critical mass of what the carrier is going to be looking for in terms of number of people, number of, basically cell phones. But I can only imagine the dissent that might exist if there was only a small portion of the population of Cherry Hills Village that had that benefit. Andrew, I don't know if you want to pick up on that.
Well, the answer, having worked for AT&T and Verizon for many years, that the answer is yes. The carriers will take,
Whatever they can
throw
get.
to the bone, they'll take what they can get because they have nothing in Cherry Hills Village right now. So that one central city tower, even I had plotted it at higher at 190, 200 feet, which addressed all the issues, but it became much taller than I think Cherry Hills was comfortable with. But a 100-footer would be accepted, of course, but the problem, if you don't take care of all the locations ahead of time, they're going to keep coming back with applications to the city saying, hey, we need to put one over here. And it's something that we wanted to head off and say, look, this is not optimal for this if you just had the one. But if you add these other two, nobody ever has to come back to the city again for a tower. So it was preemptive in the way that having been with a carrier for so many years, I understand the way they are doing these things, and they try to head off as much as they can at one point. So the answer is yes, they would go on that one, but they would also, if you've done the legwork to anticipate where the next ones would go a few years later or something, absolutely, they would go into a plan like that.
Yep, that makes sense to me, what you just said, but it also hits on something else that I think is interesting, but that we weren't assuming, because one of the things is we know at any point in time that a cell phone carrier can come in on their own and make application. And the city has very, very little ability to do anything at that point in time. That's not what we're talking about. We were talking about what can we do to improve our cell phone coverage, but you just said, well, hey, they're going to keep coming back at you. They haven't come back on us at all. So what are you saying about that? I mean, they know that this area isn't well served by service. They haven't been coming. They haven't been asking to do anything. We actually would like them to, at least on one aspect. So what do you mean by that?
We run into that, and the carriers simply gave up. Because Cherry Hills Village became known as you'll never get a cell tower. And so they gave up. For the long
Really?
time, when we came to them and said, hey, how'd you like to go in Cherry Hills Village? It's like a little kid with a candy bar.
Why did they give
Their eyes lit up
up?
like
We can't stop them.
And it's just that, is you can only bang against the door so hard until you just go home in defeat. So this opens up a huge thing for them to finish that network in that area, because it's something that's been on
So-
their minds for many, many years.
If I could clarify.
Yeah.
Right now, the city's wide open for small cell towers. There's nothing we can do if carrier comes in and says, we're going to put 10 of these up and they meet all the parameters, the spacing distances, less than the 45 feet. They can do that right now.
In any public right
In
of way.
any public right of way,
right.
not in our parks, but in the right of way. And those are the towers that are too small to get any coverage. But these larger towers, outside of the right-of-way, is what they're really looking for. And other cities that have commercial areas, it's a lot easier to site them, to get them in, and that's why they've given up, because they can't find any places, private or public, that can take a 100-foot cell tower. First of all, we only allow 70. And so they've looked and looked, and they put them on the churches where they can, and at Kent Denver, and that's only a 45-foot tower because that's the maximum that a small cell can be. And that one, even though it's on private, still has to meet all those other parameters.
Good, thank you.
I have another question.
Yeah.
Mayor. So are there other technologies that are coming along that would change your view of the options, say, a year or 2 years from now? I've heard about, I'm not an expert at all in this area, but an intermediate technology, 5C or something like that, that is being looked at. Are there other technologies that would change your view?
Yeah, I keep my eyes on everything that's out there, up through 6G and all the new multi-beam radios and all these other types of devices, and it always comes down to this: what's going to block it? And it's the trees. If you removed all the trees from the entire village, then you could do it. Then you have no problems. There's nothing blocking it. But that's just you have such a beautiful tree line and such beautiful canopy cover. That's the only thing that really makes it impossible to do. And there's no radio frequency is governed by the laws of physics. So unless they found some other way through quantum computing or something, this to be developed 50 years from now maybe. But I'm on top of all the latest technology up through 6G even, and this is as state of the art as it gets right now.
Including satellite as well?
Yes, absolutely. Because satellite, it uses the same type of radios and things, but it's also in low Earth orbit around the planet, so it has to get through all that free airspace. And then the capacity of a satellite, you can only load so many radios on it. Once you try to cover an area the size of Cherry Hills Village, it would overwhelm. One or even two satellites, even the SpaceX ones. They can't handle that much concentrated coverage. That's why they're designed for the most remote areas to bridge the gap between major cities. You couldn't use it in a major city because it would be overwhelmed.
And just as a quick follow-up question, all of these technologies work with radio frequencies, right? Even the satellites, it's all RF.
It's all the same radio frequencies, the licensed spectrum, which is the most important thing, because having your own licensed spectrum prevents others from interfering with you. So setting up a little transmitter on a street corner and interfering with you, they can't do that by federal law. So that's the advantage of having licensed frequency. Even the satellites are actually borrowing licensed frequency from the licensed carriers. And Verizon, T-Mobile's teamed with SpaceX, Verizon's teamed with AST. This Project Kuiper that's coming from Amazon, that's teamed with all the major carriers, and they lend them spectrum to use from direct to satellite. But it's I've done so much testing with that and found that it works great on an Indian reservation in Oklahoma or on a mountaintop. But once you get into any populated area, that radius that it projects onto the Earth at a lower orbit, it gets easily overwhelmed with heavy population.
Thank you. Councilor Fisher, did you have a question?
I did. Actually, more of a concluding comment, since we're at our time about, I found this new information to be really, really interesting because this final study. But I agree that maybe it is time for us to look at a future agenda item to discuss the criteria, to see where we can tweak it.
Well, I appreciate that feedback, because that was going to be my kind of next question to council is, hopefully you feel like you're up to speed on what
Super
has
helpful.
transpired, and then, where everybody wants to go from here. So thank you very much to our consultants for taking the time and being here to present. For anyone who is in the room, know that the full study that includes not only the RF maps and this comparison chart, but also the RF maps of the existing baseline conditions, that entire report is available as part, on the website as part of the council packet. So please feel free to peruse that at your leisure.
Mayor, could I take?
Oh, yeah.
What,
Yep.
1 minute?
Yeah.
Since we have 1 minute left, I'd just like to build a bit on what Earl said, in line with what you're saying and Karen suggested. It seems like there may be other opportunities that's sort of a mosaic, whether it's a 100-foot tower here, if that's acceptable, maybe outside of the village, maybe some small cell. So a combination that maybe gets us farther along, but doesn't put 100-foot towers in parks, which seems to be what, the big opposition is about. So that takes RF engineers and people smarter than me at least, but, is there a combination to build on what you suggested that might get us at least much of the way there without some of the detriment that I think some have identified?
Well, and that is, in fact, the conversation for council. Even 100-foot tower, who's the lucky winner of that? I mean, and how do you decide, right? So that will be the nature of our conversation. So we will, thank you again. We will recess our study session at 6:30 PM. We'll take a quick break to allow our staff to prepare for the council meeting.
And
It is 6:35 PM, and I will call the city council meeting to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Heller?
Here.
Counselor Eber is absent. Counselor Holen?
Here.
Counselor McGuire?
Here.
Counselor Robinson?
Here.
Counselor Fisher?
Here.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First up, I'm delighted to welcome our representatives from the Highline Canal Conservancy to present to us about the transition of ownership to Arapahoe County. So welcome. I know, Harriet, you know the drill, so.
So I'm Harriet Lemaire with the Highline Canal Conservancy, and it's my pleasure to introduce to you Jenny Pigeonneau, right?
Pingenot, don't you
Pingenot,
know?
I
It's
should
a-
have
it's
it
a
right
hard
by
one.
now.
It's a hard name.
Jenny is the Director of Open Space for Arapahoe County, and so we're presenting together because, as you know, Arapahoe County is now the proud owners of over 48 miles of the Highline Canal because of the generosity of Denver Water. And we're in a deep relationship in the transition, which you'll hear quite a bit about. And I know that you have a lot of other people that are not here to talk about the Highline Canal, so we'll try to go quite fast, and we can always come back.
But everyone loves the Highline
I
Canal,
know,
so.
but, there's other things that drew people out tonight, unfortunately. But so nice to see so many of you, old friends, and new people on the council as well. Congratulations to all of you. And the wonderful staff, Emily and Jay and Chris, that we get to work with regularly and have for a long time. Really great staff that you have working on the project. So we're going to tell you just a little bit about the history of the project. For those of you that aren't as familiar, we'll have another chance too. And I know you're doing your assignments tonight. And so we'll be interested to hear, but I think I've heard a little.
We did do some of them at the last
what I
meeting,
thought.
and Counselor Fisher
No, I
will
didn't want to jump the
be your
gun, but we'll
liaison.
look forward to briefing you in particular, too. Yeah, both of us will, yeah. So do I just press this little arrow here? This one, maybe?
We'll find it. Well, that's a really clunky way of doing it. Thank you, Emily.
We were trying to use that, sorry.
There we go.
Okay.
A little bit harder.
So it was over 10 years ago that we started the planning for the Highline Canal in a deep partnership with the governmental entities and with the community. And the community of Cherry Hills was deeply involved. Many, many people came to meetings. We were formed as a nonprofit in 2014. And this effort for the Highline Canal early on produced two seminal studies. One was a vision plan that really was the first time the public was ever asked about what they wanted and hoped for the future of the Highline Canal. And that was really because Denver Water, the landowners, allowed that conversation to come forward, which was a wonderful step in the right direction to preserve and protect our treasured resource. And the public had many things to say about the future of the Highline Canal, but this community and many of the communities in the southern sections really said one thing: don't screw it up. Yeah, we love it, keep it natural, maybe some safer crossings, some benches and so forth, and you'll hear more about that. Other areas and other communities along the canal had other thoughts, that maybe for a little more improvement, some activation, maybe some play areas along the canal and so forth. And so that vision plan then produced a what we call framework plan. That's the basis of the improvements that are going on and of our work together and the work with all of you. One of the things that we did right after the completion of those two plans was try to figure out a way to bring these varied communities together and have a seat at the table for each of the local governments along the Highline Canal. And that is a collaborative called the Canal Collaborative. And that's what Council Member Fisher will be serving on. And others of you have helped and served on that. And so Jenny works really deeply with us and within that. Recently, the Highline Canal Conservancy had the excitement of completing a $33 million capital campaign for the Highline Canal. And I want to say that the community in Cherry Hills Village gave so generously to this effort, but so did other people from downtown Denver, from Aurora, from Douglas County, and so forth. And one of the reasons they gave so generously is that this is a public-private partnership to lift up the Highline Canal. Denver Water gave generously, and then each of the governments, and Arapahoe County being really at the top, the forefront of supporting this. Each of the projects that are in the capital campaign are shared. Funding for those from local governments and from the private donors. So really exciting to have completed that. This campaign will improve anything from pedestrian bridges to benches, safety improvements, as I mentioned, tree planting and watering, nature play signage, landscape restoration, and then a big chunk of it goes into the Stewardship Fund, which is a fund to continually lift up and incentivize additional care. And we'll talk about that more later. So now I think you're on, Jenny.
That's great. Thank you, Harriet. It's really lovely being with all of you this evening. I am about to hit my 1-year mark with Arapahoe County. I joined them last February, and it has been a steep learning curve. Just real quickly, so you can have a connection point with me, I suspect you're all very involved with the Colorado Municipal League. I worked for 20 years in governmental affairs for Colorado Counties Incorporated, CCI. So that is the county commissioner equivalent of CML. So I have great appreciation and respect for the really tricky topics that you all have to wrestle with. So kudos to you. So back to Arapahoe County and the open spaces investments that the county has given for many years. You know, when we kind of took the baton to be in the owner and operations role for the canal, we had a long legacy of making capital investments and working with all of you to improve your portions of the canal. That's where we feel like we really shine as a county, is by working with you all to help you, you know, stand up the very assets and improvements to the canal that your community wants. So over the years, we've invested $10 million since 2011, and we have another $11 million more committed through 2028. And I should give a shout out to all the folks behind me, because we can't do this work without our sales and use tax. So when you buy in Arapahoe County, you are supporting the places you love. In this transition, though, we are, you know, adding some additional services to the portfolio of things that the county does, which is in that role of operations. And we also have a service agreement with the Highline Canal Conservancy. They provide a lot of support to us. They're the ones who take the calls from the public. We see a lot of value in that, and we are financially supporting them in doing that, and a bunch of other services that we feel that they're a better entity to be that connection point, and we're thrilled that they're willing to do so. So that's another way in which we're financially supporting the canal. Right now, we are in what we consider our transfer of ownership. It's going to last a couple of years, taking us to January 1st of 2027. So in June of this year, Arapahoe County took ownership of 45 miles of the canal. That's essentially county line up through Adams County and the Denver area. We also agreed to and worked closely with the Conservancy on a conservation easement that is going to be held by the Conservancy. This was a longstanding goal of the Conservancy. We saw the value in it too. So a lot of due diligence was done to make sure that document was the way we all wanted it to be, that would reflect the will of the public. And Like I said, we're currently in a transition period. So what that means is, quite frankly, Denver Water is holding our hands in Arapahoe County because they had the canal for 100 years. And as I like to remind people, we're like on month 7. So we have a lot to learn, and we do wish to learn from someone who's had 100 years of experience so that we can, be smooth in this transition and not repeat things that, they may have tripped upon in the past. So they're being very generous with their time and expertise in helping us. During this transition period, again, Denver Water is actually still doing the maintenance on the canal. They will be in that role, so they're the ones who are clearing the debris, treating the weeds, that kind of thing for the next calendar year. So that takes us to the end of 2025. Meanwhile, we at the county are working closely with Denver Water and the Conservancy to set up project approvals because in the past, when you wanted a license and you needed to go and trim the trees, you just go to Denver Water for that. Now you're going to have to come to Arapahoe County. We have to clear it with Denver Water, and we have to clear it with the Conservancy because they are looking at it from a lens of a conservation easement. So you got this is not everyone's favorite phrase, but I like to use it anyway because it's relatable. We went from a situation where we had one cook in the kitchen to a situation where we have 3 cooks in the kitchen. And we do think that over time, once we smooth out the logistics, it is going to be better for the canal in the long run. So upfront maintenance, Harriet touched on this, but there is so much money being invested right now in the canal to really get on top of some of the deferred maintenance, if you'd like to call it that, on the canal throughout the 45 miles. And we have 2 plans that are underway that is really going to be the North Star on how we manage the canal. One is this natural resource management plan, and then the second is what we refer to as the STAMP. It's a stormwater management. So we need to be mindful about the capacity of the canal for stormwater. Obviously, stormwater can be very helpful from a natural resource standpoint, and to be that water source for the trees and the vegetation that we all love. But we just need to be really thoughtful and mindful about how we allow for additional stormwater to go into the canal. So what we have been really working on with all of our fellow local governments, you all are included, but you're much further along than many, is to have what we're referring to as a full corridor maintenance agreement in place that basically has the closest local government to the canal being responsible for both the trail side and the canal portion, and to help address the needs of it. Like I said, you all are pretty much already there. This message is more along for some of our other partners that are coming up to speed with this. And this is just a map of your segment of the canal that goes through Cherry Hills Village, and you can see that the dotted lines are kind of a transition in progress, and the thicker lines are what you're already kind of in the role, in the driver's seat, taking care of for the public, which is that trail portion. And we know that there's an interest and intent to visit with you all in the near future, next year or two, about the canal aspect of the High Line. So, Harriet, I think I may have gone over.
No, you're
but
fine.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this fund that was raised through private donations, it was 10 million in private donations and then 10 million from Denver Water. Denver Water chose to give 5 million in cash and 5 million in land. That is 2 properties that the Conservancy is working to figure out the future of. And so this fund is going to be a really important piece of each of the local governments' planning for their care of the canal. It was designed to establish sort of a fund that will always take care of the basic needs of the Highline Canal, sort of a substitute for Denver Water. And when Jenny says that there's 3 cooks in the kitchen, they're going to be out. And so this fund will be there to sort of support some of that. And it all depends on how much that money amount all depends on the level of care that the local governments want. Because the basic care, like Denver Water had, would be able to be covered by this amount. It might be somewhere between $4,000, $5,000 a year, but it's not going to, per mile, but it's not going to be given out just to everyone just to put into your bucket. It's going to be used for specific things that are needed to lift up the care of the canal. And so we'll all be talking about that. We'll be talking with Chris and you all about how it would be best to think about giving that money back to the local governments to help with the care of the canal. Right now, we're in a $3.5 million investment that we took out of the fund. It's a quasi-endowment. We took it out to lift up the maintenance of the Highline Canal right now, sort of the deferred maintenance, as Jenny called it. And so that's what's going on. Our board will be the final determiners of the expenditures from that fund. So I can hop on to the next one. You're seeing a lot, I want to jump ahead because I know we don't have too much time. You're seeing a lot of maintenance out on the Highline Canal right now. That is some of this $3.5 million, and that work's been done quite recently. To the people listening in the audience to know that this care for the Highline Canal is really important. It's not chosen, the trees aren't chosen just randomly. There's been deep study of the quality of each of the trees and which of them are dangerous. Cottonwoods trees die from the inside out. You don't know when they're dying, but the arborists do. And so they've all been rated and are on a list as to when they need to be removed, along with some of the ash. There's ash inoculations going on, removal of Russian olives, and they'll also be clearing and debris removal, chipping and removal of the debris that we're all seeing piled up along the canal right now. I don't know how many people have been out recently, but it's a bit of a mess. And so that's all really good work. And the wonderful thing is that they're also planning long-term for new trees. But that's not happening immediately. The village was one of the first to do some of the early tree planting. I think I was on the council when we did it. It was a long time ago. In Cherry Hills Village, you see here some of the stats that our staff pulled up. 47 high hazard trees with 45 removals. 1 remained as a habitat and 1 was just pruned. And habitat trees are when you see sort of the snags still out there, that's purposeful because the critters, and particularly birds, depend on those trees. And so some of them are left. So that was 5 miles of channel have been cleared of debris already. There were 56 unhealthy ash trees that had to be removed. Not all ash are in that condition, but these were. And then there were 4 healthy ash that were just inoculated. And then in 2025, the maintenance that's planned with this $3.5 million spend in this community is 47 high hazard trees, with 44 removals planned, 1 habitat, and 2 prunes. I don't know if some of that's already happened over the last couple weeks. Removal of debris along the rest of the channel, and inoculation of 42 healthy ash trees, and removal of 72 invasive Russian olives.
Harriet?
Yeah.
So is this something that the city is paying for, or
No.
that the canal?
This is what the Canal Conservancy, in partnership with Denver Water, is paying for, and it was our way to use some of the private funds and for Denver Water to really help give Arapahoe County something that has a better roof. You know, a little, because that's where so much the cost for the Highline Canal comes. Now, trees keep dying, they keep falling, more debris. It's an ongoing, like our yards, really, especially after a storm. But I just really wanted to bring forward.
Question, sorry, I'm
Yeah.
new. So Jay, is your team actually doing this work?
No.
No.
No, this work is all being contracted through the Conservancy.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you're using a
Arapahoe County.
Yeah,
private third party.
our money is going to Denver Water, some of it back to Denver Water and some of the private funds. The contractors are primarily managed through Denver Water, but because of the private funds, our teams are going out to make sure the work's being done properly and monitoring it all. So it's a pretty extensive effort along all miles, well, all except for Douglas County, of the Highline Canal. So I have about 5 minutes left. Want me to keep going, or do you want to ask some more questions? Okay. Yeah. So Jenny talked about the two major plans. One of the wonderful things that I want to say about the Natural Resource Management Plan is it'll provide great guidance for the city and hopefully allow for the possibility of pooling funds for a combined service contract for more miles of the canal than just our own community here. And Jay's been involved with this for a long time. And you all have also been involved, you too, with the stormwater transition. And I think the stamp is going to build upon the excellent work that you guys took the lead with in this community on stormwater, because you know how important that water is for our canal. And the last thing, just quickly, since I have a couple minutes left, is the conservation easement is an amazing thing to have on our Highline Canal. And it wouldn't have happened without Denver Water, but it wouldn't have happened without the new landowner being really open to this. No matter how much we, as people who use the canal, wanted to see it permanently protected for future generations, and to know that all of the miles that went to Arapahoe County are now protected in perpetuity, and that there is this oversight watching for the conservation values. And I just want to mention the 4 main conservation values that are in it. You can see in front of you. It's being protected as a linear open space and park with a public recreational trail and canal for public access forever. And for stormwater uses, very unique, that the easement itself protects the use of the canal for stormwater. So someone wants to come in with a stormwater project, we can't say, well, that's so disruptive to the canal that it can't happen. We have to find a happy medium to let that happen. So that balance is built into the conservation easement. And then finally, for the environmental and ecosystem values that we love. So nothing in the easement would preclude a government from doing anything for the health and safety or of authorizing actions that are needed to protect public safety, okay? And or to comply with governmental regulations. And we're working together. We've had a couple of opportunities already to have to look at the easement when some projects have come forward. And so it's a learning curve for our organization. We're now also considered a land trust. And so we hold that easement, very unique role, and we're really proud. So more questions for us?
Are there any other questions?
Just one quick question, which actually is to you and to you guys, because I noticed on a slide way earlier, don't go back, talked about Cherry Hills Village taking care of the trail, which I know we have been taking care of, and it's our responsibility, but it said then the canal in transition. We take over that when that IGA between Arapahoe County and the city, but that hasn't happened yet, right? So Cherry Hills isn't doing anything with regard to the canal. Okay.
Well, I mean, you're doing everything you always have.
Right.
And the staff, and Chris can speak to this, have done a wonderful job of preparing for the time.
No, we've done studies in engineering and things of that nature, but the actual work of taking care of the canal won't take place until that IGA is signed.
Especially as it relates to any private property using the canal for stormwater facilities.
Right, yeah, and
that hasn't happened yet. We have to go through an agreement process. Every jurisdiction is actually going to need to go through that process. You will have some tough conversations that you'll need to have about what your tolerances are.
Right.
But we are not there yet, no.
That's good. Thank you.
The goal is that Arapahoe County can provide the services that Jenny was talking about and grant monies and so forth, but the basic care of the entire corridor, not just the trail, will go to the local governments is the goal.
So along that line, I actually just have a question. I think we're in a somewhat unique position. I'm not positive that we actually own a section of the canal.
You're very unique.
And I'm wondering how that plays into the conservation easement and
It was excluded.
all of that. Okay.
it didn't need another easement on it, did it?
Like, we can chat about
That is for
conservation
certain.
easements, but yeah.
Mayor,
I
that's.
mean, I think it's wonderful, but it
Can you
just
tell
raised
us
that thought in
more
my mind.
about that?
We could talk about that.
Quincy Farm.
It's Quincy Farm, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. For people who don't know, this Quincy Farm is bisected by the Highline Canal, and the property owner actually owned that section of the canal, which is,
And gave an easement to Denver
Yep.
Water, whereas Denver Water owns the majority of the canal through fee title, I
Right.
guess you call it, yeah. And
So-
so really unique, but when we looked at this, we weren't really worried because your conservation easement over the
Yeah.
property does the same.
okay.
Mayor, just real
Yes.
quick before we leave, I also want to extend thanks to Arapahoe County for this transition. Tonight's presentation is fundamentally an update to City Council about this transition from Denver Water to Arapahoe County. And I know this was not taken lightly or a quick decision on Arapahoe County's part, but it really does help achieve the goal of keeping the canal the treasure that it has been in perpetuity. But it should also go, we should also give thanks to the Conservancy and Harriet specifically as well. The way that organization has kept their eye on the prize and not gotten distracted through an unbelievably complicated, so many twists and turns, I would be exhausted, and yet they have maintained strict diligence on understanding what the goal was. And for that, all of our residents should be thankful. So thank you to Harriet especially for a tireless work on keeping the canal a treasure for all of us. Thank you.
Absolutely. And then just before you leave, I also wanted to just extend thanks to Arapahoe County and Open Spaces. The city received a lot of grants, $300,000, maybe more,
Just about $300,000 in last year's 2 grant cycles.
last year's grants from Arapahoe County Open Spaces to support things, several projects around the village, and it's so impactful and meaningful in a city this size. So thank you for doing that.
I just have to say, to have the canal in the hands, most of the canal in the hands of an entity like Arapahoe County that has such a wonderful open space program that now will never be sunset, to work with, through grants and so forth is so powerful. Yeah.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to audience participation, and I'm just going to repeat, there's 2 different sign-ups back there. If you are here because you want to address the council in relation to the public hearing on the Glenmore application, that's one sign-up. If you are here to speak about anything else, that's a second sign-up, and this is your opportunity to sign up. When you come forward, again, it's not a dialogue. Unfortunately, it's your opportunity to speak to the council. And so I apologize if that's frustrating, but it's based on open meetings laws, and we're required to publish our agenda. And if we go off on a conversation that is of interest to other residents and they didn't know it was taking place, then that really sort of violates the spirit of that. So when your name is called, you'll be called in the order that you signed up. Please come to the front, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes to address the council with whatever comments you'd like to make. We ask that we keep it respectful. There's no applause, booing, anything of that nature. And if it's, just be considerate of all the other speakers. And so first up, we have Ari Balanoff.
All right, we got bonus time this time. We got 5 minutes. All right. So I'm Ari Balanoff. I live at 1945 East Shenango Court. Thank you, number one, thank you guys for everybody here who protects our Cherry Hills Village. I've lived here basically my entire life, at least on and off. And your tireless work has made this place look very similar to when I was born. And I appreciate that. Thank you also for letting us share our opinions about things. You guys heard me talk 6 months ago. I think actually the new board members, most of them were here too. I am a radiation oncologist, so I treat cancer with radiation, so I'm intimately involved with how radiation affects human cells and the effects on humans, both good and bad. And I use high energy radiation, so ionizing radiation. That's sort of the classic radiation people are used to, the radiation that we try to avoid because we know that it causes cancer. And I've sent the City Council multiple articles talking about the association of maybe radio frequency radiation with adverse human effects. And so specifically the radio frequency radiation that is associated with cell phone towers. And I sent you a bunch of articles before. I just added one last night, way too late. I don't know if you've read it, but it's a new article from Germany that has actually looked at physical evidence of damage to chromosomes with people who live near these large cell phone towers. So defined as cell phone towers that are 100 feet or higher. And basically that study has shown direct evidence that there is at least an association between chromosomal aberrations and living near these cell phone towers. So bottom line is there's more and more of these studies coming out, and these are these inconvenient truths that we sort of have to deal with. And the data, just to remind you, isn't only associations with cancer, but also with other things like learning disabilities in kids. And so I just want to remind people that it took a few decades for us to realize that ionizing radiation, tobacco, asbestos, things that are very, very convenient and good technologies or things that are attractive actually cause cancer. And there wasn't much motivation to show that to our communities, and there was resistance. So just to remind people about that. The reason why I really oppose the 100-foot towers is that map looks wonderful. It looks really good. You know, you have basically full coverage all the way to the borders of our community. What it doesn't show is what is happening outside of our community, because those cell phone towers don't stop at the borders of our community. They extend out, and so that attracts this radio frequency radiation to our community. So we're basically increasing the amount of exposure that our community gets. And so, although I hope this doesn't go too much farther, if it does, I really would request that we have some sort of study looking at how much more radiation we're actually bringing into our community. Just a little reminder, the World Health Organization, the International Agency for Research on Cancer, both have come out with statements saying that that radiation associated with cell towers is considered possibly carcinogenic. So again, you know, people aren't ruling this out. We don't have much data on it. I guess I just want to leave you guys with one thought. My job as a radiation oncologist, when you come in, I hope none of you come into my office, is to treat your cancer with radiation and to get rid of that cancer. My job, just as importantly, is to protect people from the effects of radiation, which we didn't know 100 years ago, and we do now. And so the way that I look at your guys' job is sort of similar. You guys have a problem, so it's not cancer, luckily, but you have a problem with cell phone coverage. The solutions are multiple, but we also have to look at the side effects. And so we do have to look at the fact that it increases the amount of radiation exposure that we have to our community. And so what I look at is basically your other part of your job, not only to solve this problem, but also to protect our community from the potential adverse effects of whatever technologies we're looking at. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Katarina Fagelson. And I apologize in advance if I mispronounce people's names. So just a reminder, come up and state your name and address for the record.
Katerina Fickelson, 2275 East Grand Avenue. This is my first time here. Yes, thank you so much. And he was so well-spoken, so thank you also to the members of our community, some whom I know and some whom I don't. Just would quickly want to say I've lived here in this house at that address since 2003. And while I am aware that there are a few little areas where coverage is lacking, whether it's when I'm walking on our beautiful Highline Canal or through my own enclave, in Cherry Hills Farm West, I don't find it to be any significant concern at this point in time. And I would very much like to put this kind of problem off for several years. I don't think that we need the tower now. Perhaps we will in a few years. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Next is Becca Damiano. And after Becca is Josh Baer, so you can be prepared.
Hi, everyone. My name is Becca Damiano. I'm at 15 Cherryvale Drive. Many of you heard not only myself speak last July, but also my husband, Drew, and our 20-year-old daughter, Sutton Damiano, got up and spoke. I'm speaking up again this evening to once again vocalize my adamant opposition on the cell phone tower proposition. Under the current proposition, the cell phone tower will be a mere 5 feet from my back fence. 5 feet. My husband Drew and I are both Colorado natives and initially fell in love with Cherry Hills Village long before we moved here. My sister lived in Cherry Hills Farm West, so when our girls were little, we spent every Halloween for 8 years trick-or-treating in our neighborhood prior to buying our home. From the time we remember, we always knew we wanted to raise our children in Cherry Hills Village. When we found our house, we truly thought we had won the lottery. It needed so much work, but the lot was an absolute dream. It didn't matter to us about the condition of the home or anything because we knew no matter what, this was our forever home. We thought long and hard about tearing it down and completely rebuilding, but one of our favorite things about Cherry Hills Village, along with the respect and love for preserving open space, is the character of each of the homes in the community. Our old 1960s farmhouse had such a history, and we felt we needed to preserve and honor that. So that is what we tried to do. Over the course of the first 7 years we lived in it, there's nothing we didn't touch in our home. But our biggest project came in 2017 when we added on and completely changed the entire feel of our home. Why? Because we wanted to embrace the open space behind us of Woody Hollow Park. That is our backyard. Everything we did in that remodel and that addition was not only to bring the outside in, but to embrace the beauty that lies behind us. It has been perfect. Watching my girls grow up, playing in the creek, catching crawdads, learning how to ride a horse in the horse arena, playing tag and hide and seek and night games, and pretend and picnics in the gazebo. It was everything we dreamed of from my girls' childhood. The pride we felt not only in our home, but to also tell people where in Cherry Hills Village we live was something we were always extremely proud to share. Professionally, I've sold real estate now for 15 years, and if I'm being honest, I'll tell you that cell phone towers and telephone poles have always made me uneasy. The health risks, the buzzing noises, everything about them makes me nervous. But if my buyers choose to look at a home, near any one of those things, it's my responsibility to show them, and they do their due diligence in deciding whether or not that's something they would choose to live near. You guys are kind of in that same boat, honestly, and thank you for your service, by the way, I appreciate it. But by putting these 100-foot towers 5 feet from my back fence, you're taking away that choice that I made to buy a home near open space and not have a tower the size of a 9-foot building in my backyard. It's my choice. That should be my choice. Luckily, we have a group of neighbors who has so proactively worked tirelessly since we learned of this proposal 8 months or so ago. We are not just a loud minority, as we have been called. We are a group of proactive, very concerned and educated neighbors who believe strongly that this decision isn't near as black and white as it's being presented. We continue to also meet with professionals in the industry who struggle understanding what's being presented and why are we choosing this route. Sorry. I got a little flustered after the study session, so everything changed. Please know I don't stand before you tonight saying I don't want this in my backyard. I mean, I don't, but I don't want this to be in anyone's backyard. None of us do. None of us do. I really appreciated Councilman Robinson's question about does this go along the lines with Cherry Hills Village? And I think our support as a community of Quincy Farm and hearing this presentation about the Highline Canal, all of that echoes what I truly believe is Cherry Hills Village. Having 3 100 cell phone towers, in our open space, we have 55 acres, 53 acres of open space, and you're going to take that and put these obnoxious towers in. I just think as a group, there can be something way more cohesive, and that's all we as a community are asking for is, can we come up with something more cohesive? Can we work together to really solve what seems to, if people are really concerned about it? I just think that we can approach it in a very different manner. And so thank you for the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate your time and your service. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Josh Bear, and then after Josh Bear is Laura Chrisman.
Hi, everyone. I'm Josh Bear, 19 Huntwick Lane. Thank you, guys. Truly, I echo what everybody else has said. Tonight, you guys have heard my voice. I'd like to bring one of our esteemed residents here in Cherry Hills, who's an executive at one of the major telecom companies. He had reluctance to speak in front of this group in an open forum, given his job and the confidentiality that it requires. He gave me a list of bullet points I'd like to share with you guys tonight, and he also said he was very open on a confidential basis to meet with every one of you, because a lot of his salient points that he brought to the table are quite contrarian to those of HR Green. And I think we've got an issue of timing. So basically, I'd like to start with number one. HR Green tonight said that there's no way around this 100-foot tower. And the basic fact is mid-spectrum C-band technology, which is being purchased as we speak by all the major carriers, has the ability to go through trees. So the smug comment that we heard this evening that we need to cut down all of our trees, it has the ability to go through trees, through buildings, and in a rural setting, it travels up to 6 miles. It's being purchased right now by all the telecom companies. It's being rolled out by Verizon, T-Mobile, and the simple truth is there was a major purchase last year from Sprint. This was all tied up by the FCC until very recently. So this is a new technology, and I really think we've got an issue surrounding the timing of both the report from HR Green and all the new technology that's rolling out. And that brings me to my second point, which is the partnership between T-Mobile and SpaceX. Like many of you, perhaps, I've used satellite phones in Alaska, in remote islands fishing. You have to stand outside and stare at the sky. It doesn't work. It turns out Elon Musk has done some amazing things. He brought internet and connectivity to Ukraine through SpaceX. T-Mobile already has hundreds of satellites with SpaceX that they've partnered. HR Green did not recommend that, but keep in mind, this was not approved until November of 2024. Well after we've already had all these discussions, well after I was told, Katie, by you, that there are no other solutions. And I wonder how on earth, according to this individual who wrote all this out, because this is what he does on a day-by-day basis, he is an expert, why could we conclusively say there are no other alternatives when it wasn't even approved by the FCC until the very end of last year? As we continue, his main recommendation was to bring this to bid. So the criteria, and HR Green said it 3 times tonight, if the criteria was different, we would come to a different outcome. They said it 3 times. We probably all heard it. The reality is we have this socialist approach. We have to have equal coverage for 4 carriers. Why? This individual said very clearly, put it to bid. Make this a business development deal. Figure out who's going to solve this in the best way possible, the least impact to our open spaces, little or no cost, smaller cell carriers, smaller cell towers. Let's put it to bid. And then let's pick the winner. That'll be the lightest lift for everyone, And then guess what? If one carrier is selected because of that bidding process that's fair and equal, well, guess what? All the others are going to come with it because Cherry Hills is one of the highest net worth cities in the nation, and everyone wants access. Number 4, and as we kind of round this out, Councilman Heller, you said this very well. You said, what bar are we trying to reach? Why do we need all the spectrums? C-band technology is perfect for cellular calls, safety calls. We can't pull on the heartstring that this isn't safe if we have the technology at our fingertips. We have Comcast at home. What are we trying to solve for? So again, I think we all can do better. I think there's a public-private service partnership that's available for us, and I would encourage everybody to throw out these proposals. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's have the citizens community we've all talked about. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Laura Chrisman, and then Jeremy Records, I believe.
Is that better? Laura Chrisman, 18 Cherry Lane. I'm going to speak fairly quickly, 5 minutes. Hold the microphone a little closer, yes. Thank you. Okay. Have to put my glasses on. There's a couple things I want to address. They are legal. These are lawsuits, decisions, legal decisions. One, let me see if I can get. Sorry. So I'm taking them out of order, and I apologize. There's a case is EHT versus the FCC. This case was brought by the EHT when the FCC made a decision to not update safety guidelines beyond those from 1996 pertaining to wireless communications. In it, they challenged the FCC's 2019 decision not to change these safety guidelines. And the court held, and this is the U.S. District Court of Appeals of Washington, D.C., the court held that the FCC failed to respond to record evidence that exposure to RF radiation at levels below the FCC's current levels may cause negative health effects unrelated to cancer. So where I'm not talking about what Ari spoke about earlier. The court held that the FCC failed to address the impacts of long-term wireless exposures on children, wildlife and the environment, and lastly, impacts to the developing brain and reproduction. Maybe we don't need more people, so that's probably not an issue. The court then required the FCC to address these failures in making with respect to its 2019 decision. Everything I've done to research what the FCC has done that since then has come up with nothing, but we shouldn't be too surprised. How long did it take the FAA to address Boeing's safety issues? Okay, so that's something I'm bringing forward because that's a court decision. And the FCC did not appeal it, by the way. Okay, so the other decision arises in part, it's fairly recent, but I will express a little bit of dismay that our consultants did not address the extent of the impact of cell towers on the three parks, or the two parks, three parks really now, because we're talking Mead Park. And I was assured last summer that that would be addressed. So I'll talk about the court case again, another court case. This is League of Cities versus League of Cities et al., and there were many, many cities. Among them, Breckenridge. versus the FCC. As a little bit background, the existing FCC regs provide that a state or local government may not deny and shall approve any eligible facilities request for a modification of an existing wireless tower or base station, and we're not talking the small cell towers, that does not substantially change the physical dimensions of such tower or base station. This regulation only pertains to macro towers and their bases. An eligible facilities request includes any request for a modification of an existing wireless tower or base station that involves co-location of new transmission equipment. As an aside, no municipality is permitted to limit co-location on an existing tower. The issue in the League of Cities case was the 2020 FCC ruling clarifying, among other things, what constitutes a substantial change to both the height of the tower and the extent of the base stations. The court held essentially, and I'm condensing a 100-page case, that a tower is 20, you can't go more than 20% above the original tower, or so that's, or 20 feet, whichever's greater. So
I need you to wrap it up. I'm sorry, you're 5 minutes.
Okay. So there is no cumulative limitation on the base stations. None. 30 feet for every antenna, 30 feet by 30 feet for every single antenna. And there is no cumulative limitation, and there is no ability for the city to say no.
Thank you.
So in my opinion, it's a choice of a cell tower or your park.
Thank you. Jeremy Records, and then Chris Lewan.
Hi, Jeremy Records, 18 Cherrymore Drive. This will be quick. We definitely have a problem, but this can be better. That tower is not acceptable in this neighborhood. You have cell phone towers in the mountains. You have cell phone towers in other neighborhoods across the country. That's just not acceptable, and we can do better. That's all I have.
Thank you. Chris Lawand.
Hi, Chris Lawand, 2035 East Shenango Court. I didn't make the meeting last July, but I was here last August after I think all the crowds dispersed. Only a couple of points because most of these have already been made, so I won't go back on them too much. Completeness and viability, very important points with regard to everything we're discussing here. Completeness and a complete discussion in these important topics. I know the job is very difficult for the town employees, the council. You're trying to weigh a lot of different community interests. I was very disappointed at the start of this meeting, the way that it was teed up for HR Green. It was sort of a layup and a spike for HR Green and making a point regarding these 120-foot cell towers. It ignored so many of the seminal points which have been coming up regarding issues associated with these and stated a fact pattern that was predicated on a very limited set of instructions provided to HR Green regarding the goal of what needed to be answered and solved. Completeness is important in looking at the totality of the issues here. It's not just what's technically feasible, it's what are the best solutions for the community. Viability. The use of the word viability I find offensive here. I've seen it in Cherry Hills Crier over and over. I've heard it discussed over and over by HR Green, who's not here tonight, and I don't understand why. I'm a 30-year consultant. I have an important client. I'm at the meeting. Any important questions that we wanted to ask as a community were muted. We didn't have a chance to ask them any questions directly. From what I understood they just said, they're subcontracting important parts of this work. There's people on that call speaking that were not employees of HR Green from what they said, and I understood previously. To say that they don't have a financial incentive is misleading. If they continue this project, they continue to run up the fees on us. Their relationships are going to very often be with the cell companies. So, of course, they have a perverse incentive. The question that they're asked is going to be very black and white with regard to the answers. If it's simply technical feasibility, fine. What does that mean? Does that mean pervasive 5G access for the entire community? Why? Is it safety? And this came up earlier. Okay, safety in terms of what way? Being able to dial 911. There's many solutions to that don't require this drastic solution. The viability also has to consider Dr. Bolinoff's points, which are seminal here. What's it going to mean to the health of the people, especially those living near this? What does it mean to the destruction of the aesthetics of our community? What about the financial implications? The word free here is insulting. This is going to destroy property value for everybody close to these cell towers. You've heard a real estate professional describe it here. It's fact. And you destroy property value, taxes go down too, your tax income from the residents. This has to be a fulsome, complete discussion about the viability. Let's stop calling viability technical viability. Let's call viability the viability of a comprehensive, thoughtful solution. That's how we're going to get to something. There's so many key considerations here that maybe if you don't live by one of these, it's not as important to somebody. But this is something which, if it wasn't by my house, I'd feel the same way. If it's Mead Park, if it's wherever it is, I would feel the same way. Because you're selectively choosing a small number of this community to very adversely impact in the decisions that are made. If we put up these 120-foot towers, they're not 100 foot, they're 120 feet, as was just described. So let's stop calling them 100-foot towers. There's another 20 feet on top of that. It's going to be seen from a long way, serve a lot of other communities. Okay, completeness and viability. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that completes our audience participation. Reports from members of city boards and commissions. Are there any present? Seeing none. We'll move to the consent agenda.
And we'll remove consent agenda item 7A.
Okay.
And then I move approval of consent agenda item 7B.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And then back to the January 7th minutes.
Right. With regard to item 7A, there was a change made on page 9 to the minutes. It was on the dais. So unless anyone has any comments, I move approval of the revised, amended January 7, 2025 minutes.
Second.
It's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. Moving on to unfinished business, Cherry Hills Land Preserve 2025 Quincy Farm Annual Plan. Welcome to the Cherry Hills Land Preserve. Thank you for coming back yet again.
Good evening. Before we get started, I just have a quick correction to make. So attachment A that was attachment A to the plan that was included in your packets is the old version of the draft budget from the November meeting. So I apologize. That's not the final budget that was approved by City Council that appeared in the December packet. So the corrected version is printed on the dais for you, and we'll correct that in the final plan. So a bit of background, we develop this plan every year as a joint effort between city staff and the Cherry Hills Land Preserve. It was originally scheduled for the November meeting and continued to December. So we are presenting it now with updates since that December meeting.
Ellen Thompson, 2955 Cherry Ridge.
Laura Chrisman, 18 Cherry Lane Drive.
So just to add on to what Emily was saying, our role at the farm has been focusing on programming, on marketing and outreach, on fundraising, primarily for our operating budget. But this past year, we did some fundraising for the barn renovation, and then strategic collaboration with the city. And that includes things like creating this plan, a long-range plan, helping the city figure out what to focus on next at Quincy Farm. And throughout that, all of that, we get input from the community to add to our advice there.
So we have a quick one-slide overview of the contents of the plan before we get into the changes since the last meeting. So there are 3 capital projects planned or taking place already, and in one case in 2025. The first is the rehabilitation of the Big Barn, which we started last year and is continuing into this spring. The 2 others are replacing the footbridge across the Highline Canal and dredging and replanting the pond to improve the habitat there.
And then from the land preserve's perspective, we are very excited. Everything we're going to do this year is going to be to celebrate the newly renovated barn. We have some new, unique programs we'll talk about, and we're just thrilled. I've been over there every couple of weeks to see the progress. Some of the foundational work is a little scary to look at, but it's going to be awesome. So we're just thrilled with that. We're going to have a few donor appreciation events for not only our barn renovation donors, but also those big donors to CHLP over the last couple of years for what we do there in terms of programs. And then we have some very fun signature series in art, in gardening, and then speaker events. Finally, increased social media. We started Instagram this past year. I'll be expanding that. And then ambassadors. We got up to 17 ambassadors in 24 and in 2024, and my goal for this year is to increase it to around 25 or 30 because I'm convinced that the future of Quincy Farm, we really need to be focusing on families with young kids because they will take it, when all the rest of us are retired. So very excited about the new ambassadors and the future ones we're going to get this year.
So the changes that you'll see since the last meeting, we've updated the formatting, so you'll see that throughout the entire plan. And then we've added sections on creating a new vision and on reviewing the MOU. And there are also 2 new attachments from CHLP, which we'll go through in more detail. So per council's request at the December meeting, there are these 2 new sections on visioning and the MOU. Staff and CHLP will use all the past visioning work that's been done for the farm in order to create a new cohesive vision for presentation to City Council this year. We'll then also work together to evaluate the MOU and clarify the roles of both organizations and present an updated document or agreement to City Council for approval.
So what we're looking at here is a preliminary overview of the programs for 2025. We'll have about 20 to 24 again. Last year we had 1,300 visitors, a 60% increase from 2023. And I don't expect to have that kind of growth every single year. Our goal with these programs is to get our residents and friends in neighboring communities to come to quality events. I want to point out a couple of the ones that the bigger ones that I'm very excited about. Earth Day is April 27th. That's where we'll have all the barnyard animals. And the barn should be more or less completed by then. And then the next big thing is the grand reopening of the big barn. And that's where we hope all of council can come. Maybe we do some ribbon cutting then. We're still trying to figure all that out. But that's going to be we're not just going to have the farm animals. And it will really be to highlight the renovated barn. And we could have things like an art exhibit in one of the stalls. We'll have a couple of horses. We're going to have story time with these huge books and just a lot of different things that we haven't done before to really showcase the new barn, because we feel like once people see that beautiful space where we've retained the original historic character of those stalls in the back, but yet we have this beautiful big square space where we can do all these events, I think people will just be sold and they will be coming to more and more of our programs. I'm excited about the series that I have planned, and we already have, as of yesterday, this plan, when I wrote it, it changed the next hour after I submitted it. So
It's definitely in motion, but the gardening, for example, I'll just give you one. The first one's going to be how to create a cutting garden and have flowers that bloom throughout the summer. The second will be how to create an herb garden. The third could be, fall, or it is going to be fall container designs. And we have some really great ideas for the speaker series as well, now that we actually have a place with AV equipment where we can, it's just going to be so great. The first one will be with Highline Canal. So it's very exciting. And these are all being created in January and February. So Susan, you had asked for, a plan of this, and this is a rough plan, but I have a very detailed one that I share with Emily, and I'd be happy to share with anyone moving forward. So I was asked to show the budget, and as Mayor Brown said, this is a nice opportunity for us to show how much we spend on Quincy Farm and how much we actually have to raise to do all this spending. So I've broken it out in the three different buckets there. We're still working on our FYI, on our 2024 financials. We're still finishing those up. We'll have our 990 available hopefully by May 15th, which is the deadline of this year. And that's where we'll see some of the detail about what has happened in the past. But this is looking forward. So we I'm budgeting about $157,000. You can see examples of all the different things we spend on, programs and outreach and our donor management system and donor parties and the barn party. So that's how it breaks up. And then you can see the $27,500 is the remainder of what we've already given, the $122,500 this year, to come up to, adds up to the $150,000 that we pledged, and we have, we will be donating completely. So that's a total of $185,000 in our expenses estimated for next year. Questions on that?
Yes, Councilor Fisher.
Well, as you mentioned, Mayor Brown said, what a great opportunity to highlight exactly what we spend. How much more does the city spend?
Right there.
Attachment A on your dais.
Yes, so the corrected attachment A is on the screen right now. This year we budgeted $1.3 million for Quincy Farm through the city budget.
And does that include the grants, or the grants are down at the bottom here, so that's not included? Yes.
It's offset by the contributions at the bottom.
So the total amount
Total
is
expenditure is
1.3, and then you
1.3.
take the grants.
Yes,
Out
some
of
of
that.
those grants are 2024 and some of them are 2025.
Okay.
But also, doesn't that include, you included the entire amount for the barn, some of which has been spent last year.
We did not include the entire amount for the barn in 2025. The project total was.
No, I'm talking about on this thing, on this. It says 670,000, big barn construction.
Yeah, that's not the total for the barn. The original project amount was $760,000. Council approved a contingency up to $829,000.
Right.
We have not hit anywhere near that number yet with change orders. So the $670,000, this is a test, the $670,000 that's budgeted this year is not the total barn amount because we have already paid out some of that in 2024.
Question.
So we haven't paid out very much in 2024.
Yeah, that strikes me, good work, that you got a hell of a lot of work done and didn't pay any dough for it, because a lot more work's been done than that.
It was an estimate, since we didn't have, when we were putting the budget together, we didn't have December's pay app yet.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we likely
All right.
will not, we
Well, I was
aren't
gonna
going
say,
to
take
hit
the
that
credit
number
anyway. Nice job.
either.
Negotiating the contract.
I should just take the credit, but
Okay.
yes, we won't quite hit that number.
Emily, what does the $1,036,000 carried forward from '24, what does that mean? That's across from total budgeted towards the bottom.
That is money that was originally budgeted for projects in 2024 that was not spent on those projects in 2024. Particularly, the pond dredging was anticipated to take place in 2024. Due to the review process that you heard earlier with the Highline Canal Conservancy, Arapahoe County, and Denver Water. That's part of the reason for that project being a little bit delayed into 2025.
That makes sense, delays of projects.
Counselor Heller.
Yes, non-budget questions, so if there's others, I don't want to interrupt the flow.
I have one other budget question. We said that there's going to be a landscape plan for the east side. Is that going to be done internally, or are we hiring an external?
We're working on that in-house with our staff.
Okay.
Any other budget questions? Seeing none?
So first, thank you for what you do. I remember our tour, and it was very helpful, eye-opening on the value and what you do in Quincy Farms. Emily, you mentioned updating the visioning and the memorandum of understanding. I guess my question more for council is, we talked last time about getting our own strategy straight. How does that intersect with the visioning and the MOU?
I think that's a great...
Timing-wise and otherwise.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I think I mentioned at that meeting that we had already talked with the Land Preserve about adding that. So the way it traditionally works, and the way it has even worked with Quincy Farm in the past to some varying degrees of success, is that generally there's a committee or some sort of commission that does the groundwork for that type of work, that, you know, has all the meetings, and Quincy Farm has had several such. There's the Visioning Committee, they're referenced here. There was the Quincy Farm Committee. We never were able to come to one conclusion on a vision. So we don't have that. We've kind of moved away from that model since we haven't had success with it. And the groundwork in this case will be done by, according to this statement, is going to be done by the team, which, as defined in the MOU, is basically the Land Preserve and city staff, and depending upon our next discussion about council liaisons or something, perhaps a representative of council. They will do the work to come up with that vision, to then be presented to council for council's ultimate, I mean, it's ultimately council's decision, but generally council doesn't work as a working group.
Yeah, understood, and that makes perfect sense.
Well, and what I was going to add, it was actually a question that I had, or not a question, I got a few other questions, but I've also got some comments. In that visioning, since we're talking about that part, one of the comments I mentioned, and I think I passed on to you, is that as part of the Land Preserve and staff going over the Quincy Farm Visioning Committee, the Quincy Farm Committee, and the Cherry Hills Land Reserve strategic roadmap as input for developing that vision, I'd suggested that staff meet individually with each council member to get input. Because at the time, it will be, and that was the other thing, is then at the end where it says the vision will be presented to City Council in 2025, it's probably implied, but as I mentioned once before, I said, for approval by council, discussion and approval, which it will be, and then that will be for us, irrespective of what's presented, to be determined. So those are just some comments that I had for that, that particular section.
Great. Do you have, yeah, go ahead with other
I got some more.
questions.
Emily, and this is not necessarily to the plan, but this is an opportunity. COL was out for their annual visit. Have they submitted their report yet?
They have not.
Okay. The Hopkins House, you talk about carrying out a feasibility, no, where is it? Yeah, a use study or whatever. Cost to create. When do you intend to do that? Will that be done like mid-year, by the end of the year? I mean, what are we looking at in terms of making that assessment on the Hopkins House?
We didn't have a specific timeline. My preference would be to do it in the first half of the year so that we can have accurate budgeting looking ahead, going into the 2026 budget process.
Great.
Emily, you might just clarify the scope or the extent of that accessibility study?
Sure, that's really, so we already have historic structure assessments completed on all of the buildings. That gives us a cost estimate to restore the exteriors of those buildings. This is really a limited feasibility study looking at making that house, at least the first floor, more accessible, and the possibility of an accessible restroom as well.
Okay, good. Those are my questions.
Yes, Counselor McGuire.
A couple. I know we're going to look at this in December or November, and we're looking at it now. The MOU says that the annual plan will be presented in July. And I'm wondering whether we can get back to, I realize that's a short time between now and then, but it seems, of course, very late to be considering it even in November. And so I'm wondering if we can get back either to the July date or something that's more, not so on top of the new year. Can we get back to the July date for the annual plan?
So we wrote the MOU, and the very first year found that it was quite difficult to get something to council by that date.
Okay.
Because of some of the cadence of the feasibility studies that we need to do, getting pricing done, it effectively means all of that type of work needs to be done so early in the year. So we have begged council's forgiveness since then. I can talk with our partners. That's certainly something that we can aim for, and I think that that's a great thing for us to revisit in the MOU also as we go through that process.
Yeah, I mean, we just know November and December we have such busy meetings with everything that we have to get done at the end of the year. It seems like it would be better bringing it, even if it's not July, if it's August or September.
I think that's a reasonable goal for us, yes.
I didn't know Colorado Open Lands was out for visit. Can you tell us how it went? Were you?
Sure, it was back in October. They do an
been a
annual
while.
visit every year.
So we were just waiting for the report.
Yeah, I just asked what the report was.
Okay.
Emily had mentioned that in a previous council meeting several months ago, but I just hadn't heard where the report
Right.
was.
Is the report a requirement or just a, like a, procedure or?
They perform, as far as my understanding, they perform an annual site visit to all of their properties. And typically it's not a report, it's a letter finding that what the city is doing is in line with the conservation values. At least those are the letters that we have received year over year.
Emily, to be clear, though, there's no conservation easement requirement for an annual inspection or report by COL.
Okay. So they've
Question
just traditionally done that, but it's.
Yeah, maybe it would have been better if I
Maybe,
said, have you
maybe.
heard from
I'm
COL?
seeing some differing, okay, so
Yeah,
there's no
not-
requirement.
There's no requirement, and I
No, that would
probably
have
should
been,
have said, have you
Kat
heard?
Anderson, the donor,
from COL?
requiring COL to do something other than uphold the easement. That's something, my understanding is that that's what they do to ensure the easement is being upheld.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I just ask because if it's not a requirement, then the fact that we haven't received anything doesn't mean anything. You can't conclude anything from that, so, okay.
That's right.
I just had one other question. Under operating funds, it says CHLP will continue to raise funds to support 100% of CHL's programming, marketing, and outreach for Quincy Farm. And I know there are discussions to be had about fundraising. I think we're all aware of that the many members of council, I'm not going to speak for everyone, anticipated that there would also be capital fundraising. Notwithstanding that, to the extent you do raise funds that are more than your program marketing and outreach costs, which I'm guessing you haven't, but it's quite possible. I guess I just want to be clear that those are funds that are raised to support the farm, and so those are there for the farm, right? I mean,
Yes. Remember, in October 2023, we had talked about, and we got approved by our board, we have 3 different buckets. One is the CHLP unrestricted, that we came into the agreement when the MOU was signed, end of 2021. The second bucket is Quincy Farm funds, and the third is Quincy Farm capital improvement. So we're very careful to keep our funds in those different ones.
right, and so when people are writing checks thinking I'm supporting the fund, and to the extent it covers, like, for example, executive director salary in the budget that you presented us, I'm okay with that, but it wouldn't go to support some other function that CHLP might be doing outside of the Quincy Farm realm.
And nope, and in every communication we have with donors, by the way, we had a very good annual campaign, yay. And I'm always very clear to say thank you for your donation to Cherry Hills Land Preserve for our work at Quincy Farm. Everything says that all the time.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the 2025 Quincy Farm Annual Plan and direct staff to work with the Cherry Hills Land Preserve to implement the plan.
Second.
It's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
We don't get to
for
come
all
again.
of your continued work. And to the captive audience in the room, if you have not been to Quincy Farm yet, I would encourage you to look at quincyfarm.org and choose one of the wonderful programs that the Land Preserve is hosting and check it out. Moving on to Resolution 8, Series 2025, approving a correction to the zoning map for Tract B of the Glenmore of Cherry Hills subdivision. For those of you in the room, just so you know, this isn't why you're here. This is something else. Why you're here is next, so. And that's Director Workman.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor, and welcome new members of council. It's nice to be before you this evening. I'll start by saying you won't see many of these in your time on council. It's probably the first one I've been a part of. But essentially, what we're doing as part of this resolution is correcting a drafting error on the map. The subject property of this correction is known as Tract B of the Glenmore of Cherry Hills subdivision. It's located just north of Bellevue and just on the west side of the guard shack. As part of the application that's up next, staff performed our review of this site, noticed that our current zoning map identified it as R3 and not O1, which potentially could be problematic because the R3 zone district does not allow for these types of uses in that zone district. So staff began to unravel how we ended up here. In short, back in the early 1980s, the entitlements for Glenmore were approved by City Council and the Board of Adjustment and Appeals. The first step in that process was Glenmore received approval for what was known then as a special exception, which was the precursor or predated what we today call a conditional use permit. That allowed for the construction of the golf course at Glenmore. Later that year, in July, City Council approved Ordinance 4 of Series 1983, which approved the rezoning of Tract B of the Glenmore of Cherry Hills subdivision from R3 to F1, again, the precursor to the current O1 zone district. And then a few months later, in September of that year, the Glenmore of Cherry Hills subdivision was recorded in the Arapahoe County Clerk and Recorder's Office. Unfortunately, by recording that after it was zoned F1, subsequently O1, there was the creation of a legally non-conforming lot because the lot size did not meet the minimum required by the O1 zone district. Fortunately, the code does have provisions specifically related to non-conforming lots, and the code, as outlined in your staff report, says that non-conforming lots can be constructed upon so long as it meets all of the other underlying requirements. So what does a non-conforming lot really mean? It means the lot's smaller than it should be. It's going to be more difficult to do construction on there. But as long as you can meet the other municipal code requirements, you're allowed to use it. The next available zoning map after the 1983 rezoning is the 1988 rezoning. The 1988 is that highlighted in the top red there. And then the subject property is kind of clouded in the red at the bottom of the screen there. And that kind of purplish bluish line is the distinction between the R3 and the F1 zone district. And the city's official zoning maps dating back to this, including today's zoning map, show that property as zoned R3, even though City Council approved that ordinance back in 1983 that specifically called out Tract B to be zoned O1 with the rest of the Glenmore property. So the code has a provision when there are errors in the map And I won't read through the entirety here, but the relevant sections have been bolded for your benefit. When the official zoning map becomes difficult to interpret because of the nature or the number of changes or additions, council may, by resolution, which is why we're here this evening with this one, adopt a new official zoning map that replaces the old official zoning map. The new official zoning map may correct drafting errors or other errors or omissions in the prior official zoning map. So that's what the ordinance, should you choose to approve it, would do this evening, is correct, essentially correct the color of our map. As it relates to public notice, the operative section of our zoning ordinance does not require any public notification for the correction of a map error. There are no entitlements being changed or modified or altered as part of this request. The entitlements on the property are the same pre-resolution as they are post-resolution. Again, there's no recommendation for the Planning and Zoning Commission for correcting a drafting error on the map. The commission made their recommendation to council on zoning the property 01 back in 1983. With that, there is a motion before you for approval, but that would conclude my presentation, but certainly I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Does anyone have any questions?
I just have one technical question. So we're actually adopting a new zoning map?
Correct.
So it'll now say, instead of 1988, it'll say 2025?
Correct. The zoning map has been updated
Right.
over the years. This would just be a new zoning map that had a date of
That has the
2025 on
correction in
it.
it.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and I got, every now and again, when we go through our ordinances, we always pass along to you to say when we have a cleanup time, this is one of them.
Okay.
Because I actually read this, I mean, it's really, really technical, and I apologize to everybody, but it's like going, hey, you get a new map when the old one becomes damaged, it's not, destroyed, wasn't, lost, wasn't. Okay, different to interpret because of the nature, all right, I guess you could say nature is an error, but it really isn't, or the number of changes. So then you go and get a new map. Oh, by the way, once you have a new map, because of those things, we can go ahead and correct errors. This was really crappy drafting. So let's fix that and basically say in the beginning, we can do it if there's an error and we can just do it.
I caught that as well.
Yeah.
But yes.
So, and, well, good, I'm glad you caught
But
it.
it was,
Yeah.
it
Hey,
was
understand
the
that.
available tool as applicable and interpreted and applied, and it's not a rezoning. Yes.
Right, no,
Yeah.
To be fair, the language in this code, every jurisdiction probably still has this exact same language because they were trying to account for the fact that they were keeping legal documents of the zoning on
Handwritten
paper and using
drafted using
acetate
like a drafting
lines to
table.
demark. And when it says damaged, it literally means they rolled them up and there was an official set. And so I'm old enough to remember making official changes to those paper maps. And it was very necessary. Now, obviously, everything is electronic and you're absolutely right. There's no reason we couldn't modernize this code.
Right, the next, it's just pointing out a section for the next time when we go through one of our housekeeping exercises.
Add it to the
that one
running list.
Just goes in there, so that's all I'm saying.
And I will
The other
say,
thing is
it was
given-
difficult to interpret because of the order in which everything happened. It truly was problematic in this case, so we needed to do this. Yep.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm just passing it along as a,
Hey,
put it
put
on
this
the
on the
list.
list, right,
Put it
yeah.
on the list
Yeah.
of housekeeping items.
Yeah,
And then the other thing, even though you didn't need planning and zoning, you're going to advise planning and zoning that we made this change.
correct. As part of my,
Report to them or when you interact with
yeah,
them.
as part of my reports to them, I update them on council activity that's occurred since our last meeting, and this would be in that category.
Any other questions?
I move to approve Resolution 8, Series 2025, a resolution approving a correction to the zoning map for Tract B of the Glenmore of Cherry Hills subdivision from R-3, 1 acre residential district, to O-I, 1, open space parks and recreation area district.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any, I could say, are there any objections, but all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. That passes unanimously. We're moving on to the public hearing for Resolution 9, Series 2025, the Glenmore Country Club Site Plan Amendment. And so I'm opening the first of all, I need to ask if there's anyone who has a conflict of interest, might be something like you're a member or anyone who needs to disclose anything. Seeing none, I open the public hearing officially at 8:05 or 8:04 p.m. And Director Workman.
Thank you once again, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. Excuse me. Before I get started, I will acknowledge that I am going to spend some extra time talking a little bit about what a site plan amendment is and what's our future land use plan and what's the master plan and that sort of stuff. So I apologize in advance if that is boring for you, but I do feel like it's important given some members of the new council. So with that, we'll get started. The applicant, Glenmore Country Club, has submitted this application to make renovations to the existing country club. Please note that the applicant has provided the necessary affidavits verifying that all public notification requirements have been met. So what is a site plan amendment? A site plan amendment is a specific request from a specific property owner to make specific changes. And our code says that when these private clubs, when they choose to do that sort of thing, they have to go through a review process. And that review process is just simply called a site plan amendment. This is an application where City Council will act in your quasi-judicial role rather than your legislative role. Depending on the nature of a site plan request, the associated documents in support of that request can vary. In support of this request, the two most profiled submittal documents will be a request for a parking reduction, which is associated with a parking analysis, as well as the actual site plan, which is the big document you received in your packet, and it shows how the site would continue to meet the city's zoning regulations. So also procedurally, site plan amendments of this type do require a approval by City Council. That's laid out in our code. In terms of the process, there is an administrative review process where the applicant makes a submittal to us. We review it along with what I like to call our referral partners. So think of utilities, sanitation districts, fire districts, our building consultant, our engineering consultant, the city attorney's office. We send all the information to them. We go through that administrative review process. Once that is deemed complete and ready for public hearing, then the first public hearing that they have is a public hearing with the Planning and Zoning Commission, which basically does exactly what we're doing here this evening, where there's a staff report, presentation from the applicant, public testimony, and then deliberation, and then a recommendation. The Planning and Zoning Commission is a recommending body for City Council for all land use activities. And much like City Council, they have an option to recommend that Council either approve with conditions, or deny that request. So I say all that to say that earlier this year, and I'll get into this a little bit later in the presentation, at the end of last year, the Planning and Zoning Commission had a public hearing, much like there is this evening, to hear the request. And spoiler alert, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval subject to a condition that the applicant remove from the application a concrete pad that was on the site plan document. That concrete pad was a result of the early administrative review process by which the applicant had contemplated adding pickleball courts to the property. That request has since been withdrawn from the applicant. It's not part of the request this evening, nor is it part of council's consideration for this evening. The applicant's been made aware that should they desire to add that feature in the future, they will have to submit a separate and additional site plan amendment application that would be processed the same way this one was processed and come to City Council for your ultimate approval with conditions, or denial. Questions just on procedure before I move on? Okay? So let's get into the specifics. The subject application is for 2 tracts in Glenmore of Cherry Hills, Tract B and Tract E. The subdivision is generally located north of East Bellevue Avenue and on either side of Glenmore Drive, where the guardhouse is. Both properties are zoned O1, and the site was originally developed in the early 1980s as a country club and has existed as a country club for the last 40 years. Within your packet, you received the applicant's narrative, which was several pages long. This is to highlight their request for the benefit of you here as council folks, as well as those folks in the public or those that may be watching online. So from the applicant's request, they're requesting approval for this current renovation, which proposes upgrading and refinishing most of the member and back of houses spaces, including primary building systems, as well as the addition of a new attached pro shop space on the upper level of the structure. So what's really changing? As part of the application, those areas that are, I'll call them modified, added to, changed, that will reflect an increased building footprint. Those are the red squares on the image in front of you. And then additionally, they're going to do some additional outdoor patio upgrades and changes and things like that. But those areas that are in the red boxes, that's what's changing. In support of this application, as I alluded to, the applicant has submitted a parking study as a support analysis for a parking reduction request. Within the code, there are certain minimum parking requirements that every use within the village is required to meet. One of those is these private clubs. And the private club minimum parking requirement is based on those rows you see in the table there. Excuse me. Based on the code requirement, the applicant would be required to provide 469 parking spaces. As part of this proposal, they're proposing 255 spaces or a 45.6 reduction.
Before you go on, all of that made sense. I mean, this has nothing to do with the applicant, but it's got to do with our requirements. 1,300 people and you figure 4 per car and, so 50 employees, but you're going to have 2 spaces per employee. Where did that come from? Or is that just like, hey, we assume that if you have 50 employees, there's going to be these many people running around? I mean, it just struck me as really, really odd.
I would agree with you. Generally, so the current parking requirements predate me. It's my understanding they were done as part of the overall update to the code back in 2019. Typically what happens is you start to steal requirements from other jurisdictions, and it just kind of continues to do that until you end up with a requirement that kind of makes sense for your community.
Until
My sense is there was
somebody
probably...
It says, where did that come from? And then before you go on, just because again, it's got nothing to do with it, but just passing it on, I don't understand, and this has happened before, this 50% reduction that we have and always gets granted, and I'm like going, again, I think council needs to look at this and go, look, well, let's have our parking requirements and put it in there. This 50% reduction business, which happens all the time, and it's just constant, and I don't understand it.
I don't know that 50% reduction happens all the time.
No.
Some sort of reduction. Yeah, okay, I just want to be clear about that.
The provision, yeah, I'm sorry. As usual, Katie says what I'm thinking better than what I do. That's pretty standard. But you're allowed to request up to a 50%, and people always come in and do it, and there's all, that doesn't make any sense to me. So I think our requirements need to reflect what it is we think our residents and constituents need, and, there's got to be flexibility, but not that much.
Just setting the specifics of this application aside for a second, I think that's a very astute observation. I'd be interested in getting feedback from council if that's something you would like for us to do. Generally speaking, the granting of variances on a consistent basis generally reflects a deficiency in the code that should be addressed.
I've been saying that for 14 years.
You've been right for 14 years.
Yeah. My very first meeting on council involved parking reductions, and it made no sense to me at the time.
Right.
Sorry to derail you.
No, that's,
All right, keep going.
I got a little happy with the microphone button there. So, again, coming back to this conversation, the code does currently allow for an applicant to request up to a 50% parking reduction. If you take that 469, divide it by 2, that means the minimum number of parking spaces the applicant could request would be 235 spaces. Again, the request is over that at 255 spaces, so it is within the contemplation of the code to make that request. Then the code says that parking requirements may be reduced if the city finds these things: that parking is adequately served in typical parking demand, and in extraordinary conditions, appropriate locations are available for additional vehicles. The parking study, which was done by Kimley Horn, a local, well-respected engineering firm here in the Denver metro area, but across the country, they performed a parking analysis which said that there's enough parking in the typical condition. A typical condition, they would expect 133 spaces anticipated by the ITE. Some of you may be saying, what is the ITE? It's an acronym for the International Transportation Engineers something, and then they have some other documents, one of those being a professional parking kind of basis, if you will, and to Councilor Holen's point, those standards are generally based in some level of analysis across the country for all kinds of different uses. So rather than making assumptions about other communities and that sort of stuff there, it's actually based on parking analysis that professional transportation engineers have done. And that document would say that 133 spaces for the similar type of operations that the Glenmore Country Club currently has should be sufficient. Then the parking analysis goes on to say that between 580 and 659 patrons, the club will use the maintenance facility parking, encourage employees to carpool, and have a parking attendant, and use the on-street spaces that they assert they control adjacent to the club. Those numbers were not just randomly taken out of thin air. Those are based on the ITE analysis that the applicant's traffic engineer did as part of their parking analysis, comparing trip generation and the number of people that you could expect per trip generation. So those numbers are based on information from the ITE, again, based on some level of analysis. Then the parking reduction goes on to say that at 660 patrons or more, the club would use off-site parking and shuttle service. And I say all that to say that the parking analysis says that in typical parking demand, there's sufficient parking with what they've proposed at 255. Based on the number of people they would expect translate to a certain number of vehicle trips, that's where the 580 and 659 patrons came from. They would start to have to use some of these other strategies, right, like the parking attendant and the maintenance facility and that sort of stuff. And then at 660, that would equal enough vehicle trips where they would need to find that off-site condition that's part of the application's request. Now, I'm going to look towards the applicant's engineer. They can certainly go through that in a lot more detail and probably give you more engineering speak than I can. But that's the kind of general perspective and the kind of the 30,000-foot view of what some of those numbers mean. And then the other criteria is that if joint uses proposed peak parking demand justifies the reduction, that's not applicable for this application. While there are different uses associated with the club, it's not a traditional mixed-use operation as the code anticipates for that type of provision. The code also has provisions for who can do a special parking study and what has to be a part of that special parking study. First thing is that it has to be conducted by a qualified professional. The Kimley Horn report was done by a parking and mobility planner, as well as a professional engineer who's also a professional traffic engineer. Parking study has to provide analysis of at least 3 functionally comparable uses. And again, to Councilor Holen's point, this is probably a part where the code could be updated to more accurately reflect Cherry Hills Village conditions. Historically, the city has accepted analysis through that ITE, that Institute of Transportation Engineers parking manual, because the clubs here in Cherry Hills Village are so unique. Not only are they private, but they're exclusive, and it's just been very difficult for other clubs and other uses to find 3 functionally comparable uses without bringing in other factors that make them uncomparable to those here. And then the third component, it says if that the city, rather than do those 3 functionally comparable uses, the city can rely on the special study or the request additional information, and that's the code section we use to allow the analysis from the ITE. As part of the traffic study, the applicant did compare the club's historically busiest days to that ITE manual. Parking demand peaked at 180 spaces and is expected to remain the same after renovations. There is no request in increase in membership at this time. And again, those ITE or also the ULI, which stands for Urban Land Institute, which also has analysis of anticipated parking demands and things of that nature. Projected parking demand of 146 spaces for properties with an 18-hole golf course and 3 tennis courts. And again, the applicant's request is for 255 spaces. One of the issues that's been raised regarding this application is parking related to club activities on Glenmore Drive, which is a private street. What that means is the city does not own, maintain, control any street in the Glenmore subdivision. Most of the streets here in Cherry Hills Village are public. So Jay and his crew maintain those streets, they plow those streets. We, the city, hold them in trust for the public. That's not the case here in Glenmore Country Club. All of those roads are private. During public testimony, council is going to hear that parking adjacent to the club on Glenmore Drive, especially during their large events, is congested. The HOA and the club have both made claims about who controls the parking adjacent to the club, and staff has yet to receive evidence from either party clarifying the issue. For purpose of evaluating the parking analysis provided by Kimley Horn, the requested parking reduction by the applicant for a total of 255 spaces does not rely upon the on-street parking capacity. The number of on-street parking spaces provides context for the application. The applicant represents that during the events where the club would potentially use on-street parking, there are additional strategies to help mitigate parking, specifically the use of their other parking lots, encouraging employees to carpool, and the use of a parking attendant to direct traffic. Additionally, at 660 attendees, the club will rely on off-site parking and shuttles to accommodate additional parking. The 255 parking spaces requested by the applicant are the result of the 203 proposed parking spaces adjacent to the club, the 21 proposed parking spaces on Track B, the 21 parking spaces located at the maintenance facility, and the 10 parking spaces adjacent to the tennis court. Those were visually represented in your packet as part of the revised development agreement that was at the end of the first exhibit. So that's just the first supporting document. The second supporting document is the actual site plan itself. And it can get confusing because the application is called a site plan amendment. And one of the supporting documents you almost always see with that is a revised site plan. That site plan is what we and our referral partners use to ensure that the applicant has demonstrated compliance with things like landscaping requirements, lighting requirements, setback requirements, and those types of things. While the detailed analysis is provided in council's packet, staff and our referral partners have reviewed the document and determined that all applicable requirements have been met, subject to the approval of the parking reduction. Note, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended a condition of approval that the previous shown concrete pad be removed from the application. The applicant has removed that from the drawing and the application, and I wanted to highlight that as part of this overall site plan. It was located on the south side of the lot, just north of Bellevue, and just east of the parking that's most adjacent to Glenmore Drive. And again, if the applicant wants to add that in the future, they will come back through the site plan amendment process.
So to make sure I understand that correctly, it was located in this, the space, like on this drawing, and I don't understand why these things are shown in green, but it's like right here. It was right here? In a space that's still left open?
It's further south than that. So if you look right where Glenmore intersects Bellevue,
Yes.
and then you see the parking just to the right of Glenmore Drive, it was just to the right of that.
Yeah, that's what, okay,
Okay.
sorry, that's what
Sorry,
I
it
was
was
trying to.
difficult to see back
You
there.
can't see it from here? Okay, and that space is left open, I noticed.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So as part of the review of this application, the code identifies 6 specific approval criteria. Council must find that all 6 exist in order to approve or approve with conditions the application. And just for the record, these are the 6 criteria the Planning and Zoning Commission used to make their recommendation for conditional approval to you all this evening. Detailed analysis for the approval criteria were provided in your staff memo, but we will touch on them here for purposes of the record. The first approval criteria is that the application is consistent with or furthers or implements the goals and strategies of the master plan, including preservation of the semi-rural character of the city. The first, item in the master plan that's kind of the first place we go to as the planning staff is, well, what does the future land use map say about what the city wants this subject property to be? So for the benefit of those new council members, the city is required by state law to adopt and maintain a master plan. And 3 current members of council were on our Citizen Advisory Task Force when we updated that back in 2022. The master plan is a vision document. It is a guiding document. It is not a legally binding document. So it sets aspirations, goals, aims for a variety of things that council may need to make decisions on, anything from land use applications like tonight to capital improvement projects. It really is, to steal a term, it is a North Star for the city, but it does not have the same legal enforcement as, say, our zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance is the tool that we use to implement the master plan. So, what does the future land use map say about this subject property? Well, the future land use map has this dark green color on it, which designates it as private recreation. And the master plan has a description for what private recreation means. And it is, quote, "This category includes land owned by the clubs or other private organizations used for private recreational purposes. The request before the council tonight is for improvements to a private club. The requested use is consistent with the future land use map." And as noted earlier in the presentation, the site has historically been used as a country club. Therefore, the requested improvements to the existing country club are consistent with the city's, the master plan's vision statement. That is the desire of the citizens of Cherry Hills Village to maintain and enhance the established character of the community. The established character of this area is that of a country club and single-family homes. And finally, there are different chapters within the master plan ranging from land use to infrastructure to sustainability. Within the land use chapter, there is a goal that says maintain the existing land uses on properties owned by private clubs, public and private schools, and institutions within the city. As we just noted, the site has historically functioned as a country club. The request maintains the existing land use on the property. Criteria has been met. The second approval criteria is that the proposed development complies with all applicable city ordinances and is consistent with city policies and plans. The site plan document, again, that document we use to review for compliance with zoning requirements, has been reviewed and determined to meet the zoning requirements, subject to the approval of the parking reduction. Should the parking reduction not be approved, the application would not meet the city's parking requirement, and therefore this criteria would not be met. So the council would have to approve the requested parking reduction in order to approve the site plan amendment. Moving along, during our referral process, both the city's building consultant and South Metro Fire indicated that the applicant does or will be able to meet their applicable code requirements, part of their permit process. There are no known inconsistencies with any other city policy or plan. The third approval criteria is that the buildings or structures or things like that are consistent with the context of the site and doesn't materially change the physical character or function of the area. The proposed exterior changes and additions are consistent with the existing architectural style, which is a prairie style. The changes and additions represent increases in functionality of the building and modernization of the structure. The physical character and function of the property as a country club is not changed. For context for council, this was the approval criteria that the Planning and Zoning Commission felt that the application didn't meet with the existence of the concrete pad. So this is the criteria they were focused on for that. The fourth is that drainage systems are designed to utilize natural materials and they appear to be consistent with the character of the surrounding area. There are some minor increases to the total impervious surface given compared to the existing impervious surface, and all of that can be accommodated by the existing infrastructure. That was confirmed by review through our engineering consultant, Icon Engineering, through the Phase 3 drainage report. The fifth approval criteria is one that will probably garner some discussion this evening. And that is that the proposed development will not result in unreasonable traffic congestion or create a safety hazard to vehicular or pedestrian traffic, and adequate provisions will be provided to manage any traffic-related issues. The analysis on the screen before you is what the Planning and Zoning Commission relied upon in order to make their recommendation to you this evening. And that is that 255 spaces exist today, and they will exist, and that number will exist after construction. The parking study states that there's adequate parking provided during the typical parking demand. There's adequate parking during the observed busiest days of operations, and that for events where attendance is between 580 and 659, again, those were based on the trip generations and associated number of folks per vehicle, that sort of stuff. The club will use their other parking spaces, encourage employees to carpool, have a parking attendant direct traffic, and use the on-street spaces they assert they control. Per the development agreement, which we'll get to here in just a moment, when attendance is expected to meet or exceed 660, the club will secure off-site parking with a shuttle service. There's no proposed change in membership. A larger pro shop, as requested by the applicant, does not create new safety concerns. And Cherry Hill, what? It should say does not. That would be a typo. Yeah. Sorry.
Also, sorry if this is a basic question. 255 spaces exist today. That's a subpart of the total before the reduction?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
The 255 spaces exist today. Is that a subpart of the higher number before the reduction?
No, so the 255 exists today, and they include parking that's directly adjacent to the clubhouse, the 10 spaces by the tennis court, and the spaces up at the maintenance facility. Where they're picking up those additional spaces after construction is on Tract B. Right now, there's no parking accounted for in the total 255 on Tract B. Cherry Hills Village Police Department has confirmed that they conduct routine patrols on private streets for crime prevention, and they have not been contacted regarding the blockage of Glenmore Drive.
Can you, while you're on this, though, on this parking, because this is something that I don't have a good feel for. This criterion was obvious. We want to make sure that parking and traffic issues are traffic issues within the village. But what it doesn't talk about is why and what that applies to. Public roads versus private roads. Does the city and do we need to be concerned about traffic issues and then where does our safety go? Obviously, we are concerned with the safety of all of our residents. Doesn't matter where they are, whether they're in Glenmore, whether they're in the Buell, doesn't matter, et cetera. But with regard to traffic, could you provide a little bit of discussion or context about that at the end of the day? Because again, when you read this, I think the thing that you'd look at is go, yeah, with regard to the roads that we're responsible for, we want to make sure there aren't any traffic or safety hazard issues on our roads. Those aren't our roads. But obviously, we are concerned with the safety and security of all of our residents. So maybe you could provide a little bit of...
As a part of the review of the application, That's why I continue to bring up the ITE. That's what we as staff relied on in order to evaluate the parking condition and/or safety concern. As part of that parking analysis, right, the typical demand is accounted for on site according to the parking analysis provided by the applicant through the analysis they've done. So then it really became, what are the conditions during those times where it exceeds? Again, the parking analysis says that through additional strategies with the parking of the maintenance and parking attendant directing traffic, that the site can accommodate those patrons as part of those mitigation measures, I'll call them. And then it recognizes that at a certain point, that the site will start to not function properly. In my opinion, that's where you could introduce safety concerns. And at that point, that's when the applicant would be required to coordinate off-site parking with a shuttle service. So from a review perspective, we rely on the information in the traffic analysis that says how much parking can this site hold, can this property hold.
That makes sense.
I might add, just, you also asked about the private roadway versus public roadway. Paul laid out excellent review of the parking side and how it relates to this requirement. But there is also the other side of this, that when it was if it were a public road, there would be an extra sort of set of factors that might come into play. I might ask the chief just to weigh in a little bit about what the implications are of enforcement of those kinds of conditions on private roads versus public roads, because it is different.
Great question.
Yeah, thank you for the question. As much as I loathe this answer, it depends. So private roadways are sort of exempt from traffic enforcement that we would do under the model traffic code. The caveat being unless it's open to the public, like i.e. Sunset Drive, right? The Sunset is a private roadway, but open to the public. There are some nuance to that. In terms of Glenmore, with the exception of things that might be criminal in nature, like reckless driving, careless driving resulting in injury, DUI, those kinds of things, we don't have the capability of enforcing model traffic code on private roadways not accessible to the public.
So does that include speeding, running four-way stops?
It does.
All that, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the only caveat in terms of parking would be fire lane and handicap parking, but in terms of just posted signage of no parking, we would not be able to enforce that on a private roadway.
Paul, I have a question. So when it says the observed busiest days of operation, 180 spaces observed in use, does that include Mother's Day, Father's Day, some of those other big days that it talks about? Or is that just an average day?
It would be an average of their busiest days that don't include those special events, if you will.
And on those special days, we have history, right? We have years
Correct.
of history, how they've handled it. So how
Correct.
have they handled it? With on-street parking and shuttle service and these things that they're proposing?
No, those would be new conditions, which I can discuss in a little more detail when we get to the development agreement.
Okay.
The off-site parking with the shuttle service is a new provision within the development agreement that we were able to coordinate with the applicant on, and they have agreed to that. So that's new.
And to that end, I had a question about that too. Shuttle service means shuttling people between where they're parked and the facility.
Correct.
And back.
Correct.
Because it kind of really doesn't say that. I mean, you got to read through the lines to say that it's in there.
Well, where would they shuttle them
well,
to?
but I mean, it's like
to the airport?
I got questions
Okay.
about who's going to be parked way down there, down at the end down there. The other thing, which I like the way you phrased it. It provides context in terms of the rights to the on-street parking, and that's just for context in terms of mitigation strategies, et cetera. And again, and it's not for the city to determine relationships between the community, the HOA, and the country club. However, for purposes of us bringing in that as a mitigation strategy and, as context, it would seem to me that we would need to have confidence, proof for a lack of a better word, that in fact they have that ability so that we can provide some context to those mitigation strategies. So I think it's an important thing. Otherwise, I'd sit back and go, okay, I'm not even going to think about it because I got nothing to grab onto here. So it doesn't mean it's going to go one way or the other. What it just means is that, hey, for a mitigation strategy, that ain't going to be in there.
Agreed, which is why the conditions in the development agreement do not list that as one of the mitigation steps that they will take. Per the parking analysis that was provided, the other strategies that are in the development agreement can be used to accomplish that. So rather than get in the middle of that, that's why the development agreement was structured the way that it was.
So I know the entire conversation is going to be around parking this evening, so let's get through the rest of the stuff, and then obviously we'll come back with more questions for staff. And
That's fine, and I can try and go through these.
Mine was just to say,
relatively
hey,
quickly.
if you got some information that can take us past a cert to, they got it, let's have it.
Right. So just again, briefly for the record, to hit on the sixth approval criteria, construction will be timed and staged to minimize impacts to adjacent residential properties. The club expects their construction schedule to start in early '25 and run through the spring of '26. During that time, Country Club staff will be housed in trailers on the property. The club expects a reduced membership during construction and will not offer all and potentially none of their special events. I'll let the applicant speak to that as part of their application. They do anticipate occupying 67 on-site parking spaces during construction, leaving 157 spaces in the club parking lot available. The remaining spaces would be available for club operations, which with the reduced membership and not offering the special events should be enough to accommodate the typical parking demand. And finally, the applicant has indicated that they will abide by the city's construction hours. So we've touched on this a little bit. The development agreement with Glenmore really is, for the purposes of this presentation, has two categories. The first category being that this is an amended development agreement, which means that a lot of topics have just been carried over from previous agreements. They may have some slight updates to them to reference current sections of code or things like that, but they remain relatively untouched. The one that is revised is related to the parking reduction. And so the development agreement is the contract by which the city and the applicant enter into in order to ensure compliance with their request. So it is a contract that the mayor will sign and the applicant will sign that are sort of the conditions of approval, if you will. As part of those conditions of approval, that's why I was referencing, most of those conditions are leftovers from previous development agreements that may still have merit and that sort of stuff. But the real one that's been updated is the parking reduction. And there's essentially three conditions associated with the parking reduction. The first one is an unchanged statement from the previous development agreement, which is that no further parking reduction is allowed without a site plan amendment. Right, so if they can't reduce parking anymore without coming back for council approval. The second condition, while not phrased this certain way, the measures that are listed in that second condition are, for the most part, a carryover from the development agreement that exists today. The change is that those mitigation measures, which are using the maintenance facility for employee parking, carpooling, and parking attendants during to direct traffic, in the existing agreement, that simply applied to special events. There was nothing that applied to anything that did not reach a special event being 4th of July, Labor Day, Father's Day, those that are listed in the agreement. Those mitigation measures only applied for those special events. There was nothing that applied to, let's say, a wedding or something like that. So this development agreement, this second condition, gives some protection or some mitigation strategies for those events that are expected to exceed the typical parking demand, but may not reach the level of a special event. Then, as part of the special event, where there are lots of folks on site, that's where we were able to negotiate and work with the applicant to agree that at 660, that would be the threshold at which they would acquire off-site parking and provide that shuttle service. So conditions 2 and 3 are actually new conditions to help provide additional traffic mitigation strategies.
And just a clarification, and it says it in there, but it just, I always get wigged out about words. For special events, and they talk about the attendance, it's the attendance at the entire club, not the attendance associated with the event. So there's a special event going on, there might be a bunch of guys over in the pool, there might be a bunch of guys over here, it doesn't matter, they all count.
Yeah, that is reflective of attendance
And then-
at the club.
Right, I agree,
Correct.
okay, good.
So, yeah, I mean, that was, are we ready for questions for staff? Are you done with your presentation, or no? Okay, keep going. and
No,
then we'll-
but to the extent you're interested. So, right, I have been contacted by members of the public. 2 of the emails, the 2 emails I received were included in your packet. They mostly raised concerns related to the proposed pickleball, which again has been removed from consideration, and the parking reduction. I also met with members of the Glenmore community back in November, and again, they raised the same concerns related to the parking conditions and pickleball operations. Based on the terms of the development agreement, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the application, including the parking reduction. So just briefly, Planning and Zoning Commission basically did this exact same thing in December. They felt like the presence of that concrete pad, which was reflective of the pickleball location, was not consistent with the context of the site, and it materially changed the physical character and function of the site. The commission asked the applicant if they were willing to remove that from the application in consideration. The applicant confirmed that. And once that was done, the commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of the application, subject to the condition that that be removed, which has been done. And the grand finale. The recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission is to approve this resolution, thereby approving the site plan amendment as well as the parking reduction. And that concludes my presentation. I will happily answer any additional questions I can. I would offer that the applicant, as well as some of the applicant's professionals, do have a presentation as well, and will be available for question and answers from council as well.
Yes, so in the public hearing process, staff presents, the council asks questions of staff, then the applicant will make their presentation, the council has questions for that, and then we will have the public testimony. So right now, we're at the point where if council members have questions for staff specifically. Yes, Councilor McGuire.
Thank you. So part of this, you had a chart that said how many members there are, and I think the club has a limit on how many more members they are willing to accept, and then we have a limit that's even higher on how many members they're allowed to have.
That was part of the staff report, I believe, right? Was that part of the staff report, I believe?
Yes.
Yeah.
Membership,
It's
yeah.
in somewhere.
It's on page 227 of our packet of 400 pages tonight, but page 15 of 17 of the, your portion of it.
Yes.
So right now, the current number of members is 639, and Glenmore, I think, has a cap of 685, and we would allow up to 745 if they came and asked, it looks like from this.
You're correct. That's what the current development agreement says.
Right, and so obviously, as membership increases, the need for parking increases. I understand they say they're not admitting any more members. If they do they have to come back to get approval of parking?
If it's over that threshold.
Which threshold?
In the development agreement,
745.
the 745.
Okay, so
For
they could
social
admit
or
100 more
895
members
total.
and not increase parking.
I'm sorry?
They could admit 100 more members and not increase parking.
Potential, yes, that's correct. Sorry, I was
Okay.
making sure I heard you correctly.
Only 45 more members based on their, but there's no requirement that they come back and get more parking, get an increase in parking.
That's correct.
Which could be an issue.
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Page 17.
yeah, but
15, rather.
Actually, the development agreement says 895 total.
I had that too. It's 745 for golfing
That's-
members. but
yes, that's correct.
8.5
So 890,
for
so they
everything.
can allow a lot more than 100.
Right.
Without coming back. They could go 200, 250 or so more.
Okay, so that, I'm not sure which is right, what's in your presentation or in the development agreement.
Because
but
on
they'll be
the,
banned
on
by
the site
It's the
plan
development
amendment, it says,
The development agreement?
the
Okay.
development
With
agreement.
control.
It's 8,
1.7 says, if Glenmore Country Club membership exceeds 895 total members, or if its golf and social membership exceeds 745. What else is there? This only
So
shows
what's the
golf
other-
and social.
Golf, social, and, so there's another category that we don't have. Is it a non? well,
That's
we can
correct,
answer.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that's probably not as big a, okay. And as part of this, when we approve this, we're also approving a lower number of parking spaces during construction, is that right? They're going to have fewer parking spaces during construction because of the trailers, and I'm assuming wherever they stage?
Yeah, so to the extent that the parking spaces available during construction meet that approval criteria, does that make sense?
Oh, they're still going to have enough to meet the approval criteria? you're
Correct.
telling me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. And I'm assuming the clubhouse will be closed during construction, or do we know?
It's my understanding that it will mostly be closed under construction. They may have some food service or some things like that, but
Okay. I know
by
the
and
outside
large.
areas, it talked about the pool house and the, okay, we can ask them. And in terms of special events, when there will be more than 660 people on site, do we have any way of knowing when those occur, when that occurs, or that we are, it's not like they have to come and apply for a permit or anything?
They do not. One of the questions Planning and Zoning Commission asks is if any of those would meet the major special event threshold. They do not. Based on the language in the development agreement, all but one, I believe, we will know about, because it'll be 4th of July, Labor Day, Mother's Day, right? Those sorts of days. The one that we won't know about would be the club and member, I think it's their club and member tournament. I'm not sure exactly what they
Member
call it,
guest.
but,
Or the big blowout wedding that,
I'm sorry?
big blowout wedding that might happen?
Correct. Yeah.
Somebody invites 600 people. Okay, thank you, that's all the questions I had.
I had a question about to Counselor Holen's point about the total attendance, and I guess I'm wondering, I didn't see that anywhere. Did I miss it? Or is that defined somewhere? When it says attendance exceeds this, you know, if there's a golf tournament going on and one of any number of meetings that regularly occur at Glenmore, I don't know where it says it's the total, kind of all of those things.
Just says attendance at the club, right? Yeah, I think that's assuming total attendance.
Yes, in the development agreement.
Yeah, the way it's written, although certainly we can talk about refining it. Special events, in the section that talks about special events, means events for which attendance at the club is anticipated to meet or exceed 660
Okay, so I'm not talking about the 660. I'm talking about that middle zone, which
Okay.
I suspect happens fairly regularly. Yeah, or more often than 7 times a year. Okay.
Yeah,
Attendees on site. So, okay, that's, yeah, it is, it's section C.
But if council would like to clarify
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
we certainly could amend tonight as a condition of approval
Okay.
or something. With the applicants, yeah.
Okay. And then on this, I was very confused on the site plan document. Why are some of the parking spaces shown in like a green color? Like, what are all these things floating around out here? and this, and on every document, they're just highlighted for whatever reason.
Those are reflective of either new or reconfigured existing parking spaces.
Which are they? New or reconfigured?
The ones closest to the building are going to be reconfigured.
Okay,
The ones furthest from the building are going to be new.
okay. So, I mean, it's any page. They're all kind of the same, but,
That's a result of the,
oh, okay, yeah, wow. Mine are, okay, sorry, mine are green looking. Okay. That was very confusing to me because I thought they said they weren't adding any spaces in this lot.
the number, 255 isn't changing. As part of the construction of just Tract E, some of those may be reconfigured. There may be a handful that are new. I'd have to look back at it. But all of those parking spaces on Tract B would be new. So in order to.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm trying to get at is how many, I'm really mainly interested at this time in Tract E, adjacent parking. How many site spots are there now? And maybe this is better for the if it's better for the applicant, just say so. How many spots are on Tract E now? And how many will there be when this is done?
203 when they're done. And that's some pressure.
He's counting them one by one.
225 today, 203 in the proposed condition.
Where are those going?
That was my question
The Tract
earlier.
B.
I know, but why are they going?
Yeah.
Like, what
What
is
use-
being built
Right.
on top of parking spaces? Is it mainly because that loop there? That loses 20-something spaces?
Is it the pickleball pad?
Well, I don't know, I mean, yeah, I don't know, because there's no parking there now.
No, because there's no parking there now.
Okay, okay, we'll come back to that. Applicant, get ready for that one. And then, let me just make sure. So, in all of this, we keep talking about the 10 spaces over at the tennis courts. I'm kind of wondering what that has to do with anything. Because the tennis courts aren't on Tract B or Tract E. And why are there spaces going away on the tennis courts if that's not even part of the site plan amendment?
There'd be no change in the parking adjacent to the tennis court.
Oh, I thought it said some of them were going away adjacent to the tennis court and were being, okay, maybe I read that wrong. Then why are we talking about the 10 spaces at the tennis court at all?
Because they've been counted towards the overall number of parking that the club, it's historically, they were part of the
Yeah,
agreement that
okay.
exists today.
It's only 10 spaces, but that's a stretch, in my opinion. I mean, if you owned a lot 2 miles away, you wouldn't get to include those parking spaces in your site plan but, okay.
So just to circle back,
Way down further or even more.
it would be these,
Tennis court are part of the calculation of how much you have to have. And so the fact that they're parking down there.
Yes, that's true.
so
Okay.
just to circle back, just to close that loop,
I'm not even sure why that's included in the requirement either, but okay.
most of the parking spaces that would be impacted would be these in this area. Can you not see that on your screen?
Oh, so they are taking parking out
Correct. And moving it over to Tract B,
to make room for an eventual pickleball.
should they decide to pursue that in the future. Likely, yes.
Well, that's interesting.
So that's where the pickleball is going to be.
That's right.
Okay.
So those are coming out, even though there's not going to be a pickleball.
As currently proposed, yes.
Well, what's up with that? I mean, I guess that'll be a question for the applicant.
Okay, yeah,
Right.
okay.
Yeah.
Are
So-
there other?
Yeah, I got it, I got another one.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So, you know, and in the development agreement, during these special events, Glenmore will secure off-site parking and provide or cause to provide shuttle services to and from the off-site parking. Okay, now nowhere is there a definition of off-site. And I guess this will be a question for the applicant, but the question is if he answers it correctly, where is it in the agreement that confirms it, which is to go off-site parking is not along those 41 spaces on the street, which is not the site. That is off-site.
Well, technically,
Technically, it is.
well, technically, it's part, that, the south half of Glenmore Drive, is part of Tract B. It's just dedicated as a right-of-way easement.
So we are considering that is on-site parking.
It's not part of the 255 that's been considered, but technically, that south half of the right-of-way for Glenmore Drive is on Tract B.
I got that. So you're basically saying that is on-site. Forget 250, it's on-site. That is
Right.
part of the site.
Right.
Okay, well, that's interesting.
But if we want to add language to clarify what
Yeah, we can
off-site
certainly
means,
do
we
that.
certainly can do that.
Right, but we might, but now, the other thing which, and I guess this is just an observation because the 50% reduction applies. I mean, every time you come in is a different time, it's different, right? But at one point, they came and got a 50% reduction because it was, the number of occupants was 1,212, according to the Kimley Horn thing. Everything else stayed the same. That would have been 445 spaces. They only had 255. Nothing's changed on that. So they got a reduction. Everything was good. And now they're coming along, and again, the same analysis applies, it fits in there, but what we're saying is, we're going to keep everything the same, but it's going to go up by 26 spaces in terms of what is without the reduction.
Say that again.
At 1,212 attendees, and everything else is the same, the golf course, the number of holes, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, you mean like space, square
Yes,
feet?
it's
yeah.
445 spaces. They presumably got a reduction to go to 255 whenever that occurred. The 255 stays the same. Now you do the 1305 and everything else, and it's four, huh?
It's a different 255, though, right?
Okay, but
It
it's still,
is, but
but it's
yeah,
still
yeah.
255.
I think, yeah, I know where you're going
Which is
now.
471 spaces. And again, it fits within it as a separate analysis, but I'm just saying, in terms of looking at it, we're going, okay, it still fits within the parameters of 50% reduction, but we aren't adding any spaces, and we are adding 26 more spaces that we need per normal analysis. 445 to 471.
It's basically saying we're increasing the square footage. Throughout the document, it has said, we're not requesting an increased
Right.
parking reduction. And in fact, you are, because the requirement is greater, and you're keeping the parking the same.
Right.
Square footage is going up. Right, the
Right,
square footage is
that's-
going up, and we're not adding any more parking, so that is effectively an increased parking reduction.
And once
I think
again,
that's the
and
point.
once again, Katie says what I was trying to say better than I did, so. Okay, so, yeah,
That's correct.
I just wanted to throw it out, so.
I think it's important, though, staff, when you look at what they are increasing the square footage by, according to the applicants, right, it's mostly for the pro shop. And so the pro shop isn't necessarily, obviously during normal operational hours, a bigger pro shop might, I'm sure they would love if it attracted another shopper or two, but I don't think it's not all that extra added square footage is created equal necessarily, I think, from an analytical perspective. And so that at least gives me a little less pause.
That's all I got. How about Dave?
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Applicant, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and
Mayor Brown and council members, my name is Mike Woodley. I'm part of the committee that is the building committee. This is Jim Perry. He's also we're members at Glenmore. We've been working on this for a while. We have a very excited group here. And so what I want to do is hopefully maybe clear up some of your questions. As I was squirming there, I couldn't wait to tell you what's really happening here. But a couple of things just to kind of give you a brief history. This has been around for 40 years. We've had the same membership for 40 years, so our plan is not to change that, but we've invested a lot of money into this place, and we're very proud of it. We recently just remodeled the course and spent quite a bit of money on that. We added a pool cabana and redid the pool and spent some money there, and we're estimating this to be about $35 million that we're investing. So we've invested about $50 million into this project, this community, and we've really made it, I think, a really nice place for us all to call home and be members there. You can see some of the things we highlighted that we've done to improve the course, and I want to take you through what we're doing on the building now to kind of bring it up to the same level. A lot of talk about memberships, and I'll try to explain some of these numbers that get a little weird, but we're allowed to have, in our bylaws, say we can have 495 golf members, 190 social. We have this non-resident member that are someone who lives more than 100 miles away but can become a member. We have 7 of those now, so not a lot of those, even though we're allowed to have 150. So that might show how those numbers get a little messed up. We lost a lot of members because we had to have assessments to do this kind of the money we've spent recently with the course as well as the clubhouse. And so we're down to 423 members right now and 118 social. So you can see we're much lower than where we could be and want to be. And I think, like in all things in life, there's a little bit of competition with other clubs. Obviously, Cherry Hills is down the street. They recently did a major remodel, and actually I think my understanding is they also got the same kind of parking reduction that we're asking for. So there's been done in other clubhouses. Castle Pines remodeled, so is Columbine. So there's a lot of clubs that have updated, and we love our club, but it's old and it needs some work. We have some issues with plumbing and heating and some of those kinds of things, and it's a little dated, and we want to update it. So we had a vote. We presented the idea of what we're doing, and we had 77% vote in favor of it, so that's a pretty overwhelming amount. In the neighborhood, there's a HOA in the neighborhood. There's 102 members of that, and of the voting members, which there was about an 83% turnout, 75% in the neighbor of the people that were eligible to vote and members of the club voted in favor of it. So we think pretty overwhelming amount wanted it. Not everybody, right? And then that's, I think, results in some of the losses we've had in our membership. But we're excited to get going on it and get our membership back. And we need to, obviously, to survive. We need our membership up to capacity. So let me just highlight a couple things. This is some illustrations of the new pro shop that we're planning on putting, as well as a new entry experience. I don't know if any of you have been there, but we kind of live in the basement down below right now and have to walk around the backside, and we want to kind of change that. So we'll show you the kind of plan and the highlight here. The sort of yellow boxes sort of highlight the main areas. The pro shop up top to the north, as well as the square to the east, to the right, is our upper deck. We're going to build an upper deck up there. Right now it's sort of wasteland, and we just want to turn that upper deck into a nice dining experience. And so we're filling that area more of a deck area. And then there's 2 little squares that are just kind of open planter areas that are within the roof structure that we plan to fill in and make a nice fitness area. And we want to create a whole new entry experience, and so the area up top, we think it's going to be better for the parking attendant idea, where somebody can come in and we have valet parking, a much nicer experience than what we have now. There's obviously been a lot of talk about parking, and there'll be more talk about parking. But the idea is that that green area that is on the site is the area that we'd like to put pickleball courts there, and so we're going to bring that back in front of you. We want to do it correctly, and so we're spending some time making sure that we address any issues there might be, and so we're not ready to bring that to you, but we wanted the parking not to be an issue later, so we thought, let's have the parking the way we want it, and then we're going to present the idea of the pickleball. We're trying to come up with some, there's lots of new technology coming out and lots of new ideas, and we want to have the latest and greatest, and so we're not ready yet to present that, but we want the space available. The parking, employee parking is what we anticipate to be used on the, I think it's the other lot, I think Lot B is the name of that, yeah. So that's where we would see kind of more employee parking. So the reality is with parking, and Jim's going to address more of the parking, is that we're not changing our membership. Yes, we're adding a pro shop up, and I agree with council member that mentioned the weird code, because we have to count 4,000 square feet of a parking for their golf carts into the parking calculation. And that's the way the code is set up. Any square footage is a multiplier. And so it's kind of weird, as well as the 2 spaces per every employee. There's some strange things. So that may be why there is this reduction that you've granted historically in the past, is because there are some weird ways to get to these parking numbers. I don't think there's a lot of golf carts that require additional parking spaces, but we have to count them. So I think you need to hopefully you can kind of consider that the fact is, we've been living like this for 40 years with this membership. We've had full membership in the past, and we have parked the building and parked events. We've been conscious of those events. You mentioned Father's Day and Mother's Day, and the nice thing is we spread those out, so it's not everybody comes for the meal at the same time, but those are events that we want to be conscious of, and that's why we're willing to make this, change to, address that. So we want to be a good neighbor to the HOA there, and so, in fact, I'm going to let Jim kind of take over and kind of talk a little bit about some of the discussions we've had about the parking, and kind of hopefully clarify some of that.
Thanks, Mike. On the point of these yellow boxes that you see on the drawing, the pro shop, the deck on the right, and then the 2 white ones. The 2 white ones are covered patios now that really don't get used, that we're just going to enclose, and we're going to put a new fitness center there because the one we have is so small and it's in the basement. So none of those yellow boxes, as you pointed out, and over here too, really add people as much as they just improve our facility. They're not something that's going to drive new parking. But to talk about this layout that you see here, we did take some spaces out of the main parking lot so that we could fit the pickleball site in there. And then over to the left, you can see that track B, we added spaces there to compensate for what we lost in the main parking lot. That's why we've ended up at the same number that we had before. And I think there's 21 spaces for employees to park over there. On Glenmore Drive, that curves around the front, the north side of our site, we do believe that we own that, and that the south side of that street, that we allow parking. We don't want parking on both sides of that street. That street actually is 32 feet wide, and so with parking on the south side, that leaves about 26 feet for traffic, and that seems to work fine. We didn't include that 41 spaces along there along that street in the parking calculation, the variance calculation, although in hindsight, it seems like we could have. We own those spaces, and maybe they could have been in that calculation as existing spaces to use. Our property also extends north of there onto the golf course, and one of the unusual things about this neighborhood is that you see the houses on the left and the houses on the right. On the right, that's where hole number 1 is. On the left, that's hole number 3, and between them is hole number 2. When the developer developed this neighborhood, the lots for those people on the left and the right extend out into the golf course. And maybe you've seen the plat maps for this. Yeah, it's kind of funny. And I'm a homeowner there, so that's part of my lot is out there too.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but just for the record, can you give your name too?
Jim Perry.
Thank you.
65 Glenmore Drive. And so, we have that situation, and then when we have overflow parking, even moderate overflow parking for something not super special, they typically park on the south side of Glenmore Drive first. That's historically been what's happened. When we have these special events, it gets bigger than that. And so typically you see cars parking up the left side of Glenmore Circle, and you see cars parking further down Glenmore Drive past the clubhouse. There might be on the left side 20 or 30 cars there on a big event, and the same, maybe not quite as many on the right side. And so that's what ends up happening. Labor Day is our biggest event because we do fireworks on Labor Day. We don't do fireworks on 4th of July. And in fact, the city police help us get the traffic in and out of our club on that evening because there are a lot of people that come, and it's a very popular event for the kids. And we did have people who weren't supposed to park on the north side of Glenmore Drive that night, and we weren't happy about that. The club has decided to hire a professional parking company to work with us in the HOA on defining where we want parking on special events, how we would mark that off, and then more importantly, being there to make sure that gets complied with. Because that's what happened this last Labor Day. We didn't have people there monitoring every minute where people were parking, and they parked where they shouldn't have. So we don't want that to happen. When we talked about numbers of people, I think there's a wrong impression about how many people we can put inside this clubhouse at any one point in time. So when we talked about the massive wedding, the most we can accommodate is a couple hundred people. It's not 500 or 600 or 700 or something like that. And downstairs where the restaurants are, it's another couple of hundred people. So, and then we have a patio and we have a swimming pool. So there can be a lot of people on site, but it's pretty surprising for certainly inside the clubhouse to be more than 400. And when we do special events, they sell out each time because there's such demand and they're so much fun that we have to limit how many people can come. And but we don't bring them all in at once. We have seatings. So if it's a Mother's Day, the seatings may start at 9:30 in the morning and go to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So people are coming in waves. They're never there at the same time because we can't seat more than 200 inside the clubhouse. So I just wanted to clarify this is not something where 800 people show up. It just doesn't happen. So the HOA, so we own the tracts that we own, and we own the road that we own. The HOA, the neighborhood, owns the rest. And the HOA has an HOA declaration, and that declaration says that in section 5.12, that the HOA regulates parking on the property being defined as everything except what's owned by the club. So the HOA, in fact, for all the parking on the streets, other than the part that we control that parking. And sometimes I think that there are many residents, and I'm one of them, but I may be the only one that actually spent much time reading this stuff, but what happens is they think somehow the club is responsible for parking in their neighborhood or when we have an event. So, or they might think the city is responsible for somehow controlling it. But the reality is that they control it, okay? And so their own declarations give them control. And today, there are no parking restrictions in the neighborhood. You can park anywhere you want. Anybody who's allowed through the gate, whether it's a vendor, a delivery person, a guest, a member of the club coming to an event, somebody coming to a party in the neighborhood, can park anywhere they want without restriction. And the residents all have the right to go to the HOA and ask for a change in that if they want, and see if they can get a majority of the residents to agree to that change. But it's never happened in 40 years. It's always been this way. And so, it's not the club that decides, it's not the city that decides, it's the HOA that decides what to do with their private streets, okay? I mentioned the 7 events a year, and I mentioned that we have hired a management company to manage during these things. So that's my look on parking. And, when you mentioned regular events and, something lower than special events, regular events, a wedding would never be more than a couple hundred people. We'll have, Rotary Club and stuff like that, but those are not, they're 50 people, they're 60 people. So there's not a lot going on. And the clubhouse itself, I wanted to make sure you understood this, will be absolutely closed during construction. There's not going to be any food. There's no activity in the clubhouse structure. We are bringing in a mobile kitchen, and we do have a snack bar at the pool, and we do have a halfway house, and those will be operating, and we'll be serving hamburgers and hot dogs on the patio when the weather's warm. But other than that, nothing will be happening in the clubhouse itself, okay? So that's all I wanted.
Yeah, so hopefully helps with some of your questions, and we're available for, to clarify. But let me just show you a couple other images. I talked about the front of the building and how we really think it's going to be set up nicer, that we can have valet parking. We will use the upper part of the building now where we don't really use it that much, or it's not a very gracious entry. We think it's going to be really nice now. We're very excited about that. On the left, you see the entrance to the new pro shop, and then the main entry that goes into the clubhouse on the right. So we're restructuring that area and finishing it very nice. As Paul said, the architecture is kind of a prairie. We're modernizing it a bit, so you can see it has a little bit more current feel to it. And so we're pretty excited about the way this is coming out. I'll show you a couple other shots. Interior-wise, upstairs we talked about creating that deck area, and then off of that we're going to have some dining, and we're doing a pretty good size bar, so we're excited about that too. So, and then the fitness, as Jim was saying, those 2 corners that are now sort of patio areas, we're filling those in. Fitness is now in the basement area, and we're going to replace the fitness with some of these golf simulators, so we think that's going to be a real upgrade. So we're just kind of utilizing the space a little bit different on the inside and updating it. And then this is kind of the lower patio area now, and how that will all work and how that look. You can see it's a real upgraded look. And then the rear of the structure, if you go to the next slide, yeah, you can see the rear. And there's that patio that overlooks the course that we're going to kind of, right now the patio exists, it just is not being utilized at all. And so we're really not changing the footprint in there. There's a stairway now that we're going to enclose the stairway. The stairway's there, and that's what that glass area is. So we're really upgrading it, making it a really much nicer facility. It needs to be updated, and so we hope that you guys would support us in this. The timeline is a little scary for us because we want to start. We're ready. We actually are not in the club now. It's closed down. So we're anticipating getting going here shortly, and that would allow us to actually open up Memorial Day, that's the schedule of 26. That's important to us because we need to get members in, and we're afraid if we don't sort of start in that time of year, if we're delayed, it pushes it through the summer, and then we're going to lose that momentum of getting people excited about joining the club. So we think it's really important for us to finish by Memorial Day. And for us to finish by Memorial Day, we need to really get going as soon as we can. So hopefully you guys will support us on this and let us get going and get this project going. That will be, we think, a really great project for the community and for us, our members, as well as for Cherry Hills. So thanks for that. And we're available if you have questions.
Yes, thanks. Councilor Robinson.
A few questions on parking. So can you clarify for us the portion of Glenmore Drive that you own as opposed to the HOA? Does it extend around? If you go to that, here, does it come from the guardhouse all the way to?
So as Paul mentioned, I think the lot line for that part of the lot goes right through the middle of the street. So we own up to that lot line, but the part across the street, because our property extends up there, would start about where that cart path is. See the white, I don't know if that's a sand trap or what that is.
Mm-hmm.
But see the cart path to the right of that? I think our property starts about there on the north side of the street and goes to that white area you see over by the house there. And on the south side of the street, though, it extends all the way from the gate past where you see the little driveway coming south there, on up there, further up there to the end of our, right about there. That's the end of our property there.
And you said that's about 60
It's about
spaces.
41 spaces.
41, okay. Then two other questions. So as part of your mitigation strategy, you talk about recommending employees to carpool. Have you had success with that in the past?
Sure, during those special events, we actually make them park up in the maintenance facility. We jam all their cars in there and we shuttle them down. But the parking over here on the left of 21 spaces should be adequate most of the time. All the golf operations people park up at the maintenance facility, so yeah, it should be fine.
Okay, and final parking question is the off-site. Do you have arrangements with parking lots or facilities, or is that the plan that
We don't, to be honest with you, as I mentioned about the numbers, I don't expect us to ever hit those numbers, but we'll have to figure that out. We're not going to have any of our major events the way we usually do them next summer. We might do a modified version of those. Like the kids are going to be disappointed if we don't have the fun house at the swimming pool, that kind of thing. But yeah, we haven't figured that out yet, no. But I honestly don't think, like I mentioned, we bring people in waves, so we don't have 600 people there at the same time typically. And so we'll have to look at our head counts when we do that, and we might have to adjust our maximum people that can be allowed to sign up, but right now we don't have any specific plans about what we would do about that.
Thank you.
And right now, honestly, the HOA parking is open parking, right? Now, if they want to change that, they can do that, and they would be aware of that, but we're hoping that most of the people really like these events, even the people that live in the HOA, and that wouldn't happen. So.
Other questions? Yes, Councilor Heller.
So it sounds like the issue is the special events. Has there been any consideration to maybe lowering the thresholds for those, for, say, the off-site parking or the like? You're not going to hit the 660, you just said that. What about lowering it if the day-to-day is not a problem with the 255, and it really is the special events that I imagine we're going to hear public comment on? Is there any way to mitigate that further?
Well, to be honest with you, there's a few houses on Glenmore Drive on the left, and there's a couple people maybe on the right that are close to the club that are most impacted by this, right? And certainly there's been times that they have complained. But of the 102 people in the HOA, it's a small handful that seem to be the most that get upset about it. And what they get upset about would be, oh, people walked on my grass, people left litter, people were rude to me. which is wrong. But in any event of hundreds of people, unfortunately, you're going to have a little bit of that. And the people that live closest to the club, there's some pros to them living close to the club. They can walk to the club, there's a bunch of reasons that it's positive, but one of the negatives is that's where the traffic's going to be, right? But no one's ever, I know of no safety incident.
So you're hitting on something that I was going to ask, which is, probably some of you, I don't know, but probably some of your neighbors are here. I was actually going to ask it a different way, which is to go, do you think there are legitimate complaints, that the complaints that are being made are legitimate with regard to traffic issues? Because if what you say is true, I can't see how people are occluded from getting out, restricted from moving in and out.
They are not.
And
Now, I
are
would
the
have to
issues
admit-
elsewhere?
Right. I would have to admit at that Labor Day last year, when people parked on both sides, I drove through there myself. There was one lane, and it's like, okay, well, this is a little uncomfortable to drive through here, but I drove through there. With parking on one side of the street, whether it's in front of our club or anywhere else in the neighborhood, there's plenty of room. It's not like there's, we had an emergency at our I think it was at our Christmas, our Santa Claus event.
Labor Day, actually.
Was it Labor Day? And that was our biggest day, and we had an ambulance come in. Somebody had a heart attack or something, and there was no problem of even with them parking on both sides of the street, of the ambulance getting there and that sort of thing. So I haven't seen the problem that some people think exists. I haven't seen it, ever.
Well, if anybody has any problems on Labor Day, you just come down to Ken Denver's Westfield, because that's where I walk down from Vista and watch the fireworks looking south.
Perfect. What's your address?
Other questions for the applicant? And then we still have the public comment, the public testimony, and then there would be a council motion, and then we will have an opportunity to discuss amongst ourselves. So you will get more opportunities. Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you very much. We are now moving on to the public testimony part of the public hearing. If you weren't here at the beginning, there's a sign-up sheet on the table. The clerk's about to get it. Your name will be called in the order that you signed up. When you come up, please state your name and address for the record. You have 5 minutes to speak, and as I mentioned before, please keep it very civil, and there's no applauding, no booing, we just sit and listen quietly. The first up is Bill Atkinson, and after Bill is Brian Becker.
Good evening. My name is Bill Atkinson. My wife Louise and I live at 66 Glenmore Drive. We've been residents of Glenmore for 25 years and members of the club. We've raised our 2 daughters there. We're very active in the club. I've served on both the board of the club and the HOA. And during the time I've served, we've always had a very open and collaborative relationship going both ways. Matter of fact, we have homeowners designated on our board, so it's a mixed representation on the board. We're very excited about the renovation. As was stated, $35 to $50 million in improvements over the last few years excite the HOA owners, and we hope our home values appreciate accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brian Becker, and then after Brian is Brad Manley.
Hi, I'm Brian Becker. I live at 24 Glenmore Drive. I'm actually 4 houses away from the clubhouse on Glenmore Drive. I've been a resident there for 5 years. I'm on the board of the club and have 3 kids who have grown up in the club. As part of a board member, we did a parking study to make sure that we met the requirements. I believe we do. One of the things that concerns me and many other people is parking on 2 sides of the street. We've agreed to put parking service in place, make sure that doesn't happen, have it on one side of the street. And I just wanted to come here and voice my support for this.
Thank you. Brad Manley, and then Robin Gear is after Brad.
Hello, my name is Brad Manley. I live at 1505 East Tufts Avenue. I'm a previous board member at Glenmore as well, and now currently on the project planning committee. And I just wanted to state that I think a lot of there's some gray lines between what is related to this proposal versus what's an HOA versus Glenmore point of contention, which I just wanted to be clear, and I know you guys do your job very well, to make sure we have a distinction between what those things are. As the previous speaker stated, we've always had very open communications between Glenmore as a country club and the HOA, and we continue to plan to do that so that we can work out any issues that there are arising with this. But I wanted to make sure that we keep those separate. You know, the things that are related to the proposal should be related to the proposal as opposed to those two issues, or those two entities. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Gear, and after Robin Gear is Doug McDonald.
Hi, I'm Robin Gear. I live at 75 Glenmore Drive. I'm on the HOA, but I want to say I'm not here as an HOA member. I'm also on the new committee membership at the country club. I'm not here for that either. I'm here as a homeowner who I joined the club in 2011. We moved into the neighborhood in 2019 because we like it. We were probably some of the people who were parking where we're not supposed to park early on. We actually used to walk to the club all the way from Greenwood Village on those days. But I wanted to come in and just really talk about, for myself, I look and I live on the country club. I think I voted for, the construction, and the club is already closed, and we still have the 255 spaces, and in my opinion, the longer that we hold off on getting started on the project, we're going to end up like Cherry Hills, where it's going to be delay, it's going to cost money, we're going to get additional assessments. I think that this is a great project. I think it's going to increase the value. I think it's good for Cherry Hills Village as a whole to have another beautiful club in the neighborhood. And, I just think that this is something that if we delay, it's just going to become a bigger, more expensive for all the people, members and people who live in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug McDonald, and then after Doug is Michael, is it Otte or just Ott? Otten, okay.
All right. Thank you for your time. Dear Mayor Brown, Mayor Pro Tem Holen, is that right? Okay. And City Council members Robinson, Heller, McGuire, Fisher, and Eber. If it would please the council, I always like starting that way, in deference to you. Thank you for your service and consideration of the Glenmore Club Site Plan for approval. As background, I've stood on this side of the dais for over 30 years in municipalities across the western United States as a developer. Clearly, that is a four-letter word. I beg your understanding here accordingly. Here today, I do not represent the Glenmore Homeowners Association, nor its board members, and am speaking to you as an individual homeowner, experienced real estate professional, and member of the HOA Capital Infrastructure Committee. It is important to note that not only did I vote for the clubhouse renovation, I also have no interest in delaying approval of or increasing costs for the same. However, I and many other homeowners have concerns about the current submission. Based upon fire, life safety concerns, and quality of life impositions the development in its current form poses. It has been my experience during 4 decades in real estate development that variances, particularly a variance on the scale of the 50% parking variance contemplated today, are typically reserved for sites that have a unique physical impediment that cannot be mitigated. For example, the reserved pickleball courts that are currently parking are being reserved for pickleball. That is not the case with this application, and I believe little emphasis has been placed on any attempted mitigation efforts. In fact, it is my understanding that to date, the applicant has failed to provide any parking plan either to Cherry Hills Village or the Glenmore Homeowners Association outlining efforts to operate GCC both during and after construction. This is an essential component of the development that should be reviewed and approved. Further, there are concerns about the parking count of the project and whether the applicant has provided locations meeting the development standards of Cherry Hills Village. These concerns are related to the remote locations, meaning maintenance facility and tennis courts, for some parking requirements, and whether those standalone locations actually have their own separate parking needs and requirements, effectively double counting. Inaccurate employee count at maximum shift and fire, life safety, and quality of life concerns for the 102 families that call the Glenmore neighborhood home. My specific concern has always been fire, life safety within the neighborhood. During large Glenmore events, overflow parking migrates to the 24-foot wide streets of the neighborhood, with parking on either one or both sides of these narrow streets. This is a clear and present danger that can impede or prevent emergency vehicles from reaching residents' homes in the event of an emergency. This is particularly relevant given the older demographic of the Glenmore community. I respectfully request that a survey of the roads with consideration for Cherry Hills Village parking width requirements be carefully reviewed and to have South Metro Fire provide an opinion on this as well. With this information, an informed decision and alternatives can be addressed by you. As previously stated, I do not want to delay approval of this application. However, want to be assured that it proceeds with proper deference to the fire, life safety, and quality of life concerns addressed previously. Toward that end, a clear solution to this dilemma is through the development agreement, incorporating the findings of staff and council while recognizing the concerns of affected parties. Not only does that prevent approval delay, it also provides a means of enforcement for Cherry Hills Village, Police Department in this case, in the event the agreed upon terms are not abided. Despite particularly unkind treatment by representatives of the applicant, including attempted intimidation and apparent defamation, I and other homeowners are willing to turn the other cheek. It is my
need you to wrap up. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I have one sentence. It is my sincere hope that the concept of a binding development agreement with necessary protections therein included will be considered by the council tonight in conjunction with a site plan approval.
Thank you. And last is Michael Otten.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Michael Otte. I live at 2 Glenmore, which is the second house in that you can see there. Just really quickly to get in front of the council, I've been a vocal opponent of the pickleball courts just because of the noise pollution that will asymmetrically be a burden on 1, 2, and 3 there. And Renee Morin, who's just moving into one, is also opposed to this. The parking has been a problem. It's above my pay grade probably to talk about it, but I can't imagine why you'd want to backdoor pickleball courts again and eliminate parking at this point. I've been a member who I want to compromise, and I've had people park in front of my house. I've been that person since 2008 who's had their lawn driven over and their pillar hit and trash left and stuff. But I understand the need. I think the club has done a good effort in the last year at least of putting cones up, so at least you can see around the curve where you're coming in. It is the main thoroughfare in and out of the club. So even if you're parking on one side of the street, we all have contractors, lawn services, everything. It ends up being on both sides of the street. All these events do not happen on holidays. So you're going to have people on both sides of the street, narrowing it further. If you can make an amendment to this and put parking in where that green area is, I think that'd go a long ways to getting more parking and eliminating a lot of problems. I can tell you, the Zone B, they proposed as parking in 2018, never got used as parking. There are poured forms for gravel and sand and everything in there, and I understand you can take out the dumpsters and the transportation containers in there and make some parking in there, but it's never been used for that in my time since 2008. So it is, we're popular, and it's a good membership that we all love. I want to make sure that this is approved. I would recommend the amendment for the parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that has concluded. I actually do have another question for staff. Can we go back to that briefly before we move on to the motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then I got one for the applicant, if we can do that too.
Okay.
Technically, you can ask questions of staff even after a motion's made, so
Okay.
you're good.
Well, I think this will be relevant to whatever motion might be getting made. So I found what I had read, that I knew I had read, on page, it's the second page of the Kimley Horn Exhibit C, the very bottom. It says, I don't know what page it is in your iPad. So it's Exhibit C, and it's page 2.
255?
I think so.
Try 255. 255 in the iPad.
Page 2.
So the next page, what's the next? Okay, so it's 250, was this 254? 254, okay, at the bottom of the page. It says, the renovation plan, this is the third line from the bottom, keeps the clubhouse lot the same at 224 spaces, removes a few parking spaces from the tennis court area, and adds a few spaces in the maintenance staff area, overall retaining the net number of 255 existing spaces on the property. That's not accurate. And when I am serious about, I don't understand the tennis courts. I don't understand them being included in the requirements, and I don't understand them being counted in meeting those requirements because they are far down the road, and not adjacent to this site that is being amended. And the very unfortunate fact is if you take out 6 spaces from the requirements for a requirement of 465, and you take out 10 spaces from the spaces provided for 245, that's a 52% reduction. It's above the 50% allowable.
So the 224 includes the track B. I think they're including track B then.
No, they say adds a few spaces in the maintenance staff area, which is tract B.
Maintenance
there's 203.
maintenance is up.
There's 203
Maintenance is up here. with
Oh, up
21
there.
spots. So that's another, but.
So it's calling tract B the clubhouse lot?
It's including that in the clubhouse lot. There's already 21 spaces in the maintenance facility. Is that correct?
There's already 21 spaces in track B?
No, in the
The
maintenance.
maintenance.
Oh, I'm sorry, in the maintenance at the north end of the site? That's correct.
And there's already 10 spaces at the tennis courts?
Correct.
So no spaces are being added to the maintenance facility, even though it says here they are?
No. You've got 20, the maintenance facility and the tennis facility are staying the same, is that correct? And what's
Well-
being added are the spaces in tract B.
Right, that's not what this Kimley Horn report says.
There's a typo. It's supposed to be pickleball, not tennis.
Sorry, can we come up to the?
Okay, I see. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a couple, the question is really why the tennis court is included in part of this. That's the question.
It's already.
But just to
included
confirm,
in it today.
so it's removing.
Not in this
that
site
means
plan.
The error is, it shouldn't say tennis court, it should say the pickleball, proposed the pickleball area.
But
Well, that's what I just heard.
But what I'm talking about, so I understand,
no,
I think I
that's-
understand that, but what I'm talking about is why requirements for tennis courts that are way down the road and parking for tennis courts that is way down the road is being considered as part of this site plan amendment.
Well, the maintenance facility is even further away.
Yeah, so
But
both.
it's already part of the site plan that exists
It-
today. Is it not?
I don't know, but yes.
So the tennis courts are in the calculation to figure out how many parking spaces that are required.
And I'm asking why that is.
Well, because that
Because it's
generates-
not on this
Well, it
site.
generates parking, though. It's much like the golf course is part of the calculation for the parking requirement. So you take the golf course, you take the tennis courts, the pool, all those come into that count. And so
Right.
therefore, we get to count the parking spaces.
Well, I understand the golf course because the golf course parking is provided on this site. There's no other place.
But when you're,
But the tennis court has its own parking.
Then we
It's
should
its own
lower,
site.
we shouldn't count it in the requirement if we're not going to count the spaces.
That's what I'm saying.
But
That's
we do-
I agree with you completely. And if you remove the requirement of 6 spaces, you get a new requirement of 465. And if you remove the 10 spaces that are provided down there, you get available parking spaces provided of 245. And when you do that calculation, it's 52%.
So table 16 for 10 of the zoning ordinance dictates how we calculate what parking is required. And it's a
For the
cumulative.
site, though. So what I'm going
It's-
back to
but-
is.
But the original, this calculation and the parking spaces that were provided for the maintenance facility, the tennis court, goes back to the original expanded use permit that was on the site. And so they added up for that very first application, because they included all of it with that very first application, right? They didn't have a separate application for the maintenance facility and a third application for the tennis court. They added it all up and said, here's the total number of spaces that we're required to have.
for
Correct.
all of the sites together.
Correct. It all adds up
One
together.
site plan for all 3 spaces.
Yeah, I find that very problematic, because providing parking, I still find it problematic.
Okay.
Providing parking half a mile away
But.
doesn't
Right.
meet the requirements,
but
in
if
my
you-
opinion.
If you think about it though, Katie, Mayor, I apologize.
That's fine.
So employees on shift, 100, a lot of those are employees that work out of the maintenance facility. Tennis courts, it's only 6 spots, there are 10 there, but people park at the tennis courts. It's not that everybody is parking at the clubhouse.
No, I understand that, but I don't feel that, we
Go
have
ahead.
generally required people to have on-site parking. If you owned multiple lots around Cherry Hills Village, we wouldn't allow you to build a facility on this one and provide the parking all the way over there. We
I
just
have a
wouldn't.
question related to this for the applicant. Is that all right if I address the applicant?
Yes.
So have you evaluated taking one of the tennis courts and making that a pickleball court? Or is there room to have another pickleball court next to the tennis courts? That might address.
Well, recognize, we're not here to talk about the pickleball courts.
Pickleball courts
Because
would be
that's.
something
Well, we
else.
are though,
Something-
because.
Well, no, we unfortunately
Well,
can't.
yeah, we are, but I mean,
We
but
are.
we aren't.
Well, we are
Because actually, that'll be a
He's talking about
comment,
parking.
that'll be a comment that I've got at the end of the day, which is to go,
No.
by looking at this and recognizing that they're taking out parking now.
Right.
To be
Yes.
that, the point is that going, that's almost like saying, hey, because we know you guys will approve it. You don't know that, and so therefore, you don't even consider the pickleball. Why would you take out parking when there's a parking issue to get this approved? You wouldn't do it.
But I'm not
Well,
sure
that was
they
my
are
next
taking
comment.
out parking because they are putting it in the Tract B. It's the
But
same
no,
number
they're-
of parking spaces.
They're taking it out of here, and the question
Yes.
is, why would you
But why are you
not-
taking
why
out
would
any
you put it
parking and
there?
then
Well, I
asking
wouldn't-
us
I
for a
wouldn't
bigger
do it.
parking reduction?
wouldn't
Excuse
do
me,
When
can
you
I-
need more parking.
Can I
That's-
say
So
th-
have you
This will all be
considered-
part of the council
Have you considered
discussion.
putting the pickleball on one of the tennis
But
courts.
let me
or-
just clarify one thing. We took out some spaces in the main lot, but we added so many spaces in Track B that now the Track B and the main lot together equal exactly the same number of spaces we started with,
Yes.
right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, in terms of the pickleball, we're going to address that hopefully at some point, but we didn't want the parking to be something that it precludes us from having that, so we thought
Well,
we'd plan for it,
yeah,
and if not, we'll leave a turf area and have a big play area.
We'll
So-
see how it turns out, but that may be, the council may have discussion.
We also
that-
have our
Because
parking-
pickleball will have its additional parking requirements when you go to add that, and
It's the
so.
same number of members.
Right, and so to take the spot, anyway, are there questions
Yeah,
for the
well, I gotta-
applicant? It's not a discussion with the applicant.
Well, but yeah, and I do have one question, and there's been implications, because you have members that are part of the club and blah, 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 back and forth. Has the club had an official, formal discussion and review of the plans with the HOA as an organization and to work things out together?
Yes, we have. And
As organizations, not as disparate
Well,
members?
We, certainly when, and it was Mike and I that presented it to the whole membership, and, all the members of the HOA were there. And then I personally met with the HOA on a Teams call and went through all the plans. I have since then provided them written documentation on what we're doing on parking, just as I described today, after it's completed and during construction. Okay, so we have provided them that information.
Good, thank you.
We do have our parking consultant here, if you want to clarify the whole tennis thing. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. I mean, I think I understand the
Okay.
parking. I just,
Okay.
yes, okay. Are there any other questions? Yes.
I wanted to go back, I'm not sure if it's for staff or the applicant, maybe the chief. In the materials, it says very clearly, I think you stated South Metro would conform in the 6 criteria, they would, they indicated they could meet the fire and building code requirements. What about this egress issue? Have they looked specifically at parking on both sides, and do they think there's, I heard an ambulance stated, but is there enough room for a ladder truck, a engine company, that kind of thing to get through?
So the application was referred to South Metro Fire. They provided us with a conditional approval letter, subject to them getting permits. Whether they specifically reviewed the widths of Glenmore, I can't say that for certain. What I can say is that it's an existing condition that presumably the fire district has reviewed and had to negotiate over the last 40 years.
Well, they may not be aware of parking on both sides. That's part of the question, I guess.
Okay. So if we don't have any more questions, we would now move on to a council motion, and then if there's a second of that motion, then discussion of that motion to follow.
You want to put it up there?
I'll put it up there if you,
If you have it, or if you don't.
Oh, I probably have it here somewhere. Okay, there you go.
I move to approve Resolution 9, Series 2025, a resolution approving a site plan amendment for clubhouse renovations, including a parking reduction at the Glenmore Country Club located at 110 Glenmore Drive.
Second?
So there's a motion and a second. And now we'll have
Discussion.
Who would like to start?
I'll say something. It
Yeah.
seems to me that it would be very hard, very difficult for any of us to suss out what's going on with the HOA. Because we heard tonight testimony from people who are on the HOA who are in favor of everything, and testimony from people who are on the HOA who are opposed to everything. And I am not clear on how we can make a good decision if we, I'm not sure that it's our problem.
Well, certainly private
it's
roads
really
are
unfortunate.
not a
Absolutely,
consideration.
absolutely. But it's really unfortunate, and I hate to hear that they've got this going on, that there's these neighbors, which we see all the time here, are arguing, but I'm not sure that I will use that when I when I vote. Does that make sense?
I think that's absolutely
Okay.
correct.
Right.
Yes.
Should I go
Councilor
ahead?
Robinson, yeah.
So, seems to me that the issue is really around parking, and that preserving or making this grass space for future pickleball courts is inconsistent with, in my view, the application right now. And I would view differently this application if those parking spots, those 21 spots, were kept in place, and later the applicant would come to us and ask for permission, as they said they might, and have a mitigation plan around parking for the pickleball when they want to do that in the future. So I tend to be supportive of the renovation. I think they should have their own ability to do what they want. They've gotten overwhelming support of their members. But I'm also sensitive to the concerns of the HOA around parking in the community. And I think having an additional 21 spots could clear a lot of that up. And so that is my view as to how we might proceed.
Mayor, just since we're.
Is that?
Yeah. So within that realm, when you get to this stage, after you hear from all of your colleagues, you would have a couple of different options if that's something you wanted to take affirmative action on. One is you could choose to vote no because the motion doesn't include keeping those 21 spaces. Another option you might have as a councilperson is to make a motion to add a condition to the approval that those parking spaces be kept intact. That if not for those 21 spaces, you would vote no, but if they do keep that intact, you would vote yes. So when you get to that phase, you're probably not there yet. When you get to that phase, you have two options.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you.
Councilor, you look like you're pondering. Do you want me to come back to you? Yes. Okay. Councilor Holen.
Yeah, I agree, Councilman Fisher. I mean, the issue's going back and forth with the HOA. That's not our concern, but we know that it impacts the overall, and that's why I asked that question at the end of the day. We always like to see when there's a dispute trying to resolve the issues, but that's not the issue here. We have criteria, and from the analysis, the club has met the criteria. Now, the only thing that we're doing is looking to make sure that we're digging in a little deeper, and I think we've asked a lot of questions. I know I've certainly asked a lot of questions that some of them might have been a little bit difficult to listen, but they were answered adequately. I agree, though, the pickleball, taking away the parking, I can't get to that point. I can't get there, which is to go, hey, we're not even looking at that. That's not understanding, and I know that maybe it'll be coming. Hey, that's the risk you're taking. This is an issue here with regard to parking, and the parking is the issue, and they're saying, well, we're going to add some here, but we're going to take some away here. I'm like going, there's a parking issue. Get as much as you can get, okay, because you're still going to require a reduction. And the point here is you're looking to, in my view, it's like a variance. What is the minimum variance that's required in order to allow it to go forward? In this case, what is the minimum reduction necessary that council needs to look at? I do have problems with the issues of parking on both sides of the street, which I guess has gone on for a long time, and I sit back and I go, boy, I don't know where that stands from a safety, security thing, and I look at our new guy with special expertise in terms of fire. I mean, I'm like, boy, where's the fire department in terms of saying you got to keep these streets clear? I mean, that's not our issue here, but boy, I sure wonder what people keep saying, 40 years, 40 years, 40 years. I'm like going, where has the fire department been, or safeties with regard going, there will not be parking on one side of the street. I don't know if it's these guys are going to get priority, or these guys, or whoever gets there first, but it just seems really, really strange to me, and I struggle with that. But overall, this application meets the requirements. The questions have been answered, and other than the parking issue associated with the pickleball thing, that's where I'm going to have a concern. But overall, I'd be favorably disposed towards the towards the application.
Let me just ask one thing about what you've said, because you said it twice. The conditions have been met. I think even in the staff presentation, the conditions are only met
Yeah.
if we agree to a discretionary parking reduction. So,
That's true.
okay. I
Yeah.
think that's an important distinction for our newest council members.
That's-
When we're in land use applications, when the conditions are
great.
met, it's a property right, and it isn't within our discretion to go against that. But in this case, the parking requirement is not met, period. There is the availability of a
right.
parking reduction to accommodate that, which is 100% discretionary.
City clerk, change whatever I just said to what she just said.
Okay, just making sure. All right, Councilor Heller.
Yes, I wanted to explore that a little bit further. And yes, it's discretionary, I get it, and there's a reduction, but the reduction is the same as it's been. We've been through the square footage. They're not, a pro shop is not really adding density that corresponds to parking. And they're adding parking in Lot B. I think I have the right name. So would they eliminate that if we keep the parking where the pickleball is going to be?
Is that a question, or is that a?
Well, I think for all of us to think
Yeah.
about, yeah.
But
it's
let me
not-
just clarify one thing you said.
Yeah.
The parking reduction would be increased, because if you increase the requirements but keep the spaces the same, then the reduction is greater.
No, I get that.
Yeah, so I just want to be clear.
But I think the point was made that adding a pro shop and the other changes aren't going to really add any people density, and so you really shouldn't have a corresponding parking increase.
Well, yes, but that is the applicant's opinion. The way parking requirements are calculated
Understood.
is based on engineering standards that say, in fact, that it's based on square footage.
But
And
it's
so-
still discretionary. And I guess the last point is, what problem are we solving? The day-to-day, there is no parking problem. It's the special events. And it doesn't seem to me adding 26 spaces or not solves the special event problem. Are there other ways to mitigate that? And/or that does go to the width of the, two parking on both sides. That's when it's a problem, on the special events. So I get the perspective. It doesn't seem right necessarily to give up the parking where pickleball is going to go, because we haven't approved pickleball. But that's not the problem, it doesn't seem like. The problem is the special events.
And one thing I wanted to come back, Mayor, on something that you talked about previously, about the tennis court thing. The issue, it's kind of like when they said, hey, we got to account for the square footage for the clubhouse, but really at the end of the day, it's not really going to add that much because there's not that many people running around. Or I guess that was the city manager that talked about that. And so it mitigates the amount. It's kind of a lessening factor. It's the same over here, what you're doing. Hey, they're allowed to count those things over at the maintenance facility and tennis court and what have you. It's just that you're allowed to sit there and go, yeah, but I'm going to go the other way a little bit on that. It's the flip side of that other argument.
Well, and I think I think back to other applications where requests for parking reductions have been made, and we do generally offer parking reductions. That's not unusual. I don't believe that I've ever seen one at 50%, but I could be wrong about that. I don't have that information. But I'm particularly calling to mind, no one ever agrees with what the calculation formula says is what's required. No one has ever agreed with that. When Kent came in and asked for theirs, well, we're not increasing the student population, but you're doubling your square footage. Maybe you're not doing it now, but you could at some point in the future, right? And so we're not making approvals for the current moment in time. We're
Right.
making approvals for the future. And
And that's where I went to with my thing that everybody got convoluted about, which is, again, the 1212 to 1305. There was a reduction, 255. but we are now adding a requirement based on the requirements for more spaces. Yet, but we're keeping it the same. And we're keeping it the same, by the way, by adding a few more here and taking away these over here, even though we need more spaces that would require a lesser reduction. I mean,
Yes, when you have the availability for spaces and you come in and ask for more than you need, it's difficult to get there for me.
Okay.
But I don't vote, so.
Let me clarify.
you might be.
Okay. Let me make sure I understand what you're saying. So I'm looking at table 16410 on page 216, where they calculate the number of spaces required. And it says 469 spaces. Are we all in agreement that's how many spaces are required under the code?
Is that the Kimley Horn report? Because Kimley Horn says 471.
Okay, this is the Kenley Horn report. It says maximum occupancy of the building, 327 spaces. It's page 4 of the Kenley Horn.
Oh,
Page
so that's
4?
different from the
Yeah, those
first
are,
page.
sorry. The numbers that Counselor McGuire is referencing are the code requirements.
Okay, that's what I wanted.
Oh, okay.
So the code requires 469 if no reduction is given.
Correct.
Okay, and they have 255
Correct.
on their site plan
they-
as amended,
As they proposed.
as they propose it, which are also how many spaces they have today.
Correct.
Okay, so first of all, that's more than 50% of the 469. I don't know where you're coming up with.
Where's the-
because Kimley Horn's
Where's the
numbers are different.
469?
Okay, well, we're looking at the,
They calculated the requirements per CHV code differently.
I'm looking at what, okay.
Yeah, you're looking at
I
a staff
apologize.
memo,
I am
I
looking
guess?
at staff's memo.
Okay.
Yes.
I apologize. I am
All
looking
right.
at staff's memo. But even if it's 471, 255
Yeah,
is
okay.
still more than 50%.
Okay.
No, it's not. It's 46%.
Whoa. 255,
69, so
Yeah,
24 spaces.
divided by 469.
okay. They're providing 54%. So they are asking for less than a 50% reduction.
Wait a minute. No, wait.
Yes.
No, you're right. 54%.
Yes, they're asking for less, so they are only asking for a 46% reduction using those numbers.
Yes.
Okay, so we're within the 50% number. Okay,
Yes.
the number of spaces that they are providing are all within the site plan. Granted, some are by the tennis courts, some are by the maintenance courts. And people play tennis and park at the tennis court, and employees park at the maintenance course. That's the whole point of including all of those different things. I'm not sure it's our role to say, we think you should be providing them in this part of the site plan as opposed to this part. Our role is to say, is the number of parking spaces they're asking for adequate or not adequate?
That is absolutely true. And that is within our
Okay.
discretion.
It is within our discretion to say it's adequate or not adequate.
Not adequate,
I don't
yes.
think it's our role to say, and by the way, we think you ought to have them over here instead of here.
Well, actually, I mean, part of the site plan process, we can make suggestions about, and we have in the past, had some, when you're asking for a parking reduction, we could just say, if you don't want to put them in those locations, then no, you don't get it. So-
I hear you that we can say that. I'm not sure it's,
Well, that's fair.
okay.
But, so
and
the
then-
question is whether a 46% parking reduction, when there is the possibility of a lower parking reduction, is
True.
appropriate or not. I think that's the question.
True, that's right. And where the number of people using the building is, I mean, I think they've laid out a very rational analysis of why that reduction is appropriate. My only concern would be if membership were to increase and whether we want to address that. I do think when we were talking about the parking on the road, they did say with respect to large events, they have agreed with the HOA that they will have professional parking services on site to monitor that, so that double parking doesn't happen. Now, could it still happen on an everyday event where they don't have those services? Yes, it could, but
Can we
less
clarify
likely.
whether monitoring means it's not going to happen?
No, it doesn't mean it's not going to, but it does mean someone will be there, I'm assuming they'll put cones out or they'll do something to, but it, possible it doesn't. So I think they've been rational in the site plan. I don't think the spaces that they're proposing are unreasonably low, subject to, I'm open to listening to what other people have to say.
And I've got one question. I thought everything you said, was spot on. I don't think anybody could have said it better. Truly.
Other than Katie.
Other
the mayor.
Other than maybe Katie, but I agree 100%. It's not for us to determine where the spaces go, et cetera. But there is no right to a 50% reduction, okay? So, and I've said something, and I've stated in there, I go, to me, anytime we're looking at making a variance or looking at a reduction or something where we're allowed flexibility, we're looking for the minimum amount of variance or reduction or whatever it is that satisfies the requirements and satisfies the need. And so I sit there and I go, why are we taking out those parking spaces for the pickleball court? Why are we doing that? That doesn't seem to make any sense to me, to remove parking spaces.
But they're not. They're simply moving them. They're not removing them. They're being moved over to track B, right across the street.
But that's
one for one.
So they're required to have about 20 spots more. With the additional square footage, it adds about 20 additional space requirement from what they were required before.
Okay.
If you left those spots there, you'd be keeping the same reduction by percentage that you had before. And you would be
Right.
minimizing the reduction that you are requesting from the city and frankly from your neighbors, right?
So that's the thing to me, and I'm the newcomer here, so I'm not going to go against you guys.
No. You do whatever you want.
wanna do it.
Yeah.
But I am sensitive to the concern, I guess his name's Doug, my name's Doug maybe, but from the HOA about parking, and it seems to me that the pickleball court is something that needs to come to us in the future. And they could put a pickleball court on the tennis courts. That wouldn't change probably the parking needs or what have you. And so to me, having a little excess parking, 21 more spots, it's about 5% of the calculation, seems to me the prudent thing to do. Let's let them go ahead with their renovation in a timely manner so that they can, not impact the future members and so on. But I think that's a prudent way to do it. But if the rest of you don't feel it that way, I'm going to go along with you.
Well, I'm hearing some support for that.
So what we're discussing is, are we okay with them maintaining the existing number of parking spaces, which is a higher reduction, or do we want to require them to keep the reduction percentage the same by adding 20 more parking spaces?
I guess what I was going to suggest to Councilor Robinson, if he was open to it, would be to make a motion that we add a condition of approval that those spaces in the main, in Tract E, remain.
The pickleball spaces.
I'm not going to call them the pickleball spaces because pickleball is not part of this application, but it's that all of the spaces currently on Tract E remain.
And I'm willing to make such a resolution.
Just to be clear, and that they also add the spaces in Tract B.
That's already part of the thing. So the motion would be a condition of approval that the spaces on Tract E remain. And then there can be discussion amongst you all
Well, I
about that.
thought that's where Counselor Robinson was, because that's where I am.
That is where he is. Okay, so
I'm
Councilor
like-
Robinson's going to make that
Well, I
motion.
thought when you said to him, going, would
Well,
you consider, I'm like,
he hasn't made the motion yet. I don't
I
want to put
understand.
words in his mouth.
I understand, but we're having a discussion.
So,
I would leave it as is where I'm I would leave it as proposed, is
So,
where I'm at.
in that, I mean, either, we don't have to, and we really shouldn't, in cases like this, take sort of straw polls and
Oh, yeah,
then,
no, we're not
right?
doing that.
So I think if there is a motion that you don't agree with, then you would just vote against that motion. So, Councilor Robinson.
Okay, so, staff, please help me with the wording, but I
Move to amend.
move to amend the
Yes.
resolution to approve the site plan with the condition that the parking spots that they would take out of the main parking facility that does not happen. So, can you
Yes.
say that better
I would
for
love
me?
for us, and I'm talking out loud with Paul, just to clarify which specific parking spaces we're referring to, so there's no ambiguity later on. Maybe something along the lines of, because I think it's 21 spaces, is that correct? 21 spaces associated with potential future recreation activity or something, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's pretty well said, actually.
Okay.
Whatever the description of those are, that's what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Is it Lot
Yeah.
E? I mean, I don't remember.
Tract
I have no
E
idea what
or-
the tracks are.
So at that point, you just say, so moved.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have an amendment, there's a motion on the table to approve the resolution. We have, yes, Councilor.
Sorry, do we have a second?
Yeah, I'm just-
Not yet, not yet.
I'm getting ready to
There's a
second it.
motion to amend the motion to require a condition of approval that the spaces reserved for future recreational activities on Lot E remain.
Second.
There's a second from Mayor Pro Tem Holland. So now the question is on the amendment to the motion, and any discussion about that? Questions, anything? No.
On that, but can we?
Well, we're going to vote on that.
Yeah,
And then we're gonna vote on that.
But can we resolve the two-side parking thing, or is it resolved because they're going to
It's
monitor?
that, it's that the
Well-
11 spaces in B would still be there because those are
Here's-
already on
we-
the.
Okay.
And
they
we
are already on
can't
the site
control
plan.
private roads. So
No, but if.
Well, we
the
could
fire
amend
district
again and
indicates
say
it's-
those don't need to be there.
we can't do anything with private.
To be clear, if the fire district decided that those were not allowable,
Lot B.
that would be between the fire district and the HOA to resolve. So there's no way we could put a requirement on the country club for something that they have no authority to resolve.
No, but we could have staff make the fire district aware and let them opine on it. We're out of it.
We could just do that as a course of business,
Exactly.
sure.
Yes.
But it wouldn't be relevant for the application.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Okay, so the question is on the amendment. If there are no further questions and discussion, all in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
There's two. All opposed?
Opposed.
3 opposed, okay? So that fails. So we are now back to the recommended motion. Is there any further discussion?
I'd like to move for the original motion again.
Well, that's still on the table
That's
because
on
it
the table,
didn't, yes.
okay.
So we're now back to the original motion. No further questions or discussions. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
I'm an aye. I'm in favor
Okay.
of it.
So that passes 4-1.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the next item of business.
Congratulations.
Resolution 10,
approved.
Series 2025, amending the City Council Liaison Program Policy. Clerk Gillespie.
I'm getting tired.
Good evening, Mayor Brown, members of City Council. Staff is presenting for council's Okay, we're going to wait a second.
Mayor, can we just,
We're so close.
Madam Mayor, can we wait just 2 seconds to?
Oh, wait, and I'm sorry, I have to close the public hearing.
Oh, right.
At 23 PM.
There we go.
There.
What page are we on? 328.
What did you think? You did? Yes, yes. We enjoy it, but I will say there's been a couple of, we bought like quite a few. kind of have to have the right food to go with it. It does not, yeah, it does not pair well with a lot. That was a long one. So it's fine. It's good.
Oftentimes I tell my wife I'm pretty accurate. I told her, 8:30, 8:45.
How late did you think this was? How late did you think?
I said some good time. Yes, I would agree.
Oh, absolutely.
I thought 11.
Well, I had no idea. I didn't know.
And literally, we had some, and we weren't like sitting down to specifically enjoy it. And
Yeah, I saw
we were
that.
walking around doing stuff with grapes, and I had grapes. Horrible. It kind of ruined, yes, it kind of ruined it almost.
Yeah, he didn't because he didn't want to, but he was.
Okay, Mayor, sorry, I think we're good to go now.
Okay. Resolution 10, Council, Clerk Gillespie.
Thank you. At the January 7th organizational meeting, the City Council discussed the liaison assignments, and part of that discussion resulted in a direction to staff to bring back a resolution adding, for discussion, adding a Quincy Farm liaison, and also to discuss changes to Section 4.B of the program. Part of staff's recommendations upon review is to add policy to the title in order to provide clarity and conformance with other city council policies. We think that's why the last time it was amended, we missed making it a resolution. So we definitely want to make that part of the regular policy resolution procedure. On your screen is the proposed language if council would like to add a liaison for Quincy Farm with some details about what that would entail. Also included is that the liaison assignment should be reviewed no later than January 2027 to make it a kind of a limited position, or at least subject to review per the discussion on January 7th. If that was added, then the Section 4B becomes 5. And on your screen are some suggested red lines to both the title and subsection A. Staff has not provided any amendments to, proposed amendments to subsection B, but we are seeking council's direction on amendments to subsection B. There were just kind of too many options to propose anything there.
Thank you.
And yeah, so take them one at a time, maybe?
Yes, I think we'll take approval of the policy kind of as one, but first we'll start with the liaison for Quincy Farm and the proposed language. And I don't know if anybody has questions. Yes, Councilor McGuire.
I have a comment.
I looked at you.
I knew you knew I would. So after reading this and thinking about how this whole section is structured, I really think instead of it specifically saying a liaison for Quincy Farm, which I think we've all agreed is different than a city department and the village crier. But in my mind, Quincy Farm, the Quincy Farm liaison position that we're talking about is more in line with a special projects liaison role. And I would propose that instead of specifically having Quincy Farm here, we would have liaison for special projects, and that the city council can appoint council liaisons for special projects to be assigned to attend planning meetings and to be reviewed by council periodically as to whether they continue infinitely or for a specified time. And I think we can all agree Quincy Farm would be a great special project, and in fact, I support Earl as the liaison for that role. But I don't think, I think because we do assign council members to shorter-term special projects, that it makes more sense that we codify that here and that Quincy Farm becomes the first example of how we are utilizing this section.
And so how do you feel about council liaisons shall be established for city departments, outside agencies, and for special projects? City council liaison assignments for city departments and outside agencies are normally a 2-year assignment, and for special projects are as specified by council at the time of liaison assignment, and shall be reviewed and updated after each city council election or as needed as determined by the mayor and city manager.
Well, I think you have a lovely reading voice, but I'd like to be able to read that. Are you combining 1A and 3 together?
Well, yeah, what I was, essentially what I was doing, there is nothing. It's
Structure-
basically,
tell me how you're
it's
structuring
basically the introduction thing, but the main thing is that it was I'd basically gone the same way you'd gone.
Okay,
Which is,
yeah.
and so, this thing says liaison assignments are normally a 2-year assignment, blah, blah, blah. That's kind of the introduction right there, and I just said, no, get rid of that, and just make it city liaisons shall be established for city departments, outside agencies, and for special projects. And maybe it is 1A, maybe that is in there, I don't know. City council liaison assignments for city departments and outside agencies are normally a 2-year assignment, and for special projects as specified by council at the time of liaison assignment, and shall be reviewed and updated after each city council election, or as needed, as determined by the city mayor and city manager. City council shall approve by consensus liaison assignments. Although I wondered, where did that consensus come from? I mean, that seems like that shouldn't even be in there. City council shall approve liaison assignments, right? I mean, I'm not certain what consensus.
So it sounds to me like what you were reading would replace this first paragraph of the liaison program.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I think that's, and then I agree that Quincy Farms is a special project.
Yeah, so we don't have a separate section for that, but we keep Village Crier separate, because I think that is a little bit separate.
Okay.
And we have liaisons for outside agencies then.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, so we basically we change that first paragraph and don't
To
change.
encompass both departments and special projects. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can provide that verbiage to the clerk, and that, the proposal is that that first paragraph would be replaced with that, and that the other proposed change 3 would not, we would not do that.
Well, and then it's going down, right? And so then it's going liaisons for city departments, and I don't know if anybody's got, but that's 1, right? And then there's liaison for the village crier, and there's liaisons for outside agencies, which is 4. And then we wouldn't have liaison for Quincy Farm, we'd have
Right.
liaison for special projects, and what I was going to suggest is, from time to time, council may establish a liaison position and assignment for certain city projects or activities that council believes require more regular council input to staff, or where special expertise of a council member might be beneficial to staff.
Perfect. That sounds good. Love it.
Okay, so that would
So
be
we
like
get-
a new 5.
Yeah, I mean, wherever you want to shove it
Okay.
in there.
Or instead of where the Quincy Farm thing is.
Yeah,
Either.
right.
Okay.
I think that's perfect. I'm good with that.
Okay, and then discussion, okay, so we're good there, and we can just provide that language to the clerk, and she can insert that. These other items, B1, 2, 3, and 4, are for discussion. As Counselor Holen pointed out at the last meeting, we don't necessarily do all of these things. So there's really 2 ways to go. We can either start doing them, or we can decide that we don't want to do them and take them out, or we want to do something different and change it, but.
So just a question
Yeah.
on that. So I like the idea of having it required unless there's a reason not to. And so should there be except when they should make a application or to say that we don't need to do it this year, we don't think it's necessary, or something like that? Is there a way for that to be?
You're talking about number 1, the
Number
annual
1.
work plan?
Yeah, exactly.
I agree. I think each commission or committee should provide an annual work plan, and it may not change year to year.
Yeah.
But at least it forces them to think about what are we doing and what are we trying to accomplish.
What I'd suggest, and having served on, I think, every commission except Parks and Trails, a work plan, I mean, you can't argue against it, but the point is that I know that we struggle with our volunteers on our commissions and our committees. I mean, we do. And we're never looking to overload them, just as we're never looking to overload staff. I mean, I think council's always been very mindful of dumping things on staff, and we don't have to. What I've always wanted is not so much of a work plan, and maybe it's one and the same, but I've always thought, where are the commissions coming to council and saying, hey, you guys need to think about changing this ordinance? hey, you guys need to think about doing this. And we never get that. And I know on Board of Adjustment Appeals, we used to talk about that all the time when I was on it, and sit back and go, we got to get these guys to add aesthetics into the criteria. We never did, and council never did. But we talked about it at Board of Adjustment all the time when it met. Board of Adjustment never meets now, so maybe it's out the door. Planning and zoning, stuff comes up all the time, and I know that there are discussions going on with, we ought to recommend the council that they change this or they do that. I'd love to hear that kind of stuff from Parks and Trails and from planning and zoning. A work plan, what would it be?
Yeah, well, maybe what we want is for the committees to reporting quarterly with feedback
Oh, absolutely.
to council on issues they see that may merit council consideration.
Or
I think
trends
that's
or
great.
issues or
I
problems.
Yeah, so that's number
I love
two.
the periodic report, and it's just a question of when. How often. Go.
Well, and I think periodic allows it to be flexible from commission to commission. You may need to hear more from one or the other. I mean, I would agree with you. BOAA can't have a work plan.
Right.
I mean, they deal with things that come before them.
Right.
I also think you might be reading a little bit more into a work plan than it has to be. But, I know when I was on Parks and Trails, we did sort of have a work plan. Here, these are the things we're going to do this year. Right.
What about just a couple of minor amendments? And I think it
Yeah.
gets to, so in small Roman I, just add a work plan or report. I also would clarify in 3, do we mean the annual reports? Put the word annual in front of reports, or quarterly, or whatever we want it to be. And then lastly, on 4, should the should be may?
Yes.
Well, my suggestion on 4 is that after our annual retreat, where we kind of plan what we're looking at doing, we then hold a meeting with all of the boards and commissions where we review what we ended up with at our annual retreat and what our objectives are for the city, so that they're aware of that.
That's good.
And as I think you suggested, and you may have suggested, we then have some kind of an appreciation event for them afterwards. A, so they're aware of where we're going as a city, and B, they know we appreciate what they're doing.
So, yeah, and I'll just clarify one thing. Well, I may have, it depends on how much you want to ask me for my thoughts. I have all sorts of thoughts.
What do you think, city manager?
I'll just say, I would recommend that we keep it flexible as far as how often they need to come and report to city council, or if we want to get specific, quarterly is probably too often.
I think so.
I'm just, I just,
agree.
realistically
Let's say
speaking.
once a year or more often
As needed, maybe, or something. The one group that might want to do it more, well, I'm just even going to hold off on there. I just think I would rather start with something, if we haven't done it for years and years and years, jumping into a quarterly
Just
seems
say
abrupt. So,
periodically and no less than annually.
yeah. But I do think if you recall, especially for you old timers on council, I have been attempting to set up at the retreat that we have a discussion about the following year's work plan for city council and the city as a whole. So at the March 2025 retreat, we will have a discussion. Staff will be bringing to you some recommended projects and efforts and initiatives for 2026 for your consideration, discussion, and hopefully some a nodding of heads or shaking of heads, whatever it may be, and some discussion, so that there theoretically could be an initial discussion about a following year's work plan. You haven't approved it yet or anything. Well, actually, you haven't generally approved it anyway, but I do think it would set up well for after that might be a good sort of roundtable. I have not worked in a city, and I'm going to look around at all my colleagues, where there was a work meeting with all the boards and commissions and council at once. I have not heard of that. And I am going to look around at the room. We have a lot of people that have worked in many other places.
We didn't
Yeah.
Do you not think it's a good idea, or?
We didn't do a work meeting, but we did do a meeting. I don't think it was the entire boards and commissions, but each board and commission came and kind of presented what they were working on to council. It wasn't at a regular meeting, no. It was over in it was in the joint public safety facility, and
Well, I think
I remember specifically the people I met there, and
Didn't P and Z have a joint meeting with council on the master plan? I
Yes,
think they
and
did.
that was project
I was
specific,
on
and
it.
that is super common, I'm sorry. That is very common, right? It really is, and a good practice. That's different than just sort of without a mechanism to invite such a joint meeting. We're talking about an ongoing process, year over year, where we would have all the boards and commissions in one room. I'm just not very familiar with that.
And I'm really just talking about highlights. Here's where we're going as kind of a state of the city.
Yeah.
That you give to these commissions just so they have an understanding and they feel like it's important to us that you know what it is,
There's
where
connection
we're
and
going.
flow down.
Counselor Fisher, yeah.
So would that be separate than the reports that they would come and give to you as a single body?
Yeah.
Counselor Fisher.
So one way to achieve that would be that would be the one meeting that we, as liaison, go. We go and make that report to them. That's one way to achieve that,
Yes.
right? So if you're the liaison to, what are you the liaison to?
Well, I am to.
Community development.
We
So
are
P&Z.
To community and
liaisons.
to community,
Well,
so
so
then
the
you would
P&Z,
go, okay,
okay, yeah.
to planning and zoning, and you would go there and say,
I know
we,
she's the lead on
in March, we
development,
had
so
our
that would be her.
thing.
Yeah.
But I had a couple other things.
Mhm.
I wanted to say that to the extent that any of these annual work plans include budgets, I would encourage, and we kind of talked about this with Quincy Farm earlier, 4 or 5 hours ago, that they should be aligned with Director Farman's budget cycle.
Yeah.
I mean, that is kind of like low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
To me. And then the other thing is, I agree with what else was said about, we do not need a report every quarter from all of these people. Maybe we
I
need
agree.
a report from one of them each quarter. And some of them might be better suited to give a report at the beginning of the calendar year, and some of them might be better suited to give a report towards the end of the calendar year, and it would be not that hard to kind of look at it and say, we want you to shoot for the first quarter, we want you to shoot for the second quarter, we want you to shoot for the
Yeah.
third quarter, because we know what your calendar is like, and we know what our calendar is like, and that is what I would recommend there.
So I think to the first suggestion around, we did specifically do away with council liaisons to boards and commissions.
It doesn't mean you can't go to a.
No, it doesn't mean that we can't go and make a report, but I do believe that the feeling at the time was respectful of volunteers' time. We meet 22 times a year. Like, they can come to our meeting, right? This is a much more demanding time commitment than serving on the boards or commissions. And it was an effort to just look at it from a different angle. I'm not necessarily opposed to people going and saying, here's what we're doing. But usually the report up, not down.
And my perspective on bringing everybody together was, of course, here's where we're going, and we appreciate you, but also, here are the other people that are volunteering. Here are-
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a way of cultivating.
It's more of it's almost an appreciation event.
Yes.
With a high level.
Very high level. I'm not talking about
I
a
think
3-hour
that
meeting.
probably makes sense. And truthfully, this is the only organization I've ever worked where we don't have a volunteer appreciation event.
Yeah, well, we used to.
We used to.
Yes, but it hasn't happened in.
Yeah, there are
I
some
think
dynamics
COVID-
there that killed that.
Meet the people
But-
on them.
So if I could, just after briefly talking with staff for just a couple moments, we can word it any number of ways, but in practice, my recommendation to City Council would be, we really have two boards that, A, have a budget that you give to them, and B, have work products that I would say kind of match a work plan, which is the Art Commission and PTRC. The other boards, and I'm not even going to talk about BOAA, let's just put them off to the side. The other ones, I think, a annual presentation to you, not maybe a part of this appreciation event.
Right.
Thinking of, for example, P and Z, that makes perfect sense to me. The first special project that we might have, where we have a liaison, right, which would be Quincy Farm, we're already set up to do that sort of work plan presentation. So I guess I would just say, practically speaking, I think we have two bodies where we have justification for a presentation to you and a work plan that gets submitted to you, because you're giving them money. Whereas some of the others were not. They're really hearing cases, things like that. That may be more of a presentation,
As opposed to a work plan.
as opposed to a work plan.
Got it.
Just being
So-
practical, I'm being very practical at this point.
So maybe Counselor Heller's wording of prepare an annual work plan or report to be reviewed and approved by the city council.
Yeah.
And then 2, I heard a change, each city board, commission, and committee provide periodic and no less than annual status reports to the city at a city council meeting. 3 stays the same. We do already do that, but it needs to stay in here so that at some point somebody doesn't say, oh, nobody ever shows up, let's just take it off the agenda.
Just can you put periodic in front of?
Well, we have an agenda item at every meeting. If anybody shows up and wants to talk to us, they can.
Change should to may, right?
Yeah.
And then 4, the city council may, I mean, we always may, but I think the point of this is a suggestion that we actually do that.
Yeah.
So I don't know, I could either leave it as should or change it to may, I don't really care.
Just
I
take
think we
out
ought to
regular.
actually do it, though, is what I'm
May
saying.
conduct joint session.
Okay,
meetings
yeah,
with
take
city
out the
boards,
word
commissions.
regular.
Yeah. Conduct a joint session meeting. I like that.
Okay.
To receive and provide updates.
Yeah, it says that, receive
Yeah,
and provide.
yeah.
Okay. So
Let's
the
go-
changes that we
Let's go
have-
back, let's go back to one, though, a little item.
Okay,
Because I circled the word approved. I'm going, again, this is the independence of our commissions. We can send something to every commission and committee saying, we want you guys to work on this thing. But with regard to the broad operations of the commissions and the committees on their own, I don't know that council, we want to approve that. We want them to operate independently. We can send things down to tell them to do, we want you to look at X, Y, Z, we want you to look at the fence ordinance.
But we're approving the work plan or the report, not the individual tasks.
Well, and see, in the report, I don't think we're going to approve it all.
Yeah.
The
No, I
report,
agree.
You would just
report, we're not going to
accept,
approve
yeah.
that at all. But I don't know that we're approving, I don't know that we want to approve their work plan.
well, I
Mayor?
mean, I can think of instances where you would.
Yeah, Mayor, can we get the input of Jay and Emily, who
Yeah.
probably
Yeah, sure,
work
yeah,
with
we
the two bodies who most this would apply to? Just freestyle thoughts.
I can say that PTRC every year, in conjunction with their budgeting process, creates a project. Well, I work with them to create a projects and priorities document. So that's something that we could easily bring to council during the budgeting process as they're approving it for a presentation. The Art Commission does not, but they're generally less project heavy, besides the typical, we know ahead of time, and that's going to be included in the city budget if there's a big acquisition that's coming up in relation to a park or something like that. So their activities are a little bit lower key and more standard, so.
I would also say with PTRC, staff is recommending to them based on council's wants as to, here's what your project should look like. We've heard this from council, or not, because if we just say, bring your projects list, all of a sudden,
you're going to get this list of here's what they want to do, where we're trying to guide them with, here's with what we're hearing from council that you guys should focus on, or type thing. So I just want to make sure we're not,
I do have a little bit of hesitation about council approving the work plan, and then if we, and you as council are going along, and then there are additional projects that council approves as part of the budget, are we going to want to go back and revise that work plan with PTRC? I worry we could get a little bit circular with it.
Yeah, so we can just make review.
Just review, I think it's just review.
Okay. So take out and approve to be reviewed by the city council. So 1 would now read, each city board, commission, and committee prepare an annual work plan or report to be reviewed by the city council. Okay? 2, we insert after periodic and no less than annual. 3 stays the same. 4, should becomes may, and regular gets deleted.
I thought you talked us out of that. You were going to leave it as should.
Oh, I could go either way. Whatever. What do you guys want to do? Should, may?
Should's probably the. Which I don't have a problem with should, although, when going back up into the language before this in B, this is a council policy and procedure. It is recommended. Why are we recommending to ourselves? To allow enhanced direct communication with city council and boards, committees, each 2, 3, 4. It's not just recommended. We're recommending to ourselves? Stupid.
So take out, it is recommended.
I
Yes,
would.
think
If
take-
you want some
okay,
other
I
language
agree
in there,
that
but
doesn't
I'd take it out.
Okay.
Which of these, back to what Mayor Pro Tem Holland said, which of these encourages these guys to make an actual recommendation to us? Right? Like, come to us and say, we want to change policy, we would like to, we think this needs to be changed.
So
Which of
should
these
2
addresses
say
that?
periodic static reports or recommendations?
Well, I think the work plan or report is where that would come, because it needs to be from the group, not just, one person.
I think so too. I'd be willing to put in their recommendations, work plan
Okay.
recommendations or report, whatever you want, but something that encourages, because I feel that's always been something that's missing a little bit. Now, it does come through staff, Emily and Paul and everybody provides input in terms of what's coming presumably, but I'd really like to hear from those, because it's also uplifting
So should
them.
we
That's
add
number 2.
after work plan or report, which may include recommendations for city council's consideration?
Well, I think it's actually
Boom.
more number
I
2.
like that.
But I think that's an annual thing. I think that's more number 2. Come to the meeting, come to our meeting, and tell us, we discussed at our last Planning and Zoning Commission meeting that we think
Right.
XYZ needs to be considered.
So put in Susan's inclusion in there. I like that, because
Well,
it's sending a
So that would be
message.
in number 2.
Yeah, that's
So
what, right.
committee
I thought that's what she was
provide,
talking about.
Periodic status reports and recommendations for council's consideration.
but we have and no less than annual. So periodic and no less than annual status reports, we can't make them have no less than annual recommendations.
No less than annual.
No, that was,
Is
no
one,
less than
right?
annual is in 2. It's periodic and no less than annual status reports. I mean,
Which
okay,
may include-
as it is now 10 minutes to 11, do you
Yeah.
think that this is the reason people aren't coming to us? Because it doesn't say it right here to come provide, I don't think that.
No, but with the change, I'm presuming, I shouldn't presume, I hate people presume or assume, we're making a change of this policy, And when it's done, that'll be an opportunity then for staff to go to every board and commission and go, by the way, we've just done this. You guys need to read this. Council just did this.
Well, I think that no matter what happens, even if we didn't change anything, staff needed to go to these boards and commissions and say, you know, our policy says that you should be going to city council meetings and reporting to them on what you're working on. So how do you plan to do that? How often do you want to do it? Who's going to do it? I mean, that needs to
I think it's
happen.
like a
okay, I
nicer
think
way
you
to
should
say,
add
look at the
after
changes
reports.
council's made, and we just want you to be aware of them, as opposed to, look what you haven't been doing.
Well, no, it's just let us call to your
Encourage
attention that
them.
we
I
need to,
get it.
Encouragement.
this fell off the table and we're picking it back up.
Right.
Mayor, I'm stay as long tonight as you like, but if we don't end in 5 minutes, I need a.
Okay. I would like to
Well, why don't we
propose-
take, let's take a break, because
Yeah,
it's
'cause
not
we do
going to be
have-
5
we
minutes.
still
We
have-
have all the other meetings. So
Okay.
let's take a 5-minute recess till 11 o'clock.
Thank you.
Yes, thank
I
you.
would say
Resuming at 11:02. We are on the Resolution 10, amending the liaison program policy. We have Mayor Pro Tem Holland's suggestions to replace the introductory paragraph that he will provide to the clerk. Section 2 remains the same. Section 3 remains the same. There's a new Section 4 that is Mayor Pro Tem Holland's language that he will provide to the clerk around liaisons for special, what did you call it?
Special projects.
Special projects. And and then moving on to the new Section 5, we would accept the recommended change from notes to city council communication with boards, commissions, and committees. We would accept the changes proposed to Section A to strike the first line and reword a few things in there. Section B, we delete, it is recommended that, and it just ends with committees, colon. Item 1, each city board, commission, and committee prepare an annual work plan or report to be reviewed by the city council.
We took out and approved, right?
Correct. Item 2, each city board, commission, and committee provide periodic and no less than annual, I'm just going to read it the way it is right now, status reports to the city council at a city council meeting. We left off with discussion as to whether that needs to include something about recommendations.
So I'll suggest that we add, which may include recommendations to the city council. I'm
Well, I
sorry.
like it, just because it emphasizes, and it puts an emphasis on there at the end of the day. So I like it, but that's
They're
just me.
encouraged, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, encouraged, right.
Okay, so insert after reports, which may include recommendations to the city council. Section 3 stays the same. 4, city council, we're going to stick with should, conduct joint session meetings with et cetera, strike the word regular. Those are the changes that have been discussed. Is there anything further? Then do I have a?
Do we want to add on 4?
No, we don't. Go ahead, I'm teasing you. Add what?
To receive and provide updates as necessary.
No.
Since we've got should,
No, just receive and provide updates.
Okay.
Of course you only do it when necessary, Earl.
okay, you and I, that's one
Okay.
thing we don't agree on. I don't like assumptions.
Well, maybe it doesn't, I don't know that I think it has to be necessary. Maybe you just want to do it. I think you should do it because it's a good idea,
All
not
right.
because it's necessary.
Okay, we're good. Move on.
Okay. Yes.
I guess as staff is sharing this, I just want the sentiment to be that we're encouraging them, that we would like to hear from them. And
Yes.
that we do, obviously, that we appreciate them and all that, but that, if they've got a recommendation for us, we really do want to hear it.
Yeah. I think you're absolutely right. Okay, I would entertain a motion to to approve the liaison policy with all of the amendments that I just read through.
Motion to approve the liaison policy as discussed.
Second.
So motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Then, with the creation of our new liaisons for special projects, I guess we would need to, the next item will be a little bit different. This is City Council Liaison Assignments Discussion, and while the recommended motion is only, we would need to say that we would like to create a liaison, and we want to call it?
I move we create a special project for Quincy Farms and appoint Earl Holland as the liaison to that special project.
Okay, and who is this, who is the secondary?
And Mayor, you're interested in secondary.
Okay. Although Counselor Heller did have a great point, although the alternate almost never does anything, but he did have a really good point at the last meeting that maybe we do need to get some new people up to speed on Quincy Farm so that we don't have all of the institutional knowledge, in one bucket.
Then I would move that Karen be the second.
Okay. So the motion is to create a special project liaison for Quincy Farm, to appoint Earl Holland as the primary liaison and Karen Fisher as the secondary liaison.
Second.
That's moved and seconded. And that motion was made by, that was made by Councilor McGuire. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. Thank you both for being willing to do that. Okay. I will now recess the council meeting at 11:08 p.m. and convene the meeting of the Cherry Hills Village Charleau Park Third Filing General Improvement District Board. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Board Member Heller?
Here.
Board Member Eber is absent. Board Member Holland?
Here.
Chair Brown?
Here.
Board Member McGuire?
Here.
Board Member Robinson?
Here.
Board Member Fisher?
There's items on the consent agenda.
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Oh, that's good.
A second? Was it? It's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. There's no unfinished business, new business. I move to adjourn at 11:09 p.m. And I call to order the meeting of the Cherry Hills Village Southmore Circle and Hudson Parkway General Improvement District Board at 11:09 p.m. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Board Member Heller?
Here.
Board Member Eber is absent. Board Member Holland?
Here.
Chair Brown?
I'm going to channel my Randy, happy to be here.
Board Member McGuire?
Here.
Board Member Robinson?
Here.
Board Member Fisher?
Here. The consent agenda.
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
It's motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. I now adjourn the meeting at 11:09 p.m. and reconvene the meeting of the Cherry Hills Village City Council and move on to reports. In keeping with our discussion from earlier, would like to ask that our staff, if the council agrees with this, that we ask planning and zoning to consider the parking requirements. That really has been an ongoing issue for years and years. I'd be happy to provide some historical context of different situations that have arisen that we did not feel our parking ordinances adequately prepared us for. One in particular was originally, we made Denver First Church of the Nazarene pave 3 vacant lots in order to, with way more parking than they ever ended up using, except in the case of huge community funerals. That was such a really loss to our community that we turned these vacant lots into pavement because of our own requirements. So I would love for them to finally take that up. Some of the ideas thrown out at the time were, are there overflow parking that could be on grassy areas? Could some part of the parking requirements be met by, on-street parking? Could some part of it be met by grass, vacant, anyway? And then to also ask planning and zoning to consider a change to the map amendment that allows for adoption of a new map if there's an error.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be lost or damaged or, yeah, just a clerical error.
Madam Mayor.
So is there consensus? I mean, I don't want to task planning and zoning just on my own.
Can I just clarify real quick? I think it's a great idea on the parking, updating the parking. I will tell you that likely those numbers came from a time when the philosophy towards parking really was, okay, we're a retail store, what's the parking that we're going to have on Christmas Eve?
Yes.
And they literally then calculated backwards from said number. That is outdated thinking that most professionals, parking and transportation professionals, don't really subscribe to anymore, because it really results in these situations that you're describing. And so I would recommend that maybe the direction to staff is to start by getting, and we don't have the expertise in-house, but it would be a small project to work with a professional to get more current, contemporary numbers that will undoubtedly reduce the requirements. It's really, we're just talking for churches, clubs, a select few uses, and let us take that to Planning Commission, Planning and Zoning, to start the conversation.
Well, whichever way you want to, I mean, obviously, that would be part of the conversation, whether you want to assign it to Planning and Zoning and have them direct staff to do that, or the other way around. I know that personally, one of the things that I have set as a goal for myself is to be more mindful of the volunteers that we have in the community and to utilize them more effectively. So I think those two things, and then I know there's still an outstanding review of the fencing as it relates to state highways that I hope Planning and Zoning is working on.
Just to clarify, for the parking, is that specific to the private clubs, or is that for all of the parking?
For everything. It's
just
for
wanted to-
everything.
just
Yeah,
wanted to
I
be
mean,
sure.
it's come up with churches, it's come up with schools.
Just want to be sure.
I mean, I guess I don't know so much about residential. I don't know if we have
It's
residential
really
parking
just our
requirements, but
site plan
Yeah.
uses. So churches.
Presumably, like I
schools,
say, it's
clubs.
going to go down because there's going to be more accurate type of things, but then that flexibility is going to come down too.
Yes.
The reduction is going to come way down.
Correct.
yes, eligible hopefully the requirements will come down, and then the potential reduction will also come down. Okay, that is it for my mayor's report.
Question. If, just thinking about it, if it was rejected, what's the appeal? Is it Board of Adjustment?
A denial for like a site plan amendment like
Yeah,
tonight?
in other
Would
words-
be a section 106 review. Yeah. District court, where the judge reviews, where the judge reviews the record, basically to make sure that there's competent evidence based on, that you made your decision based on competent
Yeah, okay,
evidence in the
but
record.
yeah, so it goes to district court first, it doesn't go to the Board of Adjustment?
That's correct.
For zoning?
Correct.
Wow, interesting, okay.
BOA has some limited appeal rights for like building code.
Administrative
Yeah.
appeals.
Interpretations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I knew there were some appeals there, that's why it's the Board of Adjustment and Appeals.
All right, Councilmember Heller, do you have a report?
I do not.
Okay.
No report.
Just two quick items. One, Director Goldie, I'm assuming the cell phone issue that we had the study session on today is going to appear on the agenda at some point for some type of consideration. And could you make sure that, or could you get HR Green to talk about mid-spectrum C-band technology, which was one of it sounded like the only thing that wasn't in the report, or was it in there?
Yes, their contract is completed,
Done.
so
Oh.
to do that, we will have to work out a new contract.
Yeah, I think what maybe some people in the audience didn't understand is that they were presenting a final report of what was considered, not, they weren't continuing
Okay.
to work, right?
That's
So
what
it was like here's what we did, not.
I didn't understand that
Yeah.
either, but that's okay.
Well, and to that end, though, I mean, because I
But
didn't think about talking about that now. I thought we'd talk about it later, but I agree. I mean, I want to know if that Josh's mid-spectrum C technology and T-Mobile SpaceX partnership, if that's BS or not. I want to know. And I want to know if it's not, why our consultant didn't have it. And if it is, We need to get this information back to these people. And I don't know who this mystery guy is that has to be under seal, evidently, that Josh has
Andrew
got.
answered all of those questions before Josh
Yeah.
spoke up.
And you, didn't you specifically ask about that?
He
Yeah.
specifically said the satellites and the C-band
Yeah.
aren't going to work, and he's the expert, not Josh.
Yeah.
So we
And he
answered
mentioned-
those questions, and again, it's just residents saying these things.
So C-band was one of those things on the chart?
It wasn't on the chart, but
it was asked.
Andrew.
No, I know.
Andrew was asked and answered that.
Oh, he did, okay.
He's on top of these technologies, including the C-bands and the satellites, and they don't do what.
With that said,
I don't know that that was a
We
sufficient answer.
need, this is not going to go away. This council is going to be sitting back and talking about what are we going to do with the four, and I don't know where it's 60-40 one way or 60-40 the other way. I'm telling you, it's 60-40 with regard to put up towers or don't. And it's going to come up again, and we need to have specific information and sit back and go, that's crap.
And I do
Or, oh my God, there's something we can do here.
And I do think that there is an opportunity for us to find a few dollars to get them to write another little 2-page white paper to us on those two things specifically.
Okay.
With that said, he also offered the opportunity for a meet with the mystery man.
Right.
Yeah.
And maybe if one of you take him up on that, you can drag Mr. Goldie along with you.
The special
But
projects
I
liaison
don't-
is
I
no
don't
longer
think
on
that-
council, somebody else can.
I don't think that was the main takeaway, at least for me, it wasn't. I don't think, I think it's a red herring, I agree with you. But I do think we have to have a discussion about what
Agreed.
parameters are set. And if we change them, can we get to an acceptable level of improved service without?
Well, in fact,
Well,
Susan suggested
yeah.
that at the last council. I mean, that actually was in there, and we do need to, that's what's going to come up again. That's what we're
Yeah.
going to have to do.
Well, then I agree with you, Susan.
Yeah, and I do think it will be on a council agenda for discussion. Obviously, it has to be discussion in a public meeting. And I think that the previous council had a definition of what an acceptable level of service was, and the previous council felt that it needed to serve everyone and not just choose winners and losers. But, I mean, it's a new council, it's a new day. You hopefully have the information now, and if you want to change those things, that we can talk
So
about.
how do we have the conversation? To me, it is about, when we approve this site plan for Glenmore, one of the criteria is, does it align with the master plan? And I want to have the conversation about, does putting industrial towers in the middle of our parks align with the master plan? And I don't think it does.
Well, I
So-
think, and that will absolutely be the conversation. Another criteria of the master plan is fixing cell phone coverage. So,
That was number 7 on the list.
well, they're,
One was.
So here's what I might recommend.
Yeah,
Here's what I might
nature.
recommend is we can work with the mayor pro tem on getting the date set for when that might be brought back. I just am thinking ahead as far as what staff would provide council for that discussion. I think we might just have a staff memo that includes the criteria that were used. And if we get any updates, the written 2-pager from whoever on C-band, and we can also include that. But the written criteria, and I think we can include the memo if you need, or the report if you need it again, or the white paper if you need it again. But otherwise, I do think it's teed up for you to be able to go through those criteria to discuss. Just be aware that if you then say, okay, we want to take away 2 and add 1, that changes the math to such a degree that we, in a way, have to then start over with evaluating the
I would say
technologies.
it could change the math. I think we heard pretty
You're right, I
clearly that it's not a matter of money, that it's not a matter of basically, he said,
Okay.
this is it.
Yeah,
And so the
you're right.
question, I think the question for the council is that a choice, a decision the council wants to make? Is that a decision the council wants to ask citizen input on? Is that?
Did he say that, Mayor? Because I thought he said, given the parameters.
He did say that, but then he went on,
I'm not a believer, I'll tell you.
Well, at the very least, if it's something that simple, and the answer is, yeah, it doesn't change anything, we would still need to go back out, we'd have to find some more money.
Yeah.
And we would need to pay for, a reevaluation under the different criteria, just to be certain.
I mean, he said that the carriers wouldn't participate in it had all
Right.
those red X's. He said small cells don't have the reach, there's too much tree cover. There,
But having said that, where we very first started there was, and I want to say it was like an $11 million option where we lay fiber optic and go into all the neighborhoods.
But what he even said tonight, though,
He
was
seemed
that
to say
they
that
wouldn't
wasn't it.
participate in that.
I don't know.
So.
And again, and
was-
what you said about no money's not an object. I mean, that's the thing is, there are solutions. It will cost millions upon millions of dollars, and the city will be in the business. That will be the big thing.
Yeah.
Do you think the city should be in the business or not? Add that criteria. It's in there, by the way. The city won't get into the business. And if it ain't into the business, there ain't anything. Unless there is, and I believe, and I know, Susan, you'll agree with this, is we have to communicate with our community. We have to provide them. We need to tell them if it's right, they're going, you are wrong. And here it is. I mean, parcel and verse. Because, by the way, that white paper, I will say, didn't really do what I thought it was going to do. And it didn't provide, basically, it was just a recitation of the report. White paper didn't do anything. I thought there was going to be a bit more in there with regard to, okay, all of this stuff, this arm waving that these people have been doing, here's why it's wrong. And it wasn't in there. So we can't.
But the
Yeah,
thing that,
No, the chart was good, but that's, again, you got the,
But people
What makes-
sat and listened to that and then still stood up and said, that's not true.
the thing that resonated to me, what Josh said was, I mean, I'm a businessman, right?
Yeah.
Is let's ask the carriers to provide a solution. And, we have a consultant that's giving us what he thinks the carriers will say.
No, so we did that. That was
No,
like.
but it was within.
That was like 8 years ago. I mean.
Well, no, it got refreshed,
said
if you
we're-
recall. Randy and Al were on an actual subcommittee that looked at this, and we got, who was it, Crown Castle? Crown Castle, and they went out and knocked on the doors of all the carriers and said, look, if we were, and at the time, you might recall, this is when we had ARPA funding, and one of the solutions for our $1.7 million was to get started with a broadband backbone that could be the basis for small cells. So we knocked on the door, said, hey, would you please participate? And we got a no from everyone. Not a single one had any interest in it.
How long ago was this?
Well, Randy
ARPA,
and
so
ARPA,
20,
they were on
21, I
council,
think,
so, yeah.
21,
Yeah, ARPA would have been after.
21, 22, somewhere in there. So and I'm not meaning to, the option of let them put together a proposal, that exists today.
Yeah.
There's nothing stopping anybody from coming in with a proposal today.
Or in the
We
last
certainly could try
20
and
years.
stoke it by somehow maybe putting something on the street, but that option, literally, they could do that today.
But we're not going to solve tonight, but
Yeah.
I'm with you, Doug. I still think it's worth bashing this around. Just as one example, maybe I'm wrong about this, and at least it's going in the right direction. If you don't have 4 carriers, go to 3, maybe even go to 2, you reduce the height requirement of the towers, and you don't need the 270 foots. So there's something that can be done immediately.
But
Maybe
we
it's not
can't, we can't
satisfactory.
prevent, if you offer it to 2 carriers, we can't
Is that
deny
true?
it. Yes, Laura Chrisman cited the court case.
well, and moreover, picking up on what you're saying, the lower thing is that, and I asked Thorsten this, I go, Jay, it's 70-foot towers, none of the carriers will go on a 70-foot. They won't come in.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, you
about
might
that.
get the
Well,
one.
I see, again, and this is, we've got to figure out how to get out of that do loop.
Yeah.
I mean, every time somebody new comes in, and this is no casting and dispersions, everybody goes, I don't know about that, and I'm going, we've
Oh my
done
God,
we've done the best we can, and we're not going to
Yeah.
spend any more money on this. If you want to, please do, give us a complete, detailed report
Yeah.
But, you know, Josh got irritated with it, because I said that at the, whatever, 3 months ago, or whatever it was. He's like, well, you know,
I understand
we need
the
support, we
frustration.
need counsel, we need staff to do this. And I'm like, dude, we've done it.
Can
You
we
do
get,
it.
can we get an answer to the legal question on, is it equal access? Do you have to provide all carriers access?
I'm not the expert. I don't know the answer on
We can
that.
look at that.
Luckily, we have a firm that does provide us telecommunications expert that's very involved with CCUA and gives
Is that
us
okay with everyone?
regular legal
Because
advice.
that is if the answer
Yes,
is
it's a
no,
significant thing.
that is a potential path to using parks with lower towers and getting the coverage we want.
I don't know that a 70-foot tower in a park complies with the master plan either, and it still uses radio frequency, and it still brings in,
Exactly.
But
Well, then-
so I don't know, you know.
Here's where I think we're back where we were last May, where you were last May. I wasn't part of we yet, but I was sitting out there when all this stopped during the, I forget what they were called, focus group meetings, I believe.
Yeah.
And what I mean by this is, other than, even the people who spoke tonight, who are the same people who have spoken several other times and emailed, don't really understand all of the other options that were studied. And I think we're back where we were getting ready to start to communicate with everybody. So I think that other than the people who live close to those parks, and, you know, understandably so, I think most of our residents don't really understand where we are or how we got to.
I think that's absolutely true.
So-
And so I think ultimately,
Communication.
there will be an agenda item, and I think the focus of that agenda item, decision point for this new council is, do we
start?
pick
to
up,
communicate?
do we,
Yeah,
you know,
do we
pick up the
there?
communication, you know, pick up where we left off, which, by the way, was with a massive communication education campaign? Or is there no appetite for that, and we don't want to solve it? I appreciate that there are members of council who feel like there's another solution. I will just personally, I have to tell you, the one thing I really will struggle with is 2 more years of expectations that I'm magically going to pull a unicorn out of a hat.
That's fair.
I can't,
Yeah.
like, I can't work miracles. I understand if you don't like it, but
Yeah, I think that's really fair. I agree with you, and we shouldn't have to do that. You shouldn't have to do that. But here's the perspective. I did this stuff for 21 years. I haven't said that, but I was with Quest, and we built out a cellular system and fiber system. And our RF engineers are amazingly innovative, and they will do what you tell them to do. So my theory is, if you go say, produce the best possible coverage you can get in Cherry Hills Village with these parameters, see what they come up with. I know that it's not perfect, that, you know, trees are going to block the signal and the like, but what is the best possible? Maybe that was done.
that was
what we did.
No, but with the parameters that you can't, as an example, you can't have a tower over X feet. You know, it's a little bit different perspective.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, Councilor Heller.
But
Well, I
that's,
think
just to
we've
be
heard
clear,
that
that's,
plenty
that's
of
in a way, that's starting over.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That is starting over. I mean, I just want to, because there's going to be a cost associated with that. So we're going to have to, and then if we come to the end of that process and we're still in this limbo, we could change the criteria again, a third time, and then go through the evaluation process.
Or it could be, I might be in this camp, if it can't be done, I'll just live with the poor cell service. I mean.
Well, and that's ultimately.
But that's where we're
And
headed.
who makes that decision is really always been the question for me. I think that's a decision for the citizens of Cherry Hills Village.
I agree with that.
But,
Well, it's a decision for the citizens of Cherry Hills, which is where we were, which is to go, if we come up with a solution, it ain't gonna be pretty, and it's a decision for the citizens to decide. No, that's why we backed away in May, is because everybody said, no, we don't want you to go to the citizens.
yeah.
We don't want it even being asked.
This group did.
Yes.
Right, well, but that's,
Right.
the antis, that's what they will be, because the concern is that the pros will just roll over them.
Well, the
Is
pros
that our
just will-
concern?
The
Well,
pros
but
will be oblivious.
I think why you're hearing them talk about all these other options from mystery folks and everything else is they hope that there's another solution out there that doesn't put towers in their backyard,
That's the hope.
right?
Yeah.
And so they're hoping that it gets solved some other magical way.
Right.
That doesn't impact them so directly, which
Understandable.
I get
Absolutely.
it, right? That makes total sense. Ultimately, when we bring this back to you, we're going to put the criteria up that were set by the last council. Your first order of business will be to decide what you think about those criteria. Because if you do want to redo the criteria, we have to start over on the process.
Right, and I want to have that conversation about, is this in keeping with the master plan?
Right, and
With the
it's.
rural
Well, I don't think there's any
And it's,
question
and it's
that 100-foot
legitimate. I mean, the
towers
point is
isn't-
we talked about it then.
Yeah,
And we
there's-
said, I know I said it, I said, hey, that's a legitimate thing. If we don't add that criteria, we have a solution. Are we going to take it to the public or not? If we add that criteria,
Then there's no-
there is no solution. We're done. I mean, it ain't going to be more complicated than that. It really isn't. But we should have the discussion so everybody feels the same way.
And I don't
But
think anyone
let's make
is-
sure we do it with, what was the term, completeness viability.
Okay, I'm going to get back to my report now. I'm feeling like we've hashed this out and we see where it's going.
We will look for a date.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe sorry I brought that up. Okay, one other thing I would like to toss out, and not that I'm looking for a long discussion tonight, I just want people to start thinking about this, and I will bring it up again. I'd like to propose that we allow either periodic Zoom meetings or remote meetings, it doesn't have to necessarily be Zoom technology, or that we put some parameters around permitting members to attend meetings via Zoom so many times a year, or we designate these meetings in the middle of July and, at spring break are going to be Zoom meetings. I think that the technology is such that we ought to be able to do that, and I hate missing meetings, and when I travel, when I feel like I ought to be able to attend the meeting. So I want people to think about that and how we might structure that. I don't want a situation where everybody's Zooming in for every meeting. I do think there's benefit to having people in the room, but if we have one person or periodically have a meeting where more than one person attends remotely, it seems to me we still ought to be able to make that work. So.
I like that with the limits.
Yeah, I think there ought to be limits on it. So I'm just serving that up for thought, and I am not asking for any discussion right now because it's 11:35.
And we will leave it at that, knowing that there will be robust discussion if and when the subject comes up.
And
I just have a question. So I attended this opioid abatement meeting.
Ah, you're liaising.
And,
Wow.
liaising. So what is the expectation in terms of reporting on that? When there's something important?
Yeah, I
So-
think interestingly, I will say that I think as a council, I don't even remember who the liaison was, but generally as a council, we felt like that since we donate our funds for the use of the greater good, we just felt like there wouldn't be much that was relevant to us. And we found out pretty quickly last year that we were wrong, and there was something big that came up that if we had been in attendance, we would know. And so when it happens, you'll know.
Okay, all right, thank you.
There was a proposal to basically use a facility on our border in Denver, but backed up to our city, as a drop-off point for drug addicts or people with drug problems when they were released from prison. And it was going to be, or if the police picked them up and they hadn't broken any laws, they needed someplace to take them, they were going to
And
take them.
it could be
there.
that they were actually going through an episode at that moment.
Yes.
So as they were doing whatever the opioid version of a drunk tank is,
Yes.
they would go to that facility.
And we did not know about that.
But I also think And certainly, that's the kind of thing we would want to know about. But I also think that to the extent you get information that you just feel you ought to share with us because it's indicating a trend going on or, share. I would rather you share.
And obviously, it's a crisis, and we all have it. It knows no boundaries. So.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't have much either. I also liaisoned. I guess I'd like to thank, even though I'm not the liaison, that's not the right term. It's to the crier. So thank you to Councilor McGuire and to Clerk Gillespie for getting me up to speed. And I was going to give a shout out to Director Farman. Isn't this your last meeting?
This is my last meeting.
Oh,
So
wow.
I've met with you a couple times, and I've really enjoyed getting to know you, and I'd like to wish you the best of luck, and thank you
Yeah,
for
I really
serving our
appreciate
city. We'll miss you.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry, that
No,
just
absolutely, yeah. That
No.
like passed right over in my
the
head.
liaison forgot all about it.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'll be checking in, and thanks to everybody. Thank you for allowing me to serve as finance director for this wonderful community, and I've appreciated that opportunity, so.
How did the discussions go with your potential interim contractor?
Well, we have a contractor now.
We do.
Who I will meet on Thursday. And I think they have a team of 5, so I'm not sure. But they have a lot of experience in the government accounting world and with our financial software. So that's going to be an added plus, definitely. And working with the auditors, because now, we're in the middle of our audit right now, so that's going to really help.
Great. Well, thank you, and thank you for keeping our finances on such good track.
Absolutely.
And that's a good segue, I guess, to staff.
Yeah,
city
the only
manager,
the only
staff.
update I had was also to just thank Director Farman for his time here, for all of his contributions. You might recall he came on and had to jump in the deep end of the pool because we were launching into 2A, which required excessive long-range financial forecast discussion. I mean, it was a whole giant thing. I mean, it was really a challenging situation to be introduced to.
Not the least of which was having to deal with me.
With all that said, Doug knocked it out of the park with that. The project or the charter amendment passed, and that's an example. I just want to thank Doug for all he's done for the organization.
Absolutely.
I want to thank him also for taking the lead on the temporary replacement. So thank you for that as well. But you'll be missed. Don't be a stranger. And when we get our gold star this next year from GFOA, we'll make sure we send you a little picture so you had a big hand in it. So thank you, Doug.
I have no report.
No report.
No report, but if you could ask applicants to stop submitting these controversial land use applications when you talk to residents, that'd be great. Go enjoy your evening.
What Paul said.
Awesome. Well,
Move to adjourn.
so moved at 11:40 PM.